right, guys. We should have everything ready to rock and roll here. We should be live on TikTok. We should be live on YouTube. We should be live on Facebook and Instagram. I think everything's rocking. Thank you for being here, guys. I see a bunch of people already in the house as we hit go. Good to see you, Pickle Rick. And it looks like the TikTok crew's about to filter in as well. Let me open up the guest box real quick on YouTube. I forgot to do that. I forgot to do that before we started. Oops. Give me 1 second to fix that up. There we go. Everything should be working now. Let's see. Yeah, everything's set, ready to rock and roll. All right, the guest box is open now on YouTube. Let me double check, make sure it's open on TikTok. Yeah, you're right, Holy Gore. We are back. All right, guest box is open now. So we got that guy ready to rock and roll. Let me put that on the screen. The guest box on YouTube is open as well. Parker, thank you so much for the hat. I appreciate that. And I got to make sure my audio output is set right too before I forget. I think everything's good to go. Fantastic. Well, welcome in, guys. We're doing another round of Why Should We Trust the Bible? And Carrie, thank you so much for the hat. I appreciate that. And My Conscience, thank you for the super chat. Big W. It says, good evening, everyone. Take care and be safe. Well, good evening to you, My Conscious. And thank you for the super chat. We're just getting a live stream started, so we should be having a good time here. All right, let me grab our first guest. Welcome in, Tien. 1 second, Tien. Let me make sure. Right now, you're muted, Tien. So if you're talking, no one can hear you. I haven't muted you. You've got your own microphone muted. Tien, did you request by accident, Tien?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Right now, you're muted. Tien, do you have any headphones, or can you turn your speakerphone down a little bit?
Can you hear me now or no?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can also hear. I can hear myself talking back at me through your microphone. Is what I'm saying.
Okay, cool. Let me turn down my.
Do you have any headphones, or can you turn?
All right. Is it better now? Is there any more echo?
We'll see. Let me check for a second. No, the echo seems to be gone. Let's double check.
I can't hear any audio on your side.
Okay, you must have turned it all the way off. Any better? Can you hear me? I think you've got a slow connection too, Tien. I don't think your connection's up to speed.
Let me do this.
Well, while you're figuring that out, Dexter, thank you so much for the 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships gifting.
No, I still can't hear you. I'm gonna...
Big W for sending out 5 subbies. I really appreciate that, Dexter. And guys, if you are members of the Kraken Crew Elite, you have access to the Deconstruction Zone cheat sheet. So I certainly hope you make the most of that. And J Cal, thank you for the $2 super chat.
Thank you for the $2 super.
J Cal says, let's go. And I agree, J Cal, let's go. All right, this guest is having some audio issues. We'll give him a second to sort it out. See what happens here. Tien, did you have any headphones or no?
I tried to use headphones, but they didn't work.
That's weird. You can try plugging your headphones in, leaving the room and coming back in.
Let me do that.
Okay, well, he's figuring that out. We'll get our first guest up in here from TikTok. And Eric, thank you so much for the super chat. Big W says, all hail Doug, his holy consort Sharon, and the holy son Rocky. A Doug, I agree with that. A metamorphosis. Big W on that. Thank you for the super chat, Eric. Good to see you tonight, friend. All right, we've got Naziano in the box. How you doing, Naziano? Hello?
No. You know what? You're fun. I like watching your videos. You make me laugh, man.
Well,
Let me watch your videos.
Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate that. Yeah. Your connection's really slow, Naziano.
Yeah, you know what? I don't even want to say anything. All right. Well, I don't even. I let someone else speak. I'd rather watch.
All right. Cheers.
Because the big delay is pointless.
Yeah, it's a little bit delayed. Cheers. Thanks for coming. W for Naziano. Hannibal's mom, thank you for becoming a 9-month subscriber on TikTok. Big W. If you're subscribed to me on TikTok, there's a pinned video for all subscribers that's got a link in it to the Deconstruction Zone cheat sheet. And since while we're waiting for our guest on YouTube to come on back, now's a good time to plug our Discord. Guys, we blew past our 2,000 member milestone on the Discord, and we just keep on growing. We would love for you to join our Discord community. It's a great place to meet other people that are deconstructing and having these discussions and finding resources and finding community. I don't run it. It's not my Discord. It's just run by the deconstruction community. So we'd love to see you there. Tien didn't come back. I can only assume Tien couldn't figure out his technology. If you're watching this on YouTube, there is a link in the description of the video for you to join the conversation. If you're watching this on TikTok, you already know how to join. Just hit that guest request button and you can get into the conversation. And maybe you can give me a reason why we should trust the Bible. And Rainbow Wolf, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Rainbow says, hey, Gates, I heard you like them young. Why hide that report from everyone? To any chicks in love, just make sure you hide your little sister from them. Yeah, Matt Gaetz is a problem. But what are the odds that whatever trouble Matt Gaetz is actually in, what are the odds that Trump pardons him? I think it's pretty damn high. There's nothing that Matt Gaetz could do that Trump wouldn't give him a pardon for, as long as Trump thought there was something in it for him. Concede all of Ukraine to Europe or to Russia? Sure, why not? We don't care about Ukraine, right? Pardon actual criminals, pedophiles. Go party with them on their island, fly on their private jets. Sure, yeah, why not? All right, we'll get our next guest in here. It looks like a friendly, but we'll pull him in. Well, hold on, friendly. I can hear myself echoing in your equipment really bad. Do you have any headphones that you can plug in?
All right, hold on. All right, is that better?
Maybe. Let's see what happens. No, it's echoing really bad.
Fuck. Okay, quick question and I'll drop. When Jesus says, if you teach somebody the least of the laws, you'll be in the least of the kingdom of heaven, does that mean they'll be in heaven, but they'll be considered the least? Or the people in heaven will be looking down at them? That's all I wanted. Thank you. Love you. Bye.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so it's a good question, and it's come up before. You're referring to Matthew chapter 5, verses 17 through 19, but specifically verse 19. So let me put verse 19 on the screen here real quick, and we'll discuss. There we go. Got it on the screen. All right. It says, do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets, but to fulfill. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished. And this is the part that's relevant to you. It says, therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. And Jesus says elsewhere to the disciples that they'll be ruling and reigning with them over the 12 tribes of Israel when they're in heaven. So the Jesus of the Bible definitely kind of has this idea that there's some kind of a hierarchy in heaven when they arrive there. But he doesn't really go on to spell it out a whole lot. And we've actually got a rabbi in the box with us that might actually be able to provide a little bit of background on what the Jewish conception of the afterlife is like, because my understanding is it's not like what a lot of Christians think. You're not like floating around in the clouds with angel wings or anything like that.
That's great. I'm glad you asked, although not the reason why I came up. But so I'll say it depends on which period of time you're talking about. That's like the first question. It changes based on what's happening. And certainly not clouds and angels and that sort of thing. And in fact, I would say the conclusion is that it's really about this world. And by the way, that's pretty consistent with Jesus's kind of mentality as well. Like, our Father who art in heaven, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. That's kind of the main point there. And the other piece that I think is inherent in that text is also a priority, is that it's about keeping the law. Like, I don't think Jesus is trying to abolish the law in any way, shape, or form. And I think that the understanding of the afterlife, resurrection is certainly a piece of it, which is kind of weird, like with our modern sensibilities. But just anyway, I hope that answers some of what you were asking about.
Yeah, man, I appreciate
considering that I wasn't actually planning it. Yeah. Do you mind if I answer the background? Only because something happened today that I think is funny and speaks to your background, and maybe you might have some thoughts on it as well.
Yeah, I'd say, well, first, Setley 1986, thank you for sending out 5 subbies. And Johnny Barrios, thank you for the $6 over Cash App. Big W, Johnny Barrios. I appreciate that. What's in your mind, Rabbi? I'm curious to hear the story now.
Sure. So somebody posted, well, first of all, somebody sent me a video that said, it was a Christian person talking about how if Christians are going to come up on atheist lives, presumably people from the Deconstruction community, that they should have read the Hebrew Bible first. Obviously, they called it the Old Testament, but that they should have read the Hebrew Bible first, because they're going to be confronted with questions asking to explain, some of the horrible things that are written in the Hebrew Bible. And it was funny, like, the reason I'm saying this is that the reason that you should trust the book is because those are the words that's written. You have to read the surface level first before you can start getting into the allegory or the explanation or even the mystical piece of it. Like, if that's what you need to do to, have a life, but primarily what's written is what's written. And I said, yes, I encourage people to read this book, because not only will you realize that it has nothing to do with you, but that it's also an appropriated book as well, for their own rhetorical devices. And essentially what my concluding statement to this person in my little back and forth was that Christianity is picking and choosing pieces from the Hebrew Bible, and largely based on a Jewish response to Roman Hellenism.
Right. And
their conclusion was, well, we'll just agree to disagree, because I don't want to comment on God's word. And it's like, please read the book, read it. Like, you should trust it because that's what it says. Like, I'm not saying from a religious standpoint. I'm saying you should trust the book because that's what those were their priorities at that point in time. And you should trust that that's what the redactor decided, that this is the story in 586, or whatever, between the Babylonian exile. This is the story that was decided upon. And so, you want to understand the historical context, great. But if you want to read it from a Christian perspective, you have a lot of explaining to do, as it is said.
Right. Well, from the Christian perspective too, like a lot of them would suggest that they do, in fact, trust the Old Testament, but the problem that you've pointed out is that they've never really read the Hebrew Bible. Like, they start in Genesis and they fall off like halfway through, and then they certainly aren't reading all of Exodus. But they did watch Charleston Heston's 10 Commandments, so they kind of think they know what's in there.
Well, that's from Mount Sinai, isn't it? That's me, Sinai.
Well, it's been a while since we did Charleston Heston movie night at my place, but maybe we'll have to do that. Maybe you can stream it. I think it's in the open domain. I can stream it without getting taken down. But
You go back to back, 10 Commandments, then Ben-Hur.
Obviously, why would you not?
And then Spartacus to just sum it all up, put a bow on it.
That's right. 100%.
Are you Spartacus? I'm Spartacus.
Rabbi, you're welcome to hang up. I got a Christian waiting to get in. I'm going to bring him up, and
I'll keep my mouth shut until I can't.
I totally understand. All right, let me try to get Tien back in the guest box. I tried a moment ago, and they're actually now they got Rabbi with me. Let me take someone from TikTok so that Rabbi can talk with them. And KVK, thank you for the $2 super chat. It says Trump wanted to blackmail Gates so bad, but he quit. Actually, that's a very good point. He would have blackmailed Gates, and I mean, he would have done anything he could. He would have humiliated Gates the same way he did Ted Cruz. And LA Silver Surfer, Big W, thank you for the $2.99 super thanks. I appreciate that. All right, Kira, how you doing? Kira? How you doing, Kira? Are you with us?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Kira, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I am 21.
Awesome. And
I'm not a believer, but I want to share something real quick.
Okay.
If that's possible.
Sure.
I don't know. Today I had like this guest says right here, there's me and this other person right here, if about the Bible and that how people try to justify it. Just this moment, for a couple of days, I had this conversation in the comments with someone that is a Christian. Someone in the comments simply asked me what I believe in God, if I believe in God. This kind of started to get back and forth and continue. And this discussion was about Kings 2. I'm sorry. The passage where it talks about those boys that get killed by the bears.
Yeah. Yeah, 2 Kings chapter 2.
Elijah, if I'm not wrong. I'm not good with Bible pronunciations, so I'm sorry, Bible names. And they try to justify it, and it makes me. I don't get it. Do you not read what it says? I mean, what good reason do you have for killing those boys?
Well, I don't think they have a good reason for it, but one of the things that people do that think that these are literal stories in history is they have to make up excuses for why it was an appropriate thing to do. And so you'll hear any number of excuses. They'll say things like, well, the boys had it coming, because they were making fun of a prophet, and a prophet has some sort of a special status. Or they'll say something like, well, the bears didn't actually kill all the kids, it just mauled all of the kids. Or they'll say, oh, they actually weren't little kids, they were actually like, young adults, which isn't true according to the text. So they'll make up lots of excuses for why it was okay, rather than just being normal and reading the story and saying, well, that's messed up.
Can I jump in for 1 second?
Yeah, go ahead.
Only from a Hebrew standpoint. So what do they call Elisha in the text? They call him bald, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bald in Hebrew is Korach. They are calling him a usurper. They're responding to the fact that they're saying that he is overtaking Elijah. that he is like Korach overtaking Moses. Elisha is overtaking Elijah, because Elijah's just left in the whirlwind of fire.
Mm-hmm.
And now, obviously, sending she-bears in to maul children is obviously not an acceptable thing. And so the Talmud responds to this with a really funny, not a funny story, but a story where kids are doing the same thing to Rabbi Meir, and his wife Bruria says, Rabbi Meir says, "I pray to God that these children are unalived." And Rabbi Bruria is like, his wife is like, "What is the matter with you, you sicko? Like, how would you?" First of all, these are children. Second of all, this is not a normal response. As you read in the scripture, it is that you remove the poor action, not the people themselves. And so the commentary, I guess, from the Talmud, in the vastness of the Talmud, is that this story is problematic. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, people should question these things. People should be able to feel comfortable saying that there are horrific things written. That's all.
Right. I'm with you on that one. But listen, Kira, we've got some people, I think, waiting to get in and do some debates. But I appreciate you coming up and talking with us.
Yeah, I thank you also. I feel the need to talk to someone that understands my point, someone like you, someone that gets it, someone, I don't know, it's the first time joining a live, so I'm a little nervous again.
That's okay. That's normal.
Someone that gets where I'm coming from. Yes, questioning those things, why they're bad.
Right.
There is no good reason to why you should do this.
That's right. There's no good reason. Listen, Kira, join our Discord. We've got quite a few people on our Discord. You can discuss a lot of these topics with offline. It's a good place to be.
Maybe I will join. I had some few problems with Discord, but maybe I will join.
Okay.
I still watch you on YouTube.
All right.
And thank you for everything that you do.
Well, thank you.
Never
I appreciate it. Cheers. All right, let's get our next guest in here, eh?
Sorry for being boring. I apologize.
Bert, you're never boring. You're a friend of mine. Adam Brown, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says a new season of Iron Chef, but it's Justin cooking up bad apologetics. Bon appetit. Praise be to Doug. Yes, I would be on that cooking show. I'd love to hear Gordon Ramsay curse me out a few times. I'd do that. Space Lord, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says Spartacus movie. I was such a Christian as a kid that I assumed they crucified him because he was a Christian. Oh boy. Yeah, I get that. Listen, when you're raised with like indoctrination, it's hard to not interpret everything through the lens of indoctrination. So like when I was a kid, I really only knew about baby Jesus. So I remember the very first time I went to church. It was a Catholic church. I was real little, and I didn't know anything about adult Jesus. I didn't know anything about the Bible, but I knew about baby Jesus because baby Jesus is part of Christmas. And I remember my first time in church, I was maybe 6 or 5 years old. I heard a baby crying, and I couldn't see where the baby was. I didn't know where the baby was. And I said, "Oh, Mom, is that baby Jesus?" I just assumed baby Jesus was in the church. But that's how indoctrination works. Your brain is kind of primed to see things a particular way. We're going to get the truth up in the guest box. How you doing, the truth?
I'm not too bad, man. How about yourself?
I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Dr. Joe, thank you for extending your subscription. Big W. So the truth, are you at least 18? And are you a believer?
Yes, I'm 21. And, yeah, I'm a believer.
All right. Is there a chance you can get some Wi-Fi? Because your connection is really bad right now.
Yeah, I got you. Sorry, I'm at work, that's why. So
Right. No, I get it.
I'll get in a better spot for you. There you go. So yeah, pretty much I am at work, so I wouldn't have like the most time.
That's okay.
I guess so why should anyone trust this book? I think the first thing that comes to my head is, so when has it been proven unreliable? Yeah, we got to ask that question, right?
Well, it's a good question. What do you think unreliable means?
Like, is there ever a time where, let's say, for example, they're talking about a place that doesn't exist? Are they talking about people that don't exist? Because as far as we know, the people that are mentioned in the Bible were real people.
Well, that's not true at all. The people that are mentioned in the Bible, we don't have evidence that some of them exist. Certainly, figures like in Adam and Eve, the entire lineage. Like, for example, in the lineage in Genesis chapter 5, there's a really interesting situation with a guy named Lamech and his ancestors, and it literally says like two ancestors after Lamech that they're already smelting iron. But Adam and Eve, according to the Bible, lived roughly around 4,000 BCE, which means nobody's smelting iron just a couple generations after Adam and Eve lived.
Right. Well, I think we could both agree that a lack of evidence does not equate to, something, or like lack of existence. Because something could have existed that you can't necessarily prove doesn't mean it didn't exist. It means you can't physically be like, okay, I don't have, for example, something to exactly trace back to somebody, because due to how long ago it has been.
Why is it that ancient people could not smelt iron?
I don't know. I wouldn't say that's something I'm too educated on with what know. So I wouldn't really give an answer to that.
So the problem with smelting iron is you need incredibly high heat, and they didn't have the technology during the Bronze Age to smelt the iron. Technology didn't exist. So it wasn't until they were able to develop kilns and things of that nature that could actually have a much higher temperature that they started to actually smelt iron. So what I'm saying is it's weird that at the very beginning of the Genesis narrative, we've already got people smelting iron, and they have no reason to know how to do it. Like, did God tell them how to do it? They're only like a couple generations from Adam. Who told them?
Mm-hmm. Right, but I wouldn't. I do think that you're asking a good question, but that isn't necessarily something that you discredit or disregard from, because it could very well just be that just something that we just don't have a record for. Like, for example, we still don't know how exactly they built the pyramids, right?
Oh, we definitely know how they built the pyramids. In fact, when I was in seminary, that was like a long-running joke among professors that had backgrounds in Egyptology. They would say, outside of academia, nobody knows how the pyramids were built. Inside of academia, everybody knows how the pyramids were built. AG, thank you for the Dragon Crown. Big W.
So, but is that something that was just mutually agreed upon, that they can? Because if I was to say, okay, can you prove to me that what you're saying is true? That your way is the way that they actually built the pyramids?
Well, we know that they were using these methods because they literally drew pictures. Like, we have the archaeological evidence showing how it happened, and we have the pyramids. We can compare the textual data with the remnants of the actual pyramids.
And by the way, popular Egyptologists depend on the mystery to make $1. I mean, the mystery is the income.
Well, I think that the mystery of it was the fact that all of those rocks weighing at least a ton to a few tons each.
They're not rocks. That's the point.
Well, stones. I don't know what exact term you would use it. But the place. They had to have gotten all that from, and then to be able to take all that to the destination of where exactly the pyramids were built, given the lack of technology, that they had, it raises questions, right?
I don't think it raises any questions. Again, they drew inscriptions in stone. We have stone reliefs of them showing us how they did it. In fact, let me pull one of them up.
I mean, there definitely is a few encryptions for sure, but does it tell the whole story? I think there's.
I think it does. I think it tells
you
you
don't know.
quite a bit. All right, let me open this image. It's kind of blurry, but I think everyone can see it. All right, so this is pyramid construction, and this is part of the transportation of. This is just one relief of the pyramid construction, by the way. There's quite a few of these. This is not the only one. And you've got a bunch of people pulling ropes on a sled with rollers under the sled. And in a lot of the other reliefs, it'll show the same thing, but it'll actually show them putting water under the sled to keep the sand at a particular moisture level so it's easier to slide across the sand. And they had various items that would have been on top of these carts. Big stones, giant statues, different things like that. And we know from the ancient texts, too, that they were shipping these big old stones on ships and running them down the river. And we know where some of the quarries were. Like, there are still partially quarried stone inside of the old quarries. So, like, we've actually got quite a bit of data for how the pyramids were built. It's just that, like, normal people don't know where to look for it.
Normal people? I don't know, man. I don't know if that's the right terminology for sure, because even if we do have some sort of, like, some pieces to the puzzle, there's still a lot we definitely don't understand. And if you're going to make the claim and say, yes, we know for a fact that this is how the pyramids were built, I think you're lying,
I'm not lying. They drew us pictures. Like, if we drew you a picture on how to build a porch, and then 1,000 years later, someone says, oh, look, they drew pictures on how they were building porches in 2025. Would it be reasonable to say, oh, they couldn't have been building porches like that? You're lying to yourself. They left us the data, my friend.
Well, for example, we don't know who drew those images, correct? It
obviously could have been the Egyptian scribes.
The Egyptian.
You think later people came along and drew pictures in ancient Egyptian from the time period in which they were being built?
No, but
they
what
were
I am
speculating then. They couldn't believe it then. That's the argument.
No. What I'm saying is the pharaoh could have easily have been told anybody to draw whatever it is that he pleased.
Why would he do it?
I mean, hey, these are just possibilities. No, we can't just limit ourselves.
But your conspiracy theory lacks motivation. That's one of the things that make conspiracy theories worthwhile, is there's a compelling motivation. You have none. There's no motivation for the pharaoh to inscribe on permanent stone forever his face and of how they were building the pyramids just to be a lie.
Because what if he was using, for example, putting people against their will to do it?
The cognitive dissonance here.
What do you?
There's no problem with slavery in Egypt. He's not ashamed of there being slavery.
But would you? And even just looking at it like that, the pharaoh of Egypt, somebody who we can probably assume somebody with that much amount of power, and money, and influence, that it probably would get to his head at least in some type of way. And so, do you think that he would want to just show anybody else that would want to come and he can, there you go, there's the answer right there? I don't think you would. I don't think that would.
I don't think you made a cogent statement yet. Can you try that again?
So would you think somebody at that status, right, who has all that power, would you think he would want everybody to know how he did it, especially if how he did it wasn't exactly morally correct?
Yeah, they bragged about it. And first of all, it was morally correct. There's no problem with slavery in the ancient world, not even in the Bible. The Bible endorses slavery.
He and everybody around him believed he was a god.
Yeah, he could do whatever he wants to. So are you suggesting that slavery is immoral?
Oh, correct.
Why?
Well, I mean, God condemned it, right?
No, he endorsed it. Have you read the book?
I don't know. I certainly have.
I don't
To be
think you
fair,
have.
God condemned slavery against Israel.
Right.
No, not just Israel, buddy. When the word slave can also be used as, and was being used as, the term servant, because as
What's
we
the
know,
difference between a servant and a slave?
a servant, he's working in return for money. That's just
Right.
his way of living.
Yeah, there's a word for that in Hebrew. It's the shakir. That's not the word we have. The word servant, as you're using it, means somebody who is more of an indentured servant, someone who serves somebody for a period of time, but it also refers to an actual slave. The Hebrew word evid is a little bit elastic. Now, we know that it's talking about a slave in some occasions because it talks about the slave being the owner's property, being a property for life, having children, and those children being born into slavery. This is actual slavery. So I'll read you the passage because I know you probably don't believe me. It says, as for your male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. So God says you can own slaves.
So Justin, I heard you.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. You could own servants because that was the way you would serve somebody back then is the typical 9 to 5 today. We go
That's
to work
not
today.
true at all. What are you saying, Bert?
Well, so I heard you having this slavery conversation the other day, and it influenced me to make a semantic range type chart of verses that demonstrate the various principles of how these words work. And I think, like, to me, the most interesting, and you were already kind of hinting at this, the flexibility of the word, or at least the noun of la'avod, or to work, which also means worship, which also means slavery. And I think that, like, this arc of work, worship, slavery is inherently about relationships. It's about the relative relationship to whoever is expecting the Ein Vet Daled, meaning the Shoresh of the word. And so and I think this is hyper examined. Let me know, just cut me off when I'm being too boring or too intellectual or whatever. This is hyper examined when Moses is saying, let my people go. Everybody forgets the second half of that statement, which is let my people go so that they might be avadim li, like avadim toward me in the wilderness, which is to say, stop being avadim for Pharaoh and go and be avadim for Adonai in the wilderness.
Right.
And we can talk about all the historical context for what that's really talking about, but the point is the semantic range and understanding. Look, Bob Dylan said it best. It might be the Lord and it might be the devil, but sooner or later you're going to have to serve somebody.
Big W for Bob Dylan references, by the way. And Christina Carroll, thank you for the hat. And so, Truth, what we're suggesting here is that the word evid in Hebrew is elastic. It could mean a servant, but it could also mean a slave. And the way that you know that it's talking about a slave is because of the context of the passage. For example, a servant typically could go free in the 7th year. A slave could not. A slave was somebody's property. That's what we read in the book of Leviticus. It says that they will be your property. That's a slave. God says this is the relationship that this human being will have to you. They will be your property for life.
So, because if you were going to say there's things that obviously wouldn't go together using that logic, because if that's the message he was truly trying to preach, then why on the other hand you have him preaching if somebody slaps you on the right cheek, you turn their cheek to them. It's very contradictory. You can't just say you're able to do this.
It's not contradictory at all.
How is it not?
Because your
Go
slave
on.
isn't slapping you on the face. They're completely different commands. They're irrelevant.
No, I think you can't be somebody who's preaching all love and humility and promote that.
You
So
can, because the same book in Leviticus 19:18 that says love your neighbor as yourself also says you can own slaves. So I agree. Yeah, slavery is uncomfortable, and it sounds today like it would be incongruent with like the moral nature of God, but it's not. It's not incongruent.
Can I throw a wrench?
Sure.
Love your neighbor as yourself is a crummy translation of
I know.
love the person at love the person at the same social strata as
Right.
yourself is a much better translation.
Rhea,
Well,
my understanding
not
of the
just that,
Hebrew
though.
definition for Rhea is that it's like somebody that is near and close to you, not necessarily just like in physical proximity, but like in relationship.
Exactly. Like David would not call Uriah a Rhea,
Right.
but he would call Jonathan a Rhea.
Right. Yeah. So, Truth, do you understand the argument that's being made, though? The text clearly says that you can own slaves. They will be your property forever. That's just the definition of slavery.
No, I think well, I see at least the argument that you're making. I see that. I'm not saying that I don't see where
But did the text say it?
the text well, you're not looking at its original translation. So like I said, it's
I
referring
literally
to,
have read it in the
the
original
servants.
Hebrew, and there's a Hebrew-speaking rabbi underneath you on this discussion that can more than gladly correct me.
Shalom ha'emet.
You're also suggesting that the translation done here by the guy with the PhD is wrong, and that you, who have no training in original languages, knows better than the guy with the PhD that translated it.
Well, I actually spoke the very language of Jesus Christ. Actually, I spoke Aramaic, one of the three main languages.
Do you know biblical Hebrew?
I do not know biblical Hebrew. I know Aramaic, like I said, though.
Great. Well, this is written in Hebrew, and the dialect of Hebrew typically is referred to as biblical Hebrew, which is from a particular time period. And in biblical Hebrew, we have words and descriptions of slaves. That's just why my English translation says so. They may be your property. A person that you own for life, a person that you don't pay for their labor, a person that you purchase with your own money is called a slave. That's what's described in the passage.
Let me tell you the exact difference of what is going on. Back then, right? It was like this. It's even kind of funny to even say it like this, for sure. But back then, you weren't given a salary.
That's wrong.
Hey, guess what? You're saying a slave, right?
If you keep saying it, you're going to be more embarrassed. You might as well stop now while you're behind.
No, well, you're gonna have to counter argue the point.
I can just don't even finish. I'll just counter argue it now and save you the time. There are not only jobs that you can work. God Himself tells you that you won't turn your own fellow Hebrew brethren into these slaves. Says, if there are any who are dependent on you and they become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. They shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. That's why I told you before, a person who's getting paid in Hebrew is a shakir, not an evid or an alma. Says, they shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. They shall serve with you until the year of Jubilee. Then they and their children with them shall go out from your authority, and they shall go back to their own family and return to their ancestral property. For they are my servants who I brought out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as slaves are sold. You shall not rule over them with harshness, but you shall fear your God. As for the male and female slaves who you may have, it's from the nations around you that you can acquire male and female slaves. So God is saying, of your own fellow Hebrew brethren, don't make them serve as slaves. Pay them like a hired worker. The slaves that you want, you can get those from the nations around you. So there were hired workers, and the Bible lists like 20 or 30 different jobs that you could have. The Old Testament alone, I've got like a list of 25 of them. You can be a carpenter, a cupbearer, a baker, a metal worker, a smelter, a perfumer, a potter, a fisherman, a shepherd, a builder, a watchman, a musician, embroiderer, a seamstress, a weaver, stone cutter, tanner, linen worker, launderer, blacksmith, merchant, tent maker, doctor, scribe, and lawyer, all found within the biblical text. There's a myriad of things you can do for money. You don't have to be anyone's slave.
It went downhill from there, for Jews anyway.
Well, it's not. Although that, yes, that's true. That doesn't deny the fact that housing was free. They were given free. Yes, people weren't given a wage, but they didn't have to pay for food or housing, right?
What happens if you don't feed your slave?
Now, but one second. Now we're given a wage, but now we have to pay for food and housing.
Right, but what happened if you don't feed your slave?
Okay, they'll die, right?
They die. Okay, so you got to feed your slave. Cool. And do they feed and shelter their cattle?
That's not something I'm familiar with.
Yeah, they feed and shelter their animals typically. Not all of them were sheltered, but certainly a number of them would have been sheltered. But they are all fed.
They got rest, and they got rest too.
That's right. They even rested on the Sabbath. That's Exodus 23, right? Yeah, so
for sure, and they had the fast also in Jonah, but I guess that's Nineveh. Never mind.
Right? Yeah,
I'll stop talking.
So they were treated like animals because they're slaves.
Now, can I ask you this? Can I ask you? So, you believe the same person, or sorry, the same God, of course. You know that I guess in your words promotes slavery, is the same one who gave a commandment that said, if you don't love your brother, you can't claim to have loved God because you have seen your brother and you can't even love him. So how can you love me?
Quoting 1 John.
Yeah, it's not like, of course, the exact. You know, it's like I guess I'm trying to just reference it, paraphrase it, but that's what he was saying. He was saying you can't.
Who said it?
Claim Jesus, but Jesus said
no, that's in 1 John. That's in the epistle of 1 John.
Yeah, and he was quoting Jesus.
He wasn't quoting Jesus.
Well, you can pull it up. It was. I matter of fact, I could probably pull it up for you. Give you the exact one I'm talking about.
And to be quite sure, neither I or Rabbi Bert believe that Jesus is the God of the Old Testament. So you're barking up the wrong tree. You believe Jesus is the God of the Old Testament, which is why this is so problematic for you, is because the Old Testament text that we're reading seems to be incongruent with the idea of Jesus that you've dreamed up in your head.
Incongruent is generous.
Well, just to be clear, are you agnostic? Are you atheist? What is your position and what do you believe in? So I know at least where you're coming from.
Well, I'm an agnostic atheist. I don't think all God concepts are inherently improbable. There are a couple God concepts that I think are logically coherent, but I don't believe, like I've never seen evidence for that concept to be true, so I lack a belief in a God. But when it comes to the concept of like Jesus being God, I'm 100% certain that he's not only not God, he's not even the Messiah. He didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy. He lied about his own second coming. He like the guy's just a false prophet. He was a rabble rouser. He got executed for blasphemy, sedition, and being a false prophet.
That's the beautiful thing, that at least I got you to acknowledge blasphemy. You acknowledge that he's claiming to be God. Somebody existed named Jesus Christ, whether it was disagreed upon.
Well, I don't know if he actually did claim to be God. I think he claimed to be equal with God. But I don't care if he claimed it or not. He's still a liar.
But, so, I just want to at least understand this. So, at least what you believe in is that you believe everything is just a big mistake, pretty much. You believe there's no purpose right now for me or you you believe that like everything just kind of happened necessarily?
Yeah, we're
Because
a
without
product
a
of.
creator, there's no purpose. I think we could both agree on that. Because
No,
then,
we don't both agree on that. No, I have no
why would we
God-given
not?
purpose. I have a purpose that I have for myself. I create my own purpose. That doesn't mean, like, just because your God doesn't exist doesn't mean that I don't have a purpose.
I just wanted to acknowledge that the need for a neck brace for the pivot.
Well, no, I'm just kind of stating the fact that
Just
because,
want to call
for
that out.
example,
Like, my neck hurts. Hope everybody doesn't get whiplash. Okay, all right. Okay, sorry.
do you believe that, like how would you explain the love that you have for your mother? Is that just chemicals in your body?
Yeah, actually, it's through chemicals that you have in your body, which is why, like, a lot of kids, even if they have terrible parents, they still love their parents. I can't tell you how many times I've unfortunately had to witness somebody with horrible, horrible parents, and their kid still just wants to love their parent because there's a chemical bond between your parent. And you learn about that when you have kids. When I had my son, the doctors and nurses talk to you about the important stages in the first 6 months of having actual physical bonding time with your child, because it develops, the neuroreceptors in your brain and the chemical makeup of the body so that your child actually forms a bond with you.
Oh, excuse me, 1 second.
Yeah. Dr. Joe, thank you for the Venmo. Dr. Joe says, it's amazing to me how believers don't see how their God is the antithesis of their own definition of love. And I think that's kind of the point that I was trying to make earlier, is like, yes, the God that you're reading about that you don't like disagrees with your current set of moral norms, and that's why it's uncomfortable for you. I think he got a phone call or had to.
Would you say that
We lost you.
that you give your own purpose, right? So, for example, somebody like, let's say, no, I'm not going to say his name, but the leader of Germany, let's say that, right? I'm going to reference him as that, in World War II.
Yeah. What about him?
Was that his purpose? Like, he gave himself a purpose at birth, which was
At
that,
birth?
and that was morally, to him, that was morally correct. If that was morally correct to him, does that make it okay? Because
Would you mind if I respond to this?
go by.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think what you're conflating is morality and ethics. And I think that this person that you're referring to believed that their expression of morality, in other words, their ethical expression, was, I'm not even sure that was even the consideration, because their consideration was power. And I think it's a horrible and grotesque example to bring in this notion of moral relativism to try and undermine the value that I think Justin is really trying to imbue in you, which is ask more questions, read more books, do not depend on your own understanding, which, by the way, is foundational to Jewish thought. The democratization of knowledge is essentially equal to the foundational requirement of what it means to be a human being, to ask what it means to ask this question of right and wrong. And if you are saying that your book is the sole truth, you have skipped a massive step.
Well, this is actually the thing that I'm trying to, at least the point that I'm trying to get across is, you said you don't believe in the Bible. That's completely fine. You don't believe in the Bible. But
who said that? Fucking hell. Sorry, Justin.
Well, I'm quoting the host. The host said earlier, he said, yeah, he didn't believe in the Bible.
Right. I personally don't believe that the Bible gets everything right. That doesn't mean everything in the Bible is false. There's some true stuff in the Bible.
Belief is the most irrelevant thing in the room. Understanding is the only important thing. Coming to an understanding of what they were writing about when they were writing about it, coming to an understanding of where we are now and everything in between. That's the most important thing. If you're trying to claim some inerrant truth that is, from the moment of the creation of the universe, get fucked. I mean, what an insane thing to think of.
Well, I think the point that I'm trying to make is the host said he didn't believe in the Bible. That's fine, but the evidence of God is undeniable simply because of what I just told you. Because of the fact that if there is no God, there is no creator, then there is no standard to go by, which means we set our own standard. Which means if I believe that unaliving somebody is okay, that makes it morally correct.
No,
and to
that just means that you have an opinion. I'm allowed to have a different opinion.
We should all contribute.
So neither of us are wrong then, right? Though is what you're saying. I'm not wrong for choosing to unalive somebody, and you're not wrong to go against it.
Well, so
is that what you're saying?
No, you got that wrong. So in my worldview, I don't believe there are objective morals. I know there are some atheists that believe in them. I don't believe in them. What I'm saying is that all morals are subjective, and we kind of come to an agreement as a community about what we are going to allow and disallow within our community. There's no such thing as like wrong objectively. It's always subjective. So like if you do something that I think is wrong and I say, hey, that's wrong, don't do that, that's me saying this is my opinion on what you're doing. I can't appeal to an objective standard, and you actually can't either. You only think you can appeal to an objective standard, but if I keep reading you more laws from this objective standard, I can guarantee that you'll run away from it real fast. So, for example, do you think that, for example, women should have full autonomy over their bodies if their husband passes away?
What was it? I was handling something real quick. Can you repeat that last part? Do I think it's okay for what?
Yeah. If a woman becomes a widow because her husband dies, should she have full autonomy over her body? Should she be allowed to go and marry anyone she chooses?
I don't know. It's very subjective. I wouldn't say I have I haven't taken that into consideration to really give you an answer truthfully.
I gotta be honest, as someone with 4 sisters, I find it weird that you've never thought about whether or not a woman should have autonomy over her body.
Well, I personally, I have 2 brothers, don't have any sister, so that thought personally just never came in my head.
Mom? Do you have a mom?
I do have a mom, yeah.
All right.
Do you think men should have autonomy over their bodies?
I don't know. It's like a touchy thing, because if you already I guess through the eyes of God, which is the standard we go by, it shouldn't. If you are already married with somebody in the court, and not just in the court but through the church, right? And there was no divorce that ever happened, so you are still married to that person.
They're dead. You know that, right?
Yeah, but
okay.
that's
what it means to be a widow?
Right.
Okay.
Correct.
So if your spouse dies, you're no longer married to them. So should you be allowed to go and marry someone you like after that? Thank you, Mark.
I mean, people you could, but that doesn't mean it's okay. I wouldn't promote it. No.
Well, the Bible says you can get married twice. That's not the issue. The issue is not can you get married again. The issue is can you choose who you get married to again.
I don't know. I think because it's more of you can't. I would say you shouldn't know, because if you're still married to somebody, I would say you shouldn't marry after.
Right, but the Bible says you can. The Bible says you can marry when your husband or your wife passes away. So that's not even something that I don't even know why that's on the table right now. I think you're trying to get ahead of my discussion, and you don't actually know what my discussion is yet. So according to the Bible, it's okay to get married once you've become a widow. So the question
Okay.
is, should you be able to choose who you get married to, or does it have to be decided for you?
I don't know. Like I said, I don't think I have the moral authority to be like, okay, yeah, no. Nor do I would say I'm on either side of the fence yet. Truthfully, I'm not trying to avoid any argument.
Let me just read you the passage. It says, when brothers reside together and one of them dies and has no son, the wife of the deceased shall not be married outside of the family to a stranger. Her husband's brother shall go into her, taking her in marriage and performing the duty of a husband's brother to her. And the firstborn whom she bears shall succeed to the name of the deceased brother, so that his name may not be blotted out of Israel. Do you think that that's a good law, that women should be forced to marry their dead husband's brother?
Can you honestly pull that up again? I'm sorry, I was handling something.
I got
He's
you.
asking about the practice of levirate marriage. Do you understand? Like, should you? He doesn't know about levirate marriage. What's interesting though is in Ruth, it's very clear that Boaz is like trying to kind of fulfill this levirate marriage thing, but doesn't fully understand it, which I think is kind of a nod to the fact that maybe at one point it was a thing, but also not really truly understood. But it exists in other societies as well.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, we actually have levirate marriage laws elsewhere in the ancient Near East. I just think it wasn't as important in some regions than it was in others. But that's what the book says, right? So if your husband passes away and you're a widow, you can't just go marry anyone you want to. You have to marry one of the brothers or the nearest of kin, so that the ancestral line of your husband and his family's namesake won't die out. So I guess the question is back where I started. Should a woman have the right to choose what she does after she becomes a widow, or should it be decided for her?
I mean, I think it should choose, but I also noticed that you weren't reading anything after the passage, because that's not the only option that has to be.
Yeah, I've read the whole passage. That's the only option. Says, if the man has no desire to marry his brother's widow, then his brother's widow shall go up to the elders at the gate and say, my husband's brother refuses to perpetuate his brother's name in Israel. He will not perform the duty of a husband's brother to me. Then the elders of the town shall summon him and speak to him. If he persists, saying, I have no desire to marry her, then his brother's wife shall go up to him in the presence of the elders, pull his sandal off his foot, spit in his face, and declare, this is what is done to the man who does not build up his brother's house. Mm-hmm. So the person here being reprimanded is the brother, not the woman.
Speaking of duty, I think it's duty that there's only 40,000 likes with 533 people in here. Just like a minor detail, but also duty.
Right. I mean,
in more senses than one.
We lost you, Truth. You cut out for a second.
I was saying, I guess it's a good thing that, the Old Testament, like I don't live by the Old Testament, nor does it apply to me. I go by the New Testament, So if you want to try and give an example of anything that Jesus preached, that is not morally correct, I'll be more than happily.
Well, Jesus told you to follow the law of Moses. Have you read that part?
He claimed he said that he was above that, and that he has authority over that, actually.
So listen to what he says. It says, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. Whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. So according to Jesus, doing the law of Moses makes you great in the kingdom of heaven.
Right. But also, look,
so there you go.
Do you see right there where it says, for truly I tell you?
Yep.
That right there, in specific, that is him quite literally saying his word is above the law.
He thinks he's God according to you, so it doesn't matter if he's above the law. Technically, he gave the law. But the question is whether or not it's good to follow the law. And Jesus says, yes, whoever follows the law and teaches others to follow the law will be called great in the kingdom of God. So following the law is good, not bad. Why are you running away from it?
How's it going? I think he's on. I don't even know. He's off for the next couple days though.
I think our caller's about to get fired.
Justin, do you think that you can build a house, a home without build only a second story? Like, can you build a home using only the second story?
You'd have a lot of problems if you didn't build a foundation and a first story underneath that second story. I think the guest had to go work. He's teacupped. Well, while we're waiting on him to unteacup, Rory, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says the Doug abides. He absolutely does abide. Phoenician Canaanite Semitic religion is based on Amanita. Oh, he just cut. Well, he did have to work. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt there. He must have was on the edge of getting fired for a second. It says Amanita, Miscaria, celestial bodies, and human coitus reproduction worship. All matter origin is stardust. Keep calm and carry a towel. You said a mouthful, Rory. There's a lot there. But
that's the mushroom. That's the mushroom thesis. Enemy Miscaria.
Oh, I didn't know that. Big W for the super chat.
Mushroom hypothesis.
I'll have to check into the mushroom hypothesis. Space Wizard, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, why Christians are expected for Jesus to come back. It's not like he was nailed to a boomerang. Praise be Doug. Absolutely praise be Doug. And he is not coming back, guys. Jesus was hung and not in a good way. Renaissance, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite, Big W. And also, thank you for gifting a Deconstruction Zone membership. I really appreciate that. Big W for gifting memberships. And Wilma Dickliff, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, I got one for you. What's your take on Matthew 10, 5-8 and 15, 24? Sorry if I'm off topic, Doug. Doug, forgive me. Well, Matthew 10 is when he's sending the disciples out to the villages. So now I'm trying to remember what was in 15 because I don't recall the contents of 15. But we'll find out real quick. Oops. There we go. Of course, I got to put a comma in there. There we go. I got some passages. Let's see what it says. The mission of the 12. These 12 Jesus sent out with the following instructions. Do not take a road leading to Gentiles and do not enter a Samaritan town, but go rather to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. As you go, proclaim the good news. The kingdom of heaven has come near. Cure the sick and raise the dead. Cleanse those with a skin disease and cast out demons. You received without payment, give without payment. And then he follows up in 15. It says, he answered, I was only sent to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Oh, you're asking whether or not Jesus actually came for the Gentiles. Well, that's actually a more complicated answer than you might think. If you read the parables of Jesus, Jesus is actually pretty clear that he came originally for the lost sheep of Israel, but now since they haven't accepted him, he's opening the kingdom to all people. So like the parable of the tenant farmers and the parable of the wedding banquet and the parable of the great feast. These are all parables explaining why the Jewish people were originally chosen, but they're going to be essentially cast aside for not accepting them, and all the Gentiles and everyone else is going to be welcome in, which is why he says, likening Israel to the olive tree, he says, even now, God wants the tree that produces good fruit, and this tree produces bad fruit. So even now, the axe is ready at the root of the tree. So go ahead, Rabbi.
Are you saying Jesus is a populist?
Yeah, right. What about that?
Sorry.
He really was. But good question, Wilma Dick Lift. And Baz, thank you for the super chat. It says, caller's position is I don't know stuff, so nobody knows stuff. I think that's a fair point on the Egyptian pyramid building. But guys, honestly, inside of academia, every Egyptologist knows how the pyramids were built, and they weren't all built the same way. There's actually multiple methods. Eric, thank you for the super chat. It says, when a Christian asks, how do you define true? I simply use the Marty McFly standard. Given a flying time machine and a camera, could you film it? That's actually a really good suggestion. Like if somebody said, is something true? You could just rephrase it as, did it actually happen in real life? And is it possible that somebody could have had evidence of it if they were in fact there? Dr. Pizza, big W for the 666, says slave is when Egyptians have forced labor. Servant is when Hebrews have forced labor. Don't worry about them being the same word in the Bible. Isn't that crazy? That's such a good point. They love it when they talk about the slaves in Egypt being the Israelites, but then when it talks about the Israelites owning slaves, all of a sudden they want to change the meaning of the word. So at least be a little bit consistent.
Can I ask you a question? How do you send the super chats? Like, there's been multiple times when I wanted to do that, and I have no idea how to do that.
You got to be on the YouTube stream, and from the YouTube stream in the bottom right corner, there's a little icon with a money sign rather than a message sign, and click the money sign. It'll pop up, and you could fill in your super chat text and select like a dollar amount. It's pretty easy, but you can't do it on TikTok yet.
Oh, interesting. Well, it seems like a good way to support the live and also to like get a direct line to you.
Certainly is. Absolutely. Yeah. I try to read every super chat while I'm live, guys. And sometimes we get backed up when we have long guests like we are now, but I try to read all of them. Patty, thank you so much for the super thanks. I appreciate that. And Rainbow Wolf, thank you for the super chat. It says, I need some mental gymnastics. I need to lose 2 pounds. Well, you're going to get mental gymnastics tonight, Rainbow. And Judas, thank you for the super chat. It says, the caller didn't know enough about feeding and watering animals, but he can authoritatively correct a PhD. That's exactly right. And in fact, if you ask like a Bible professor at a typical seminary or university, one of the things that enrages them the most, the ones that actually do engage in translation, is when somebody like opens up a Strong's Concordance and like, well, I know more than a translator because I've got a Strong's Concordance. No, you don't. I actually learned Greek and Hebrew, and I know nothing compared to the people who translated the text. So like, don't think just because you opened up a Strong's Concordance that you're going to go correcting a guy with a PhD. My first Hebrew professor had a PhD in Old Testament studies, and my second Hebrew professor had a PhD in just Semitic languages. He went to school for 12 years just to get a PhD in Semitic languages. That's all he did. And then I had another professor that did his PhD in the Hebrew language at a Jewish school. He went to Brandeis. So like the people doing these translations are not clowns like me.
Brandeis. Also, also, no, it's okay. And also, like, who do you think they were like? Who do you think Strong was using? Like, don't you think we've learned something since? Yeah, whatever. God, I'm sorry.
No, you nailed it. Strong Concordance is old, it's out of date, and it's just it's a reference for the King James Bible. It's not even a real lexicon of the languages. But Judas, thank you for the super chat. It says this YouTube autocorrect is almost as bad as God. Yeah, listen, the autocorrect will get you. You got to be careful, but I think that's on your phone, by the way. iReactor, thank you for the 666, says free housing is a kind as free transatlantic boat ride. Oh, shit. You're right. That's basically what he's saying.
Dark.
That's dark.
That's a deep joke. Jeez.
But
you gotta know.
It's not wrong, is it?
Not wrong.
It's not wrong.
I shuddered. That was
Yeah, Dade, thank you for the super chat. It says, excuse me, I too gave myself purpose at birth. Yeah, I was hoping he would correct himself on that. I think he just misspoke. But yeah, nobody at birth is sentient enough to give themselves their own meaning. And Dade again says, but morals are not objective. Duh. I agree. Dade, you've been here long enough to you've already heard my speech on morals. But CanBest, thank you for the $13.99 super thanks. I really appreciate that. And Rory again, big W Rory, says there are rights and wrongs. Right is an action that doesn't take away from another. A wrong is an action that takes a right from another. That's a very good point. Like a wrong action theoretically infringes on somebody else's rights. So I think is what you're saying. And I don't necessarily disagree with that. Rory again says, oh, sorry, I just read that. All right, guys, we got 3 more super chats and we'll get our next guest in here. Tariq, thank you for the $6.99, says, inspiring philosophy defense of Numbers 31. The girls were adopted. They killed off the girl's mom, dad, brother, sister, uncle, auntie, grands, but they're doing a little girl a favor. Yeah, exactly. And then they distribute them among the warriors. Yeah, I'm sure. I actually have a couple of videos going back and forth with inspiring philosophy on this exact topic on YouTube and on TikTok. You're welcome to watch his ridiculous, dumb responses to my video and then watch me eviscerate him by actually reading the text. And Pyro, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, was avunculate, I'm going to hopefully pronounce it right, was avunculate marriages common? I think you mean levirate.
Levirate.
Can we call it avunculate for now on? Can we just say that it's the new...
For all generations. For
all generations. All right. Was avunculate marriages common in ancient Hebrew culture? If so, have ever outlawed relatives from creating offspring? Well, I don't know if we have data on how common it is. My personal opinion is that this particular law was an idealistic law, but whether or not it actually got practiced, I actually would be reluctant to say that in real life they practice this on the regular.
Also, just to be clear, it's not about outlawing. It's not about relatives from creating offspring. It's, let's say I am, you know, I'm marrying my wife, and my wife, you know, whatever, heaven forbid, God forbid, passes away. I would then, like, no, that's not exactly how it works. If I were to pass away, God forbid, my brother would be responsible for marrying my wife. That's how marriage works. That's the foundation, is that if the male passes away, the next closest kin is responsible for marrying the wife. So it's not like an incest thing.
Right. Yeah. Just to be clear. Sorry. I don't know if I created any confusion on that. Yeah. This is not talking about incest, by the way. Marcus, thank you for the super chat. Says, I watch you all the time, Justin, doing a great job. Well, thank you so much for the support, Marcus. I appreciate that. And welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite hard work. You've earned it. We're trying to get Texas to connect here. He's having a little trouble with his connection. We'll give him a second. And if they can't connect, we'll move on. El Diablo Jesus, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, where's why are Moses and where's why are Moses now Enya? Listen, I love some good Enya music, but this comment may be over my head.
Where's your Moses now? I think it's where's your Moses now.
Oh, I see. The Y and the hour are disconnected. It should where's your Moses now, but I don't know what NYA means. Is that an abbreviation for something?
I don't know that piece.
Oh well. Anyways,
that's the first half. That's on you. Yeah.
El Diablo, thank you for the super chat, and Eric Smith, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, if morality was subjective, the world would be a patchwork of cultures with disparate and contradictory rules and taboos. Looks at reality. Oh wait, shit. Yeah, you basically nailed it there. I'm with you. All right, so we got Fivefold Ministries with us. How you doing, Fivefold?
Good. How are you?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Fivefold, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, to both.
Awesome. And why should I trust the Bible?
Why should you trust it?
Yeah.
Well, because God is real.
How do you know this God of the Bible?
How do I know what?
How do you know that the God that is real is the God of the Bible?
Just from I just know the Lord Jesus died for your sins. He rose again.
That's adorable that you think that. But if I said I just know that Marduk is God, would I be correct?
Well, the reason why I know is because He's revealed it to me.
Marduk
the living
revealed
God,
himself
if
to
God
me?
is real, If God is, well, let me finish. If God is real, he's going to speak to you.
He's
He's
not.
going to be able to talk to his creation.
He doesn't.
Well, the reason why he doesn't do it to you is because the invisible God is made visible to those who believe and who
Oh,
have
there
faith
he
and walk in his
is.
commandments.
You see how your religious viewpoint requires you to paint all non-believers in a bad light. Also, Thinker, thank you for the 10-month subscription. And Rupert saying no, so thank you for the subscription as well. Your religion requires you to view me as a bad person. Like you actually can't sit there and think that I'm a rational human being that just came to a different conclusion from you because I have a different set of evidence.
Actually, it says the complete opposite. It says all have fallen short of the glory of God, not just one.
That includes you.
Correct.
Cool. So the question is why your religion requires you to view me in a negative light. See, you don't have the ability to sit here and think that I'm an honest person. You have to believe that deep down I'm a bad person and I wouldn't do what God wanted if he revealed himself to me. Why do you believe that?
A bad person?
Yeah.
It says all have fallen short of the glory of God.
I'm aware,
but
that's
he does
you
say,
as well. So it's not a good argument.
And if you know the Bible, you do know that Jesus said, "Thank you for hiding these things and revealing these things to the babes, to the babes in Christ." So essentially, he says, "You must be like a child in order to enter the pearly gates of heaven."
Why do I care?
You must have childlike faith.
Yeah, but why do I care? I don't believe the Bible is telling the truth.
Okay, well, you don't have to.
So you have to believe everything in the Bible already before God gives you the information you need to demonstrate that it's true?
You have to believe in Jesus in order for him to reveal.
But what's the evidence that Jesus is God?
Well, like I told you before,
so
it starts with faith.
So the evidence is the Bible then. Okay, so this is circular. You're saying you don't have understanding of God because you don't have faith, and you don't have faith because you don't believe in Jesus. Evidence. But the evidence of Jesus is the Bible, and I don't think that the Bible is true. So all you're really saying is that you just have to force yourself to believe it some way or another. But if I gave you the same argument for the Quran, would you accept it? If I said, listen, the Quran is true, it's the word of God, Muhammad is the last great prophet, and if you would just have faith, God would reveal it to you.
Well, that's a problem, is they don't say that. They do not say that God will reveal.
I never said that they did, Fivefold. I'm saying if I used the same argument for another religion, would you accept that argument?
The only argument I would accept is, will your God reveal himself to me? Because if he is God, you'll be able to see him and hear him.
Oh,
and I can say that about Christ.
What does God look like?
And I can say that about Christ.
Yeah, what's he look like?
Everything around you, man.
Oh, so God is everything.
God created everything. He reveals himself.
I asked you, what does God look like?
God is spirit.
So you said you saw God. I want to know what it looks like.
Well, like I told you before, the invisible God is made visible to those who believe.
Right, but what does he look like? You're a believer. You said you saw God. I want to know what he looks like.
Well, I said you can see him and you can hear him. Me personally,
you said you can see him, and you said you're a believer, and I want to know, what does he look like? Also, you're the first on the board tonight. You're the first with the look at the trees. We got look at the trees counter at 1 already.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you this. I've heard him, me personally. Have I seen him directly? No.
Okay, so you haven't seen God. Okay, just checking. Okay. What does his voice
sound like?
I'm saying
you can't. It's small and it's still. It's a very silent voice.
So his voice is silent. So you saw God, but God's invisible. You heard God, but his voice is not audible.
His voice is audible.
Sounds like you're just describing your own thought process.
It's like a whisper. That's his voice.
Is it like a deep voice or a high pitched voice? What kind of voice is it?
Like a whisper.
Yeah, I'm aware. Is it a deep voice or is it a high pitched voice?
Like I said, when somebody's whispering, it's not deep or high pitched.
So you've never actually heard the voice of God?
Does this sound deep or high pitched? Neither. It sounds like a whisper.
You can have a
Does this
whisper
sound deep
that
or
is in
high
different
pitch?
pitches. Are you aware of this?
Does this sound deep or high pitch?
So I'm going to tell you it's like a whisper, so soft and still that you know it's God.
You
Sadly,
don't.
I feel sorry for you.
I feel
because he
sorry
has
for you
to
because
reveal
you need
himself to you.
medicated.
Okay, well, I don't
You're
care
hearing
if you believe
voices in
that.
your head. That means you're hallucinating. You need medicated. So just
Look,
to backtrack on the whole conversation so far, I asked you
and
why I should believe
and
the
the reason
Bible
why
is
I hopped
true,
on,
and your evidence for
the
why
reason why
I
I
should
hopped on
trust the
was only
Bible
for one reason:
is because God
to
whispers
defend.
in your ear. So like if
The
I
only
told
reason
you that the Quran is true because God whispered it in my ear, would you accept that?
As sweet nothings.
what I would accept is God can do the same thing to you
It was
if you
a
just
yes
ask
or no
him. But
question. If I told you that the Quran is true and I know it because God whispered it in my ear, would you accept that argument?
the only reason I hopped on
It's
is
a
to defend
yes
the
or
verses
no.
that you were.
It's a yes or no. I'm not going to let you pivot and cry and run away from it. If I used the same argument you used, if I said the Quran is true because I heard the voice of God whisper in my ear, would you accept the argument?
He
No,
hasn't
because
read
I've
the
heard the
Bible. Why
voice
would you
of
think he's
God,
read the
so
There
I
you
Bible?
know it's
go.
not true.
Okay, so you're delusional. That's the answer. Cool.
If I have heard the voice of God and you told me that, I would call you a liar.
I'm calling you a liar to your face. I think you're delusional.
Okay, you might believe I'm a liar, but by the time you take your last breath, you're going to see Jesus Christ
No, I
of
won't.
Nazareth.
Wrong.
Okay, you don't know that, sir.
You don't
And
know
I'm
that either.
sorry that
You're
you
the one
don't.
making definitive claims about what I'm going to
And the
witness
reason why I
before I
hopped on is
die.
because those verses, you're sitting there running races around that guy. Go to the second verse you showed him.
I showed him like a dozen verses. Which one do you want me to cook you on?
No, it's not about cooking. It's about revealing the truth.
You're definitely going to
If
get
you go to
cooked.
the verse,
Which one do you want to read?
the second one you showed him.
Well, I don't know what the second one was.
It was in the New Testament.
Well,
I
have
forgot
God
the
whispered
exact
in your
one.
ear if you know what it is.
It was in the New Testament.
I'm sure it is.
The verse you showed him in the New Testament.
Do you
Not
know
the Old
even one
Testament,
word
not
of
the
it?
one about the brother.
Can you think of one word in the verse?
The one after being married
Amazing that
to a brother
this
after
person has
the
not read the
husband
Christian
dies.
Bible or
That's,
the Hebrew Bible or the Quran.
That's Deuteronomy 25, and that's the Old Testament. So now I definitely don't
No.
believe that God is whispering in
No,
your
the one
ear.
that you showed him
If
after
you think
that
that
one.
levirate marriage is in the New Testament, it's in the Old Testament, and it's
no,
right
sir.
here in
About following the
Deuteronomy 25,
commandments.
5.
About following the commandments.
Okay,
That one.
that's different.
The
You
one
didn't say
after
that.
this one.
You said about the marriage. Okay, so now
No,
you're
I
changing.
said the one after.
So now you're changing your mind because you got called out that you don't know the Bible. Cool.
Okay, sir.
So-
I said the one after.
Matthew 5 says, "Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have not come to abolish, but to fulfill. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished." Has heaven and earth passed away?
Can you hear me?
Have heaven and earth passed away?
No, not yet.
Cool. Does it say that not one stroke of a letter will pass away until heaven and earth pass away?
Can you please continue after 19?
I would love to continue if you answer my question. Does it say that not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away until heaven and earth pass away?
Correct.
Cool. And in verse 19, it says, "Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments," are you a whoever?
Can you continue to 20 and 21?
I promise I'll read whatever you want to. Are you a whoever?
Yes.
Cool.
Yes,
Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. So according to the words of Jesus, is it a good thing or a bad thing to follow the laws?
Oh, it's actually a good thing to follow the Ten Commandments. It's what he's referring to.
He didn't say 10 Commandments.
Sir, if you know the New Testament and the Gospel,
I know the New
he's
Testament.
talking about the
He's
Ten
not.
Commandments, and I'll show you why.
He says, I have not come to abolish the
so
law
you've
or
read the letters of Paul.
prophets. So what are the law and the prophets?
You've read the okay. So number one, you've read the letters of Paul, correct?
I've read the entire Bible. I'm asking you, what is the law or the prophets? What are those?
Okay, one stroke of the law. So number one, he fulfilled the law. Which law did he fulfill? Do you
Listen to my question. He says the law or the prophets. What are the law and prophets when he says those words?
He said that he is not come to abolish, but to fulfill.
That's not my question. My question is, what do the words law and prophet mean?
Can I answer?
Yes, I already know that you know the
Law
answer,
and
Bert. Go
prophets.
ahead.
It's to fulfill the Torah and the prophets. It's Torah u'nevi'im. That's what he's referring to.
Okay.
It's not the 10 Commandments. It's the 613 Commandments. Well, it's more complicated than that, but the point is 10 Commandments, like, whatever. Tell me you haven't read it without telling me. That's all.
Right,
So
exactly.
the point of Christ coming in the flesh was to prove, in the point of the 613 commandments, was to prove that no man can follow all 613.
Well, that's not
why
true.
Christ came in
That's
the
not
flesh.
true. That's not true.
No, yes, sir, it is.
No, it's
That's
not.
why Christ came in the flesh.
Wrong again.
He came in the flesh.
Nope, you're wrong. Luke chapter 1 says the exact opposite of that. Luke chapter 1 says Zachariah and Elizabeth were righteous according to all of the commandments of the law. I'll find it for you.
Okay, go to it.
It's in Luke chapter 1.
All right, well, I'm going to look real quick on mine while you read it.
There we go. Luke chapter 1. Both of them were righteous before God, living blamelessly according to all the commandments and regulations of the Lord. Oops. Just wait till he reads Deuteronomy chapter 30, where God says that this is not too hard for you. He's got to go Google his answers. I love it when they make such positive, definitive claims about a book I know they haven't read. It's wild to me that they have this amount of confidence. Imagine having the name Fivefold Ministries and not knowing what's in the book.
What does fivefold even mean?
You know, I think he's one ply, maybe half ply.
A ply is generous.
You can't even wipe with this. This is like the type that you have to take like 30 foot of it and fold it up.
Is Fivefold Ministries like a reference to like the fivefold fist?
Typically, fivefold ministry is like referring to like the different divisions of ministers in the New Testament, like apostles, prophets.
Okay, so number one, if you go back to the original topic, whenever he's talking about the commandments and following the law, he lists the laws in the same chapter that he's talking about.
That's not
number
true.
One, the 10 Commandments. Yes, sir, it is. If you go down,
it's not
he says,
true because there are commands. There are commands.
And number two,
there are commands.
And number two, you're sitting here.
There are commands in Matthew chapter 5 that are not part of the 10 Commandments. You're going to cook yourself again. I don't know why you didn't learn the first time.
Go to that same chapter and.
All right, so in the same chapter, there are a bunch of commands in here that he's talking about, and not all of them are part of the 10 Commandments. That's what he's talking about in Matthew chapter 5 and chapter 6. There's a bunch of commandments that he tweaks, and not all of them are part of the 10 Commandments. And he's gone again.
Oh,
Yeah, while he's gone, can I? Do you know who Chet is? Have you ever spoken to Chet?
Chet's a good friend of mine. We grew up together.
Oh, that's amazing.
Chet's amazing. I know, isn't he?
I have had like the greatest conversations with him, and it's like such a fulfilling experience to go through the text with him.
He dropped.
You know.
Yeah, Chet's amazing. Listen, I know people think I'm smart, and I've said it here 100 times. Guys, I don't hold a candle to Chet. Chet's way smarter than me. I'm just dumb enough to get up here and argue with people all the time.
I always make the joke, like, it's so funny because his name's Chet, but he couldn't be more opposite from Het. You know?
Yeah, I know.
He's like the greatest dude.
No, Chet's amazing. In fact, I know his whole family. Fivefold Ministry got cooked apparently because he had to run. But I know.
Are you from the Pacific Northwest or Ohio?
I'm from Ohio.
Me too.
Big W. We have to get together sometime.
Hold on, my hearing aid switched off. What'd you say?
I said we got to get together sometime. In fact, I bet we actually don't live far apart.
Well, so I live in the Pacific Northwest now. I was asking about the Kraken piece.
Oh yeah.
But I'm originally from Cleveland. But I saw that Chet had Norwalk on his hat the other day. So.
Right. Yeah. He's from Ohio. So, but anyways, yeah. Next time you come to Ohio, let me know. All right. Let me grab a couple super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. I think 231 was next in line here. And Loma, thank you for the super chat, says another book question, thoughts on God and anatomy. So that book is by Francesca Stravocapoulou, and I actually haven't got around to reading it. Shame on me for not having read it because she's amazing. I've actually read some of her articles, but not her actual book yet. She's awesome. If you get the book, you won't regret it. I've read some articles that touch on the same topics as the book. And I don't know if I always agree with her 100%, but listen, she's got an earned PhD. She knows more than I do. I'm willing to give her the benefit of the doubt that possibly I'm not reading it with the same amount of background information that she has. So, but that's even in academia, not everyone always agrees, but is she a competent academic? Hell yeah. She's an amazing academic. She's stellar. But like I would sit in her classroom every day of the week if I could. Dave Lewis, thank you for the super chat, says, hey Justin, what passages can you remember being troublesome for you as a believer? When Uzzah studied the ark to stop it falling and God killed him on the spot, that made me very uneasy as a child. So actually I read that as well as a youngster and I didn't like that, but I think the passage.
Do you ever compare and contrast the various places where they're supposed to be carrying the ark? And the problem was that they were rolling it on a cart, and they were supposed to be carrying it. Right. And so the fact that he reached out for it was like on top of the fact that they were not carrying it. Obviously, that's fucked. I'm just saying, like, I think it's interesting. It's a self-commentary. It's a place in which the text is in conversation with itself. Sorry to completely interrupt you. Get me out of here. If you need to kick me, like, I'm so sorry, dude.
I would never kick you. You're awesome, Bert. I do agree. The mode of transportation for the ark is supposed to be using the handles that are slipped through the rings, and they weren't doing that. If that were the case, then it's probable that Uzzah most likely wouldn't have needed to reach out and touch it. But the fact of the matter is, I agree, it's a difficult passage. I think the first difficult passage I ran into as a young person was, I found a way to rationalize the global flood, but the first one that really gave me trouble was the slavery bit, and I was able to rationalize it for a while until I became better acquainted. But part of my rationalization was that I just didn't have all the information about what God was actually commanding. Cora Robinson, thank you so much for the $10 over Cash App. Big W. I think that's our friend Cora who super chats us on YouTube. But yeah, I think slavery was the most difficult one for me up front. But even at that, if I still believe that Jesus was the Messiah, I might have found a way to rationalize that. But once you stop believing that Jesus is the Messiah and that the God is real, then you lose the motivation to rationalize some of the difficult stuff. Berserk, thank you for the super chat. Says, are biblical authors red pill? It sounds similar. I don't know. That's a good question. The book of Genesis is very red pill to me, where they're engaging with the Babylonian text and saying, no, actually, this is the way it really is. So I do catch some of that in Genesis, but I don't know if I catch that necessarily everywhere. Maybe Isaiah could have been a red pillar, but it's hard to say. Good question, though. Godwin, thank you for the super chat. It says, FYI, super chats are buggy and insert their own typos. Interesting. I've never seen that, but thanks for letting me know. I'll be looking for typos in the super chats now that I know that it's a flaw on YouTube's end. And Dr. Pizza, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, here's $5 for look at the trees counter. Love it. Thank you so much, Dr. Pizza. And Big W, look at the trees counter. We're up to 1, guys. You know, we're 2 is just on the horizon. Ezekiel 23, 19 through 20 is crazy. Yeah, you're 100% right. And for people who haven't read Ezekiel 23, 19 through 20, we'll throw it up on the screen for you. The book of Ezekiel altogether is a wild book. It just is. But Ezekiel 23, 19 through 20 says, the choicest fruits of your ground you shall bring into the house of the Lord, and you shall not boil a kid in its mother's milk. This is a quotation from Exodus 23. It says, I'm going to send an angel in front of you. Oh, son, this is Exodus. That's why. Like, wait a minute. Why is he quoting Exodus 23? I'll try this again. Yet she increased her prostitutions, remembering the days of her youth when she prostituted herself in the land of Egypt and lusted after her paramours there, whose members were like those of donkeys and whose emissions were like that of stallions. So the Bible's not for kids, guys.
Have you ever read the lyrics of Dynamo Hum by Frank Zappa?
No.
Really quickly. I can't say where she's coming from. I just met a lady named Dynamo Hum. She stroll on over, say, look here, bum. I got a $40 bill that says you can't make me.
We know what it
rhymes
is.
with bum. Yeah, okay, yeah. And then I got a spot that gets me hot, and you ain't been to it. That goes on and on. And then her sister gets involved and makes, while her sister made a joke about her mental health, till finally Dynamo did finally give in, but I told her she really needed some discipline. Anyway, Dynamo Hum by Frank Zappa, I think, is a parallel text to Ezekiel 23.
That's what it is. In fact, maybe Frank Zappa is an analog to Yahweh because God's up there zapping people. You know what I mean?
Well, that's good. That's very good. The SG would say it agrees.
Mike Conscious, thank you for the super chat. This is a really good question for the last guest. Mike Tyson whisper or Barry White whisper? Yes. It's wild to me that he couldn't grasp the idea that you could whisper in different tones. And AI McDermott, thank you for the super chat. Big W for the $10. It says, it's bad historiography to trust anything found in ancient texts unless the content therein can be independently verified. No ancient text is given the latitude that Christians give the Bible. I agree. And that's why historians by and large are not biblical literalists, even when they are Christians, because you can't do good history by picking up a Bible and saying that it's true, because it actually disagrees with a lot of the data that we have from the ancient world. And Skeptics and Scoundrels, good to see you tonight, friend. Says, it'd be far more impressive if this almighty God just lay his cards on the table and win regardless. This mystery hiddenness stuff screams weakness. I agree. The idea that God wants to or needs to hide himself and become a mystery God is weird. If you're God, just say so and be fine. And listen, Shay Robinson, rebuking Satan in the comments of TikTok is not going to fix anything here. Either you have the Holy Spirit courage to come into the guest box and prove your God true, or you don't. Solo, good to see you, my friend. It says, I used to hear that still small voice, and then one day it said to me, hey, you're too smart for this. That's what it said to me too, actually, Solo. Big W. Oh my gosh. Okay. This is interesting. I like this. Small Johnson, interesting name, says, Justin is currently whispering in my ear. Does that make him my Lord and Savior? Maybe. Guys, you already know that I am the Messiah. I've fulfilled more prophecies than Jesus. So there is a little something. There's a little something going on here. And CJ, thank you for the super chat. Says it's wild that people claim God is moral when He clearly punishes the innocent and endorses slavery. And we've talked about this a lot, about God punishing innocent people. And I agree with you. I can't agree with you more. The ungoogleable man, good to see you tonight, says, why did Moses need to lead the Israelites away from all the Egyptian jobs they totally wanted and were glad to have? Rock hard for Doug. That's just such a good point. This goes again to the consistency or the lack of consistency that Christians use when interpreting, the words slave in the book. You know what I mean? It's a slave when it refers to the Israelites in Egypt. It's not slave when it refers to anyone else. But welcome in, Jake.
What's going on, man?
Jake, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I am 21, and
Cool.
yes, I am Christian.
And why should I trust the Bible?
I would say you should trust it because it's like the most peer-reviewed book of all time. We have like manuscripts that date back to shortly after Jesus' death, and they all, even like not even just Christianity, a lot of like I think it's Islam and Judaism, they actually say that Jesus had a big part to play in their religion as well, although he's not the Messiah.
So doesn't make any of it true. I'm talking about the contents of the book. Why should I trust what the book says?
Well, I think that you don't believe in God, obviously.
No, I don't believe in God. But I'm asking, why should I? Why should I believe this book that is supposedly from God?
Well, I would think that if we have a just God, which I do believe, then He would do His best to put like in the best way that we can get information across to each other right now would be like literature. So I would say that a just God would some way somehow make it so a book, which would be the Bible, would be able to like it would reach its way through our society.
Goblin Brain, thank you for all the hats. I appreciate that. Jake, I may not understand the point that you're trying to make. Can you restate that?
I would say that God is a just God. So in His mind, I would say that I'm sorry, I would say that He would try to make His way into everyone's life, and the Bible is, I would say, the stepping stone, like the first place to start if you want to develop a relationship with God.
Yeah, I know you believe that. I'm asking, why should I believe it? Just because you believe it doesn't mean I should believe it. And Rusty, thank you for the face paint.
Well, I kind of already I said, we have like manuscripts that say that Jesus.
I'm aware. And what did I say after that?
You want to reiterate?
Yeah, just because we have manuscripts doesn't make the contents of the book true or trustworthy. For example, we have the original manuscripts that Joseph Smith wrote. That doesn't mean the contents of the Book of Mormon is true.
So I would say I wouldn't believe that like everything in the Bible should be taken as like literal. Like I believe that it could have been tampered with. Like anyone that says like the Bible is 100% literal, I don't believe like they understand.
But is it true?
I think the core premise of it is yes.
Like what? What's the core premise?
That Jesus died on the cross.
How can you prove that?
3 days later. Well, that's kind of where faith and like faith comes in. Like,
if I said you have to believe in the Quran on faith, would you accept that as an argument?
No, but I would say that the Quran doesn't have the historical evidence.
That does.
I think that there is historical evidence that points toward Jesus' death and resurrection.
Was Muhammad a real person?
He was, but I mean, have you read the Quran?
It's historical then.
Muhammad liked 6-year-olds.
So I don't care.
Oh, that sounds about right coming from a non-Christian.
Can I ask
your religion isn't any better when in regards to children. So just make sure we're understanding here. Your religion, the God of your religion endorses the same practices. I cook Muslims on Aisha every day of the week, but I will cook you on Numbers 31 on the very same issue.
And you said Jesus says that that's acceptable?
Saying the God of the book. If you think Jesus is God, that means your Messiah, your Jesus, said that Numbers 31, it was acceptable to take little virgin girls and distribute them as war booty among the fighting men.
What verse is that?
Numbers 31. Have you bothered to read it? He's Googling it right now. He's never read it.
Can I ask a question of you, Justin, that I really, like, thinker always push back on me. Like, I just never have understood this. Like, what is the obsession with historicity? Like, he immediately, like, if there's a core thing, it's Jesus died on the cross and was resurrected 3 days later. And that is foundationally necessary for the entire thing. As soon as you tug on that string, the sweater unravels.
Oh, easy.
First of all, the word history was invented by the Greeks in the year around 300 BCE. History is such an unnecessary question. It is so unnecessary that the text is not concerned with it.
Right.
Even Islam is not concerned with historicity. There's no scientific sort of approach to this. I love that you're yawning right now. It's like the greatest.
It's not you, I promise.
So good.
I've been working all day.
So good. Yeah, no, I'm telling you, man. It's like it. Yeah, me too. Like enough already.
It's
like,
not you, Bert. I love you.
I have no.
What
is the historicity shit? Like, what is it? Like, why is that the
Bert, he ran
hyper focus? Oh my god!
He Googled Numbers 31 and dropped. He's like, oh, the book couldn't have said that. He went and read it. He's like, oh fuck, I gotta get out of here. Oh boy. Okay. All right. Okay. Dr. Pizza says, I love hearing the guests put the first crease in the spine of their Bible as they look up all this new information. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Rory, thank you for the super chat. It says, reading Adam and Eve story unbiasedly seems like the serpent was Prometheus. Any known parallels there? Well, I personally think that the serpent in the Adam and Eve story is a parallel to serpents in other ancient Near Eastern literature, where serpents were like these wily creatures that had like all kinds of magical properties. And this particular serpent was like the one in Gilgamesh, where it was like the enemy of mankind's immortality. But Rory, thank you for the super chat. It says, the Doug abides. No faith is credible in facts. Doug always abides. And just remember, of all the facts out there, Doug is the rock solid truth, guys. And Small Johnson, again, thank you, says, Justin is currently whispering in my ear. Doesn't that make him? Oh, sorry. Yes, it does make you me your Lord and Savior. I'll take your tithes and worships and whatnot. Happy Wednesday, Justin. You have fulfilled the law in my heart. Thank you so much, Texas Panhandler. I appreciate that. And I'm glad that I can fulfill the law in your heart. And I'll never do the levirate marriage and go into you. Don't worry. We're okay there. I mean, unless you're you're into that kind of thing, then maybe we can talk. Colts fan Rick, thank you for the super chat, says, I'm a fellow engineer, although civil, and wanted to ask your opinion on how there can be people who learn and excel in the science of engineering, but also believe that the earth was created 1,000 years ago. So Colt fan, I am an engineer, and I've been through this discussion a lot. And my understanding is most people that come from a science background that are still Christians will find a way to allegorize the Old Testament texts that seem to not really be historical. But the problem is, like, when you go to the New Testament authors envision it as literal, actual history. So it makes it very difficult. But that's how most of them will do it. In fact, even my first, Hebrew Bible professor was like that. He allegorized the stuff that was difficult and then literalized everything that he could literalize, which is kind of a weird thing, but it is what it is. Godwin, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, I think reason don't touch the Ark of the Covenant rule is in case they had to show people a counterfeit. Oh, such a good point. And actually, I have the same feeling as well about the commandment to not take the Lord's name in vain, which is about swearing oaths. I think why God really didn't want them swearing oaths in his name is because theoretically in the oath swearing ceremony, it's up to him to hold the guilty party accountable if they break the oath. And they knew he wasn't going to actually do it because he wasn't real. Anyways, let's reason. Welcome in. How you doing?
How you doing? Great.
So, Reason, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Did he just answer his
Yeah,
own
I'm
question?
over 18. I'm 40, and I'm not a believer. Reasons is that the story of Jesus it's a repeat of stories that's been in history.
Right.
For example, you have the story of Kushner, which was 5,000 BC. Then you have the stories of Horus, with 6,000 BC. And then you have the winter solstice. So all religion is based off the winter solstice. But all these religions have a god deity resurrecting virgin birth, and the wise man. So they all of stories that came before, and Jesus was like one of the last stories of its kind.
Listen,
Now when he makes,
I know that you probably had like a whole speech you wanted to go through, but this is supposed to be a debate. I'm glad that you're not part of this religion, but we're just keeping this on topic, okay, friend?
so can I ask you one thing before I go? Just one thing.
Sure.
Because I had a debate with my friend about it, about the Noah and the Ark story, because we was debating, and I asked him one thing, because the Bible says that the water was 15 cubits high, which is like 22 feet of water. So I said, how can 22 feet of water flood the whole planet?
I don't think that's what it says. It says that the water reached up to the tops of the mountains, and then it actually gives a measurement as to how far.
I thought it said 15 cubits.
Yeah.
Okay. Appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Sure thing. All right. Cheers. All right, we'll get the next guest in here. So we ran out of TikTok guests, so I'm going to bring in somebody from our YouTube queue. Bert, you'll be able to hear the guest on YouTube, but you won't be able to communicate to the guest on YouTube, unfortunately, okay?
So I have another app open as well, so I'll be able to listen on YouTube, and I'll be on mute. But I won't contribute unless I really feel the urge. Yeah.
All right. We're gonna get Scott in the box. How you doing, Scott?
Good. How are you? Can you hear me?
Doing good. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
Awesome. Scott, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I am, and yes, I am.
Awesome. And why should I trust the Bible?
I don't know if you're going to want it from me, because I do believe that a majority of the Bible, I haven't read all of it. I haven't read the majority of it, but I find myself disagreeing with at least a literal interpretation of much of it. And I think some of that boils down to is that I disagree with what books were chosen for the Bible. But I do believe in almost all of the New Testament and at least everything that Jesus taught.
Do you think that Noah was real?
I don't think so. It's hard for me to say, because I'm not an expert. I'm not an expert on the biblical. I do believe that Moses was a historical figure, but for the figures that appear in Genesis, it's pretty difficult for anyone to, I can't prove it, which is really, I think, what we're trying to debate here.
Well, it seems that Paul and Jesus believe that Noah was real. Right. So if Paul and Jesus,
I'm not sure what passages you're referencing.
There's a couple of them. Go to Matthew 24 for me and go to verse 36. Talks about Jesus' second coming, which he failed, by the way. Says, but about the day and hour no one knows, neither the angels of heaven nor the Son, but only the Father. For as the days of Noah were, so will be the coming of the Son of Man. For as in the days before the flood, they were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage until the day that Noah entered the ark. And they knew nothing until the flood came and swept them all away. So too will be the coming of the Son of Man.
Okay, well, I'll take his word for it. I don't know the any historical evidence of Noah. I know that the flood myth is seen in many religions. So I do believe that the flood happened. I don't know exactly the existence of the ark or where the water level went, other than evidence showing, I think, basically as far as I could say, stuff that I know is the rising sea levels showing aquatic life, fossils of aquatic life that reach up to high altitudes on mountains is the only thing that I could really posit for that. But, I'm not an archaeologist or anything.
Right, yeah. So my understanding of the fossils on the mountaintops are that this is a product of mountain ranges that were once underwater. So the mountain ranges as you see them today weren't always mountain ranges. They're a product of tectonic plate shifting. So when you have a tectonic plate shift that was once underwater and then is no longer underwater, then you get marine life near the top of the rock that was lifted up.
Right, okay, yeah, that's also definitely a possible explanation. It is interesting, I don't know the translation you're using. For Noah, I'm not going to take a stance either way, because that is that is just about as early Genesis as you can get. But
Right.
as for Jesus referencing other stories in the Bible, part of what you were talking about before is calling Jesus a liar and a false prophet, which
Right.
I'm not sure exactly what lies you're referencing that he broke or promises unmade.
Well, there are a couple of things. One, he said he was the Messiah, but he actually wasn't the Messiah. Number two, he said that he was going to come back within the lifetime of his disciples, and then he didn't do it. And then number three, if you believe the Gospel of John, he said that he's basically equal with God.
Yeah, I do believe that he's equal with God. The sort of Catholic, and I guess the way that Trivium or the Holy Trinity works is kind of the way that I see it. I don't know if you're probably more of a biblical expert than I am, but I always saw the Holy Spirit being referenced as not separate from God, but more of anytime the Holy Spirit is referenced, God. But I have heard the argument before of the lifetime of my disciples. I see that as more of the lifetime of Christianity as a whole, which so far 2,000 years and counting, or give or take.
Well, he doesn't say Christianity. He says the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everybody for what has been done. Truly, I tell you, there are some standing here, as he's talking to his disciples, he says, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. He says the same thing in Matthew 10:23 and Matthew 24:34.
I don't know how to respond to that. I always heard, well, at least the way that I interpreted it was that the gift of eternal life was in heaven, in the kingdom of God, rather than physically on earth.
Yeah, but that doesn't address what the verse says. The verse says that some of the people standing there listening to him won't pass away before he comes again.
Well, they won't pass away on earth, or, well, I guess you could interpret that as you like, but passing away, I don't know the translation. If you know the Hebrew translation for that to be literally interpreted as, passing away of your physical body on earth, then...
Well, it's in Greek.
That would be...
It would be in Greek, not in Hebrew.
Greek,
but
yeah.
It can't be referring to the second death because the second death happens after the second coming, according to the book of Revelation. So it has to be referring to the physical death.
Well,
Also,
I guess you have me beat there on that point. I don't know. I guess I do have to study the Bible further, which is a shortcoming of mine. I don't know if you want to allow
Scott,
Can we have 2 guests at a time, or because I waited for a long time. I don't know however many people, but there's somebody by the name of V Bernard who I know has been waiting almost an hour. If you're going through the YouTube guests now.
Yeah, let me see. I see Ian, and I see Chris, and I see somebody else named Black Jesus Christ. Actually, it says Black Jesus Christ herself in the flesh. I don't see the person.
Am I able to defer to them without leaving the call, or is that possible, or no?
I mean, I can bring multiple people on at a time, but they've got to be in the guest queue. You know what I mean?
Okay. I don't know.
Justin, do you mind asking him about the Lord's Prayer? Asking him about
I was wondering. Here's something I just wanted to share. There was one comment that you were stumped by. It was, "Where's your Moses now?" Yeah, and I think that was supposed to be from the Cecil B. DeMille 10 Commandments, Edward G. Robinson. Where's your God now, Moses? Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't get
the guy with 1920s gangster accent in ancient Egypt. But anyway,
I think you nailed it.
I was chomping at the bit to relay what that reference was.
I think you're right.
But I don't. Yeah, if we were going to start going into Cecil B. DeMille's version of the Bible, then this would be an hour-long call.
Right.
But I don't know. Was there anything I was talking about? Well, what other broken promises other than Jesus coming back? You call him a liar, and.
Yeah, well, we can start easy.
I take a little. I'm gonna leave the room. These dogs are pretty loud. Are there any other examples you can provide?
Yeah. Have you read Isaiah 61 before?
Is that I'm sure that deals with the coming of the Messiah, but please refresh me.
So in Isaiah 61, it actually talks about the restoration of the Israelite people after the Babylonian captivity, and this message is being delivered by the prophet. And the prophet says, "The Spirit of the Lord God is upon me, because the Lord has anointed me, and he has sent me to bring good news to the oppressed, to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, and release to the prisoners, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor and the day of vengeance of our God, and to comfort all who mourn, to provide for those who mourn in Zion, and to give them a garland instead of ashes, an oil of gladness instead of mourning." So who are the people that are mourning in Zion? Do you know the context?
I don't.
So the Israelite people were taken captive. At this point, actually, the Judeans were taken captive by the Babylonians, starting in 605, culminating in 586. And they were captive, according to Jeremiah, for approximately 70 years. And then both Jeremiah and Isaiah and other prophets are prophesying about what's going to happen when they return. And this is the good news. The good news is that God is about to restore them. So the people that are mourning in Zion over what the Babylonians did, here is the good news coming to you. And it says in verse 4, "They will build up the ancient ruins. They shall raise up the former devastations. They shall repair the ruined cities and the devastations of many generations." So the prophecy is pretty clearly about how the Babylonian captivity is now over, and it's time to rebuild Jerusalem, right?
Yeah, I think that I don't know if that promise hasn't been unfulfilled with how the extent of the church, both the religions of Judaism and Christianity thriving. I don't know if you're talking about physically the
oh my God,
the structures of Mount Zion being restored exactly as they were, or
well, I think
some of that honestly did go over my head.
Right. So we'll get there. So the initial question was things that Jesus lied about. So there's a prophecy in the Old Testament about how they're going to rebuild the ruined cities that were devastated by the Babylonians. Now, when we go to Luke chapter 4, we find this prophecy completely appropriated. Jesus gets the scroll of the prophet Isaiah while he's in the synagogue. We'll start in verse 17. So this is Luke 4:17. The scroll of the prophet Isaiah was given to him. He unrolled the scroll and found the place where it is written, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he has anointed me to bring good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim release to the captives and recovery of sight to the blind, and to set free those who are oppressed, and to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor." He rolled up the scroll, gave it back to the attendant, and sat down. And the eyes of all the synagogue were fixed on him, and he began to say to them, "Today this scripture has been fulfilled in your hearing." But there's no way that scripture could have been fulfilled in their hearing that day, because the scripture wasn't about Jesus or a Messiah. It was actually about the rebuilding of the ruins of Jerusalem, which didn't happen in Jesus' lifetime, and Jerusalem got devastated shortly after Jesus died.
Well, I mean, it is true that at the time of Jesus's existing here on earth, that Jerusalem was under oppression by Rome, and it is within 100 years, pretty much. You could say that it happened a little bit later, but pretty much the fall of the Roman Empire, which allowed the cultures in the Middle East to thrive a little bit before being taken over by other empires. But that promise was fulfilled for the fall of the current force of oppression in Jerusalem at the time, contemporarily to when Jesus was speaking.
Oh, not even close. In 70 AD, so 30 years almost after Jesus died, the Romans ransacked Jerusalem, destroyed the temple, and then in 132 to 136, they went even further. There was another revolt under the leadership of Bar Kokhba. So this is 100 years now after Jesus. And the Romans had finally had enough of the Jewish nonsense, and they drove all the Jews out of the land. They outlawed Jewish writing, and they literally renamed the land of Israel and called it Palestina as an insult to the Jewish people. So not only did they destroy the whole land...
Well, that didn't really work out.
What's that?
Well, those laws didn't really work out. They didn't, destroy the Jewish culture or the use of Hebrew as a language. They outlawed it, but Judaism still reigned supreme. The Roman religions which were being practiced not in really Jerusalem, as far as I know, but at least in Rome, those have died off, and the same cannot be said for Judeo-Christian beliefs.
Yeah, we're not talking about beliefs, though. We're talking about whether or not the ancient ruins of Jerusalem were rebuilt during Jesus' time period. They were not only not rebuilt, but they were further devastated within the proximity of his actual time period. So it's not about a Messiah. Jesus is reappropriating the prophecy to be about him, but it's actually not about him at all. I think Scott froze.
No, I don't know how to respond to that. I don't know. Do you think it's about somebody else other than Jesus?
It's not about an individual at all. It's not even about a person. It's about how God is saying the devastations of the Jerusalem people after the Babylonian conquest are going to be rebuilt. It has nothing to do with Jesus' time period whatsoever.
Well, I know for a fact that the temple, or maybe it's a different word for temple that was translated. Isaiah would have been written in Hebrew, but the New Testament would have been in Greek, right? Am I correct there?
Yeah.
Okay. But I don't know the difference between the use of the word temple in that context, but I think that the rebuilding of the temple was a promise that was fulfilled.
Where? We're talking about? It's not been rebuilt.
I don't know. I don't know how you can say that.
The temple has not been rebuilt since it was destroyed in 136. It was destroyed in 70.
That specific temple in Zion, are you talking about?
Yeah, the temple was destroyed in 70, and then it was further desecrated in 136, and it's never been rebuilt yet.
So it was further desecrated. It was not rebuilt. They destroyed it, and then they came back and they destroyed it more.
Yeah, they came back and they set
That's-
up a statue of Zeus on what was left of it.
And then they destroyed the statue of Zeus, or what exactly did they after they destroyed everything? I mean, I don't know. I don't know exactly even what temple you're talking about. I'll defer this maybe to somebody else who knows. I actually probably gotta get going in the next 9 or 10 minutes.
Sure.
But
Well, let's go over another really important. This is a lie that Matthew gives, not Jesus, but I think it's relevant to our conversation. In Matthew 21, we have an interesting text when Jesus is riding a donkey, and it says about this event. This took place to fulfill what had been spoken through the prophet. Tell the daughter of Zion, look, your king comes to you humble and mounted on a donkey and on a colt, the foal of a donkey. So they're suggesting when Jesus rode the donkey, he was fulfilling a prophecy, right?
I don't know if it's necessarily suggesting that. What part about that?
Well, it says
maybe I missed something you heard.
Right, yeah. In Matthew 21:4, when he rides the donkey in Jerusalem, it says this took place to fulfill what had been spoken through the prophet, which means riding the donkey is fulfilling a prophecy, right?
I think riding the donkey is making a parallel to that the Son of God came in the form of man. He's a commoner. I believe that's part of one of the prophecies of Isaiah. That's really the only book that references the prophecy of the Messiah that I know of. I'm sure there's more.
There's a bunch of them.
But in Isaiah, I know there are a bunch of them. That's really the only one I'm familiar with. But
well, we're going to read one right now.
I'm quite sure.
So Matthew is quoting what is largely considered a messianic prophecy, not by everyone, but by some people. And the quotation comes from Zechariah 9, where it says, look, your king comes to you humble and mounted on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. So when he says that Jesus rode the donkey to fulfill what was spoken by the prophet, he's suggesting that Zechariah 9:9, which is a prophecy, was fulfilled when Jesus rode the donkey. But if you go to Matthew 9:9 and just read it, it's actually really clear that this is a lie too. It says in verses 9 and 10, rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion, shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you, triumphant and victorious is he, humble and riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. So the first problem is he was never a king, but look at what it says in verse 10. He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow shall be cut off, and he shall command peace to the nations, and his dominion shall be from sea to sea, from the river to the ends of the earth. There's no way this was fulfilled in Jesus. This is just an out of context quotation of an actual prophecy that he never fulfilled.
Well, I think it's nitpicking to say that he wasn't a king.
When was he ever a king in Israel?
He was crowned the king of the Jews with a crown of thorns. If that is
do
to
kings
be taken
wear
literally.
thorns?
No, kings do not wear thorns.
They were
he was crowned the king by the Romans, as a punishment because he was being called the king of the Jews.
They were
by
mocking him
some of his
to his
followers.
face. They weren't crowning him king.
Yes.
They were mocking him. Okay, so that's not splitting hairs. A king actually sits on the throne and wears a crown. Jesus never sat on the throne, and the only crown he ever had was to make fun of him for not being a king.
Well, Jesus sits on the throne at the right hand of God, but
no, Joseph Smith does that.
I don't know how you can. I'm not even gonna touch
making
that.
Unfalsifiable claims is nonsense. It won't work here. Just saying, well, he's a king because I said he's a king, and the proof of it is that I said so. He's up there in the clouds right now, sitting at the right hand of God. That's adorable that you think that. But I could say that about anybody. I could say that about Lord Marduk. I could say that about Rocky Balboa. I mean, there's not a single individual that's ever lived I couldn't say it about.
Well, I don't think that's true because there are actual groups of people, including the Romans and the Jews in Jerusalem at that time, who referenced him as king. He was known as king, and whether or not that's true simply because of the prophecy that those people believed, it was widely believed that he was king by the
It was
Romans
not.
to the point where it would be a specific reference.
And that is a lie.
The Romans didn't believe it. The Romans did not believe it, but the fact that they referenced him being the king of the Jews,
They made fun of
I
him
think
for not
shows-
being a king because the Jews were waiting for a king. That's what it means to be the Messiah. So Jewish people, his followers, wanted him to be the king. But wanting someone to be the king doesn't make you the king. There was actually a king on the throne while Jesus was alive.
Yeah, King Herod. I am aware. I know that he was not physically king of any
There you go.
plot of land. I
So
know that he was not physically king of the plot of any land.
There you go.
If somebody was, there you go. I don't see how you can say that this entire prophecy hinges on whether he was literally a king.
It actually does, because the prophecy says your king comes to you, not just your king, but he's going to be triumphant and victorious. How is he going to be triumphant and victorious? He's going to cut off the war horse from Jerusalem and the battle bow. He's going to end the war and the carnage and bring about the era of peace, and his kingdom is going to be across the entire world. He didn't do any of that.
Well, he did bring peace, at least amongst Jews.
No,
I
he
mean,
certainly did
one
not.
example that I can bring is, well, one example that I could bring to you is that, you know, take this as you will, because I know you'll probably say that Paul just had a hallucination out in the desert. But when the Spirit of Jesus came to Paul in the desert, he was, you know, well known historically. Well, I mean, I don't know if he was well known, but he is known to be historically as
Paul?
somebody who was Saul, yeah, the, you know, 30 some 40 years after Jesus. He was killing other Jews for their belief in Jesus as the Savior and as the Messiah.
According
So
to Acts,
Jesus's
yes.
revelation, according to Acts, yes. Well, and I believe historically.
No.
Do you think that Paul was not somebody who was going around killing Jews for their belief in Jesus as the Son of God?
Not only do I not believe that, I think the claim is actually a lie. For example, in Acts 22, it says that he was given papers from the Sanhedrin to go out and round up these Christians. But we've got writings from the Sanhedrin, even about Jesus's time period, and no such proclamation exists in the writings of the Sanhedrin that they were giving out papers of authority to people, of their own people, to go out and round up the Christians.
Is that historical evidence? I don't know what the papers of the Sanhedrin that were found proclaim or how they refute that.
No, what I'm saying
I mean,
is,
I'm not going to pretend that Acts is a fully flawless book. It does talk about the death of Judas and a couple of things that certainly don't align with some of the ways they were told in the gospel. But I do believe that some of the Bible, as it was written by men, is definitely flawed, and even the selection of the books of the Bible is flawed, probably
Right.
by people in the Council of Nicaea who were trying to push their own agenda, more or less. But
you mean the early Christians?
I know that yes, I mean the early Christians around 320 AD. I don't know if it was Constantinople or the emperor before or after him tried to bring a council of monks from all over the Roman world at that time to decide on what books would be essentially canon. And they were all books that were accepted by some form of Jews or Christians at that time. It's not like they just randomly selected Leviticus just because it, you know, worked in their favor. But I mean, Leviticus is part of the Pentateuch or
Pentateuch?
Well, anyway, Pentateuch. But
do you think women should be executed
I'm not going to say
if
that
they don't
Acts.
bleed on
I'm
their
not.
wedding night?
No, I don't believe in that.
Oh, I'm just curious. Jesus does.
Jesus does? Well, I would actually like to see. This will probably have to be the last thing that I talk about, but I would like to see where you think that Jesus is advocating for that practice.
Is Jesus God?
I believe that Jesus is God. He at least if he is not God, he is the Son of God or imbued with the essence of God more than any man who has ever lived or walked the earth.
Okay. So when God gave the commandments
I
to Moses,
can't provide evidence that he is.
when God gave
the commandments,
when God gave the commandments to Moses, was Jesus God then?
yes.
Okay. So then Jesus approves of the commandments of Moses?
Yes.
Cool. All right.
Well, I don't know. I don't know exactly what commandments of Moses other than the 10 Commandments.
Well, there's
I'm
no
definitely
division
familiar
in the
with.
commands of Moses. That's something that Christians dream up. There's no such thing as you should follow the 10 and not the other 611. But the passage I'm referring to is in
Are you
Deuteronomy.
talking about Leviticus as the? You're talking about Leviticus as the other 600 some.
No,
commandments?
Leviticus only contains like probably 100 laws, maybe 200. I don't know.
Okay. Well, anyway, hundreds of other commandments from that same era.
From Jesus.
So those are what you're talking about. Are the commandments of Moses?
Yeah, given by Jesus. All right, ready to read it?
Yeah, I'll read it. I don't know exactly what you're saying. Do you think that Leviticus was handed down directly from God? Do you think that all of those were written by God and whispered directly into Moses's ear?
I don't, but your book says it was. So is your book lying?
No, I don't believe that. I don't believe in many of the laws that appear in the book of Leviticus.
Okay, so Leviticus is a lie.
I don't know if it's a lie, but it's more of a snapshot of the culture at that time, and I think that a lot of the culture of that time was appropriated into teachings that align with a true morality and with the commandments that God does want you to follow.
Right.
So I think those
But
do get lumped
Leviticus
together.
said that God spoke the laws on Mount Sinai. Did that actually happen?
Right, yeah, Leviticus, no. I don't know. I have no proof, so it wouldn't be worth me arguing that God gave those commandments on Mount Sinai. I also couldn't, say for anything that is going to happen in Revelations. I can't speak for that. To me,
But
that's
Jesus believed it.
A lot
Jesus
of it
believed that
sounds
the laws came from God.
improbable. Okay, I would like to see the passage that references Jesus talking about I don't know, if a woman doesn't bleed on her wedding night. What exactly was it that Jesus said?
So if a woman doesn't bleed on her wedding night, she's to be stoned.
All right, so where did Jesus say that?
Deuteronomy 22. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Well, I don't think that was Jesus talking in Deuteronomy 22.
Okay, so Jesus is not God.
No, I do believe that Jesus is God.
Okay, did Deuteronomy 22 come from God?
You would have to show it to me, but if it's talking about a woman that should be stoned if she doesn't bleed on her wedding night, then I would say that definitely did not come from God. That came from somebody who either wrote or translated. I don't know what the earliest artifact of the teachings of the book of Deuteronomy go back to, but
how do you know that it wasn't given by God?
My God, well, the God that I believe in would not give that as instructions. So that is my basis for belief on that.
Okay, so you disagree with Jesus then?
This is where you're losing me.
Because,
I have to go.
Well, try this again. So
point,
Jesus talks about the law of Moses and thinks that Moses was a real person who literally got laws from God. It says, then Jesus said to the crowds and to his disciples, this is in the book of Matthew, by the way, the scribes and the Pharisees sit in Moses' seat. Therefore, do whatever they teach you and follow it. So the scribes and the Pharisees carry on the tradition of Moses as the lawgivers. And he refers to the law in Matthew chapter 5. He says the law and the prophets, meaning all of the Torah and all of the prophetic books. He refers to them, and he says that he didn't come to abolish them. He came to fulfill them, and that whoever teaches people not to follow these laws will be called least in the kingdom of heaven.
I think the main distinction of where we disagree is that Jesus saying that I have not come to overturn the laws of the Old Testament, or however he phrases it. I don't know if he's really talking about the Old Testament. I don't know if Jesus really read all of the Old Testament as we know it. I know
Jesus,
that
the Jewish
the
rabbi,
Pentateuch-
didn't know what the law of Moses was.
I don't believe that the whatever we have as the Bible now. I don't know if Jesus came instilled with that now. I know that he was a rabbi. I know that he knew
He quotes from it, by
a
the way.
surprising amount of information.
Jesus quotes from
He
Deuteronomy.
quotes from what?
He quotes from Deuteronomy and from Leviticus on multiple occasions.
I actually wasn't aware of that, so I do actually have to go now. But I will have to look into when Jesus is actually quoting directly from the book of Deuteronomy and Leviticus, because I was not aware that that ever happened.
He quotes
that
directly
he
from it when they ask
directly
him,
references.
what is the greatest commandment? And he gives them 2 commandments. Remember that? And the 2 greatest commandments are
Yes,
to love
I do
the Lord
remember
your God
that,
with all
that
your...
You should love God above.
Yeah, Matthew 22.
Yeah, with all your heart, all your mind, and all your soul.
That's right. And that
And then
comes
the
from...
second commandment is to love others.
Love your neighbor as yourself. The first commandment comes from Deuteronomy 6. The second commandment comes from Leviticus 19.
See, that's where I don't know if he's directly quoting. I don't know if you can use that as evidence that he's directly quoting from.
They ask him, what
2
is the
books.
greatest commandment, meaning the commandments of Moses. The scribes and the Pharisees are the people asking him about what is the greatest commandment.
Yes, I do believe in those 2 commandments that he said. I do believe those could be, I do believe that those are the 2 greatest commandments, as Jesus said. I don't believe that he, in that statement, in any part of that statement, was saying that he agrees with everything in Leviticus, like, for example, that women should be stoned on their wedding night if they do not bleed. I have to go now, but I'm going to defer to the next person. It's been a little frustrating, but I'm glad I got the chance to speak. I hope you have a good day.
All right. Have a good one, Scott. Thanks for coming up. The cognitive dissonance was thick with that one. Bert, did you get to hear that conversation? I think we lost Bert during the conversation because he was on YouTube. Guys, I'm going to read a couple super chats and we'll get the next guest in here. We got some people waiting to get in on the TikTok queue. Eric, thank you so much for the super chat. It says box that kills you instantly equals gift from bad God. Yeah, the Ark of the Covenant is crazy. And Sovereign, thank you for the super chat. It says God told me he hasn't spoken to Fivefold. I agree. No way he spoke to Fivefold Ministries. And Mike, thank you so much for the super chat. It says Rabbi's neck brace joke was the best rabbi joke I heard in a long time. I loved that joke. And listen, nobody has a sense of humor more than Jewish rabbis. If you talk to Bert, Tovia Singer, oh my gosh, Tovia Singer's one-liners are amazing, by the way. That being said, let me not lose track where I'm at here. Sorry, I got so many screens. Bar, thank you for the super chat. Says, can we note that 2 Kings speaks on she-bears? Yeah, we talked about 2 Kings earlier today, actually. It's definitely she-bears, but it's weird that it mentions the kids were killed by she-bears rather than just bears. Why is it necessary that they're she-bears? It's weird that they would do that. And Pineapple, I do know Tovia. So we're actually going to be making another video this weekend. The Ghost of Dan, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, love what you're doing. Just found you on YouTube. Man, you cook these Christians. I've been an atheist for 25 years. Keep doing the Lord's work. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that, Ghost of Dan. And we are going to keep cooking. And Nolan, thank you so much for the $10 super thanks. Big W to Nolan. And Wildman Chris, good to see you tonight, friend. He says, I got agnostics' view of objective morality. Can I guest and share? Well, it's not really the topic for tonight. We're talking about why the Bible is trustworthy. But if you want to talk about that topic, you're welcome to do so. Ben, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, it seems that Christians reference Paul more than Jesus. Whenever I debate a Christian, they are always running to the letters of Paul. you need to do a "you follow Paul, not Jesus" debate. I would love to. I don't have all my notes put together for that. There's dozens of passages that we can talk on that. I'm going to gather them into one place, and we'll find a way to work that into a topic. But that's a great suggestion. We'll make it happen. I promise we'll make it happen. Jordan, thank you for the super chat. It says, what are your thoughts on the story of Jephthah? I use it as an example of God being cool with child sacrifice. Disgusting story. I agree. According to the story of Jephthah, he offered to sacrifice his daughter as a burnt offering if God granted him victory in the war. God did grant him victory in the war, but he did not intervene in his daughter being the sacrifice. The promise was that, when I get back from the war, the first thing that runs out of my house, I'll sacrifice. And it was his daughter. So if God has the wherewithal to give him the war, like he's intervening in the affairs of mankind and allows him to win the war, but then he doesn't intervene in Jephthah making the stupid vow or in the little girl from coming out of the house, then he was okay with it. He was chill with it. And he's a monster. CJ, you're right. Guest has a nice circular argument there. It's totally circular. Diane, thank you for the hand hearts. I appreciate that. And I missed a bunch of gifts while I was on that call from TikTok, but Everlast, thank you for the hat. And Astronova, thank you for the paint. And Can Mom, good to see you tonight. I appreciate that. I really do. Guys, thank you for all the support. Sorry, I kind of got backed up on super chats in that long call. Maximilian gifting out 10 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Big W, Maximilian. I really appreciate that. That is incredibly generous. And Flanker, good to see you tonight. It says 40,000 denominations, 5 talking points is crazy, Flanker, that there are so many denominations and they have so few talking points. Wild to me. It's almost like they have nothing supporting the religion. BC, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, more impressive if Jesus went to hell. Living in paradise with your absentee dad for eternity doesn't scream sacrifice to me. I know. The fact that Jesus didn't get killed for all of eternity is a demonstration that he didn't take the punishment that you were given. It's not penal substitution. It's only penal substitution if the punishment you would have been given is given to somebody else. But he actually didn't take that punishment. He took a day and a half of it. Jay Corling, thank you for the super chat, says, I can hear the voice of Doug. His voice ain't no whisper. It's loud, brash, and bold. Doug gathers no moss. Praise Doug. Hail Doug, the Rock of Ages. Doug will boulder into your life, guys. He does not, roll gently. Doug rocks you when he enters your life. And Mick, Robo Fly Smiles, thank you for joining the Kraken Crew. Elite and Christian in name only. Big W for the $10 super thanks. I really do appreciate that. B for Bankai says the Gnostics were interesting Christians that could see just how dumb and evil Yahweh was. Yeah, that's a very good point. The Gnostics understood the problem of the Old Testament God. They got it, you know what I mean? And they tried to fix it as best they could, but it's still a crumbling house. Wilma Dicklip, thank you so much for the super chat. It says Paul was a self-admitted liar to gain converts in 1 Corinthians 9:20 and 2 Corinthians 12:16. That's a good point. Paul was a liar, guys. I have no reason to believe that he was what he claimed to be. And there's no historical evidence for Paul. Nick, thank you for the super chat. Big W on a $10. Good to see you tonight. It says Art Stinker had me jumping around on Judges with a comparison story to Lot, and then explain to me why Ezekiel explained why God destroys Salem and Gomorrah. I was tripping. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, you're talking about Arch Thinker, and Thinker's amazing. It's crazy to me that according to the book of Ezekiel, the problem was inhospitality. That was the actual problem happening in the Sodom and Gomorrah incident. And Eric, you are correct. It says, I hope this caller has a good chiropractor for all the pretzel shapes he's been twisting his body in. And you're 100% right. And Nick, you're right. I listened to Arch Thinker today fully for the first time. Amazing woman. Arch Thinker is amazing. Amazing. I'm not saying that because she's my friend. I'm saying it because she's amazing. And Renee, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, love your content. Well, thank you so much for supporting. I really appreciate that, Renee. And Blue Drank Dionysus, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, interesting how they believe this to be the greatest thing ever, but don't know what's in it. Insane. I agree. And Hollywood, thank you for the 3-month subscription. So that's the thing is, if you believe this book is from God and you haven't taken the time to read it, I can't take you seriously. But welcome in, Jacob.
Hey, thank you. I was on here earlier this week. I am unsure of my belief anymore.
Okay, sure.
Okay, because I'm at the point where I've looked into history. There's no historical evidence of the resurrection, only the him being crucified.
Exactly, I agree.
Now, the only place where I'm hung up, and this is what I wanted your opinion on, is it the Sanhedrin, they didn't really focus too much on like small religious like sections when it came to their record keeping. And then there's the argument that they lost documentation. Is there any argument that that is falsifiable? Like there could be missing history when it comes to that?
Well, here's the thing. Okay, so it's interesting because the Talmud documents and mentions Jesus a number of times. Some of them explicit and some of them not so explicit. But there's a number of volumes that have been written on this particular subject. It seems to me that they really didn't like Jesus, which is why they kind of make a lot of sideways remarks about him. And they even change his name. And in fact, Bert, if Bert's still around, can add to this conversation. They changed his name from Yeshua to Yeshu, which is kind of an insult to his name. But listen to what it says in Sanhedrin 43a. I'll see if I can make the text big enough. Hold on a second. So it talks about what they did to Jesus. It says, on Passover Eve, they hung the corpse of Jesus the Nazarene after they killed him by the way of stoning. And a crier went out before him for 40 days, publicly proclaiming Jesus the Nazarene is going out to be stoned because he practiced sorcery, incited people to idol worship, and led the Jewish people astray. Anyone who knows of a reason to acquit him should come forward and teach it on his behalf. And the court did not find a reason to acquit him, and so they stoned him and hung his corpse over Passover Eve. And there's other sections in the Talmud too where it talks about Mary and the brother of Jesus and John the Baptist. So the Talmudic writers were writing about this time period, and like they were pretty good at like keeping the records, like the important records. So here's what I would expect. If they were sending people out to round up the Christians, I would expect that there was at least one record of them giving papers to somebody, anybody, to go out and round up Christians. But I don't find it. I've never seen it. I've never seen a single instance where the Sanhedrin gave permission to somebody to go round up Christians.
Right. Specifically too, though, what I would want to know was specifically about the resurrection, because that's what Christianity lies on. The whole thing is based off the resurrection, and we have no historical evidence of that. And if there was a people to record that with the Jewish practice and how good they were at record keeping, surely they would have had some kind of record of that if that was a true claim. Right.
And remember what the Bible says about the resurrection. All the men of Galilee watched him ascend into the clouds. So if all these Galilean men are watching a human being resurrect into the clouds, many hundreds of people should have seen it. And if somebody like ascends into the clouds, they don't just, gee golly, I forgot to tell somebody about it. That's crazy. And then in Matthew, it says that like the tombs in Jerusalem broke open and like hundreds of dead bodies came to life and were wandering about. Like we've got all these bombastic claims, but for some reason, like they just didn't write about it. That's insane. We've got hundreds of witnesses from the time period that write about stuff happening in that time period. The fact that none of them mentioned it is really strange. It sounds more like fiction.
Right, because they recorded the him being crucified, but they wouldn't do the resurrection. But from a Christian standpoint, wouldn't it be a disadvantage to cite Matthew, Luke, John, and Mark, because those weren't written until like 90 AD? So those are actually way after when Jesus was crucified and all those events took place. Whereas in Paul, he's the only one that had letters even remotely close, right? First Corinthians, I think, was 50 AD. but that would have to make Paul a valid testament. Is there any argument that Paul could have been valid?
I think, to be fair, I think Paul was a real person. I don't believe what the Bible says about him is true, but I think he's a real person. Same thing with Jesus. I think Jesus is a real person. I don't think what the Bible says about Jesus is true. Same reason, like, I believe that Julius Caesar was a real person. I don't believe that he was deified and ascended into heaven like it's said in the Roman histories. Emperor Vespasian was real. I don't believe that he healed a blind man by spitting in his eyes and healed a guy with a lame leg. So like, I believe these people are real, but if you don't accept the mythological claims about Vespasian or Julius Caesar or any of these other people, like Nero resurrecting from the dead, if you don't accept these claims from history about these other figures, why do we accept identical claims about somebody else in the same time period?
Right. Well, yeah, I agree. That's kind of where I'm at. I'm trying to figure this out. As you can tell, it's very hard for me.
I get it. It takes time. It took me many years.
But the only thing that I have found even remotely that a Christian could hang on to from Paul is the creed in 1 Corinthians 15.
Right.
Is there, could you give me your perspective of the creed and why that would be an argument not as a valid source?
Well, first of all, I believe that the early Christians did believe that Jesus resurrected. The question is, are there any evidence that he really did? Just like there were people that literally believed that Julius Caesar ascended into heaven. There were people that literally believed that Nero rose from the dead. Like, there are people that believe these things. So I have no problem agreeing that, there were early Christians that believed it. But to me, it's just as much a superstition as anything else.
So the creed would be, in your eyes, a superstition.
Yeah, and again, Paul wasn't even a witness to it, so how would he know?
Right, because he wasn't there, but wasn't he close to, so wouldn't his claim be coming from Peter, right? Because he was close to Peter?
Well, he argued he argued with Peter. I don't think he was very close with Peter, but he did meet with the disciples on 2 different occasions, if you believe the book of Acts and some of Paul's letters. So, but did he actually agree with the apostles? Maybe. But the better question is whether or not there were eyewitnesses, because even Paul doesn't say that there were eyewitnesses of the resurrection.
Right.
Right. Like, I think Paul took it on faith.
I guess I'm on a weird tip point now.
Right. And let me preface this whole thing too, is like, it also doesn't matter because he's still not the Messiah. Even if you believe that something crazy happened, like he rose from the dead, he still would not be the Jewish Messiah. He just wouldn't. He didn't fulfill any of the prophecies, and everything that he says about the Old Testament is demonstrably wrong, which means what we know about him, like the words that came out of his mouth probably aren't true. And so, like, if he predicted his second coming was going to be within the lifetime of his disciples, and he did on multiple occasions, if he couldn't even get that right, why would I believe that he resurrected from the dead?
Yeah, and that's the confusing part for me too, is because Matthew is written in AD 80 to 90, which means that Matthew 24 was more than likely a recount of what happened instead of like actually Jesus prophesying. I think Matthew was just writing about what he knew happened.
And we have no reason to believe that Matthew wrote Matthew, by the way.
There's no proof of that.
There's no proof of it. And the earliest documentation we have, the P1 manuscript, contains the beginning of the gospel, but not a name. So what we would expect at the beginning of it, it would say like, kata mathon, or some variant of Matthew's name in Greek. But we don't find that. The very beginning of the manuscript, let me see if I can make it so you can actually read the beginning of it. So the very beginning of, oh shit, I just moved my whole damn screen. Eventually I'm going to get it. There we go. The very beginning of the manuscript, and I'll blow it up and make it even bigger. It starts out, Biblio, Gene, the record of the genealogy of Jesus. So there's no name. Look where the name would be. There's just a divider between books, a little symbol. That's it.
Dang.
We have no idea
Interesting.
who wrote this gospel.
Yeah. And they're all post-dated anyway, so it's not like valid by
Right.
any means.
And Matthew, whoever wrote the Gospel of Matthew, copied the conversion story of Matthew the tax collector from Mark without really changing it. He copied it from Mark, changed the name from Levi to Matthew, and called it a day. Why, if you're writing a gospel, why would you copy your own conversion story from somebody else without adding in the right details or differing details or telling it in first person or indicating somehow that you were the person? It's weird. It doesn't make sense.
Right. Last question I have for you, so someone else can come up and try to argue with you. So the genealogy, this was an area that I need to do more research on. I heard you touch on it a little bit about what Luke and Matthew said. Could you refresh or go over that? Why their genealogy of Jesus would not line up with the lineage of David?
Yeah, so we got a couple problems. The first problem, if you go to the book of Matthew, is that the genealogy runs through a guy named Jeconiah, also known as Coniah. He also had a Babylonian throne name with Jehoiakim. But if you read Jeremiah 22 says something really interesting about Jeconiah. I'll put it on the screen. Concerning Jeconiah, his whole lineage is cursed. It says, this man Coniah, despised broken pot, a vessel no one wants. Why are he and his offspring hurled out and cast away into the land they do not know, referring to Babylon? O land, 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 hear the word of the Lord. Thus saith the Lord, record this man is childless, a man who shall not succeed in his days, for none of his offspring shall succeed in sitting on the throne of David and ruling again in Judah. So none of the lineage from Jeconiah is acceptable for sitting on the throne. They're all cursed.
And that's for Matthew, right? That
That's it,
would be
Matthew.
the argument towards Matthew because he goes through Jeconiah.
He goes through Jeconiah, and it ends on Joseph, and Joseph wasn't the actual father of Jesus. Joseph was just a stepfather. And then we get the same
Who was
thing.
that? Who was the father then they would claim as God?
But essentially, yeah.
Okay.
Right. So
and then Luke.
So Luke chapter 3 runs through the wrong person as well. So if you go to Luke chapter 3, you'll find that the son of David that it goes through is Nathan and not actually Solomon. That's in Luke chapter 3:31. The son of Melech, son of Menah, son of Mattatha, son of Nathan, son of David. So the lineage was promised through the line of Solomon, according to Chronicles and the Book of Kings. It was never promised to go through the line of Nathan. In fact, when Solomon becomes king, God says, I will establish your throne through your lineage forever. So the fact that they tie him to David using Nathan is silly. He has no right to the
doesn't match
kingship.
up.
But the problem with Luke as well is it still goes to Joseph. Both Matthew and Luke go to Joseph, and Joseph wasn't the father, and lineage was typically patrilineal. So, like, if your only claim to fame, being close to the king, is that you came through somebody who maybe was from the line of David and he adopted you, it's not a good start.
Got it. It just didn't match their culture, how they did it.
Right.
I gotcha. Awesome.
Right.
I appreciate your time. Thank you for your insight.
Sure. Cheers, Jacob. Have a good one, man.
Cheers.
All right, guys. With that, I've got to use the restroom real quick before we get our next guest in here. I apologize. I'll be right back momentarily, and then we'll get our next guest in. Chris has been waiting for a while. We're going to pull Chris in, and we'll catch up on we got a couple super chats too, but I'll be right back, guys. All right, guys. We're back. Let's get the show rolling. We'll get our next guest in here in just a second. Chris, give me just a second. Let me grab super chat before I forget. Blue says, interesting how they believe this is. Oh, yeah, we just read that. Sorry. Yeah. Gloria on that previous guest. It says, with the wavering voice, he had to go. I know he had to go. Every time you get to a difficult part, you got to go. And Jay Mule, good to see you tonight, friend. It says, ye shall rock you. Praise Doug. Spoken by obviously the holy prophets, known as Queen. And V Ladge, thank you for the $20 super chat. It's very generous. So I really appreciate that. So it actually states that the Spirit of the Lord was upon Jeddah, and he made the promise to the Lord to sacrifice his daughter. You mean Jephthah? Yeah, that's actually a really good point, because when he makes the vow, it says that the Spirit of the Lord came upon him, which is wild to think about, that he did so under the power of the Holy Spirit. But we should have Chris in here with us. Chris, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Justin. Can you hear me?
Dope, I can hear you. Yeah, it's got a little like gurgle when you talk. Sometimes it happens when your connection is a little bit slow, but we'll see what happens. You got a couple red bars. Do you have a Wi-Fi connection?
Bars. Yeah, I'm on Wi-Fi, but according to my phone, I have fantastic connection, and I'm on fiber internet. So.
Oh, interesting. Well, my my software.
It's hot garbage.
What's that?
I said if it's hot garbage, the connection, I don't want to take up too much of your time or anything.
Well, maybe try just turning the Wi-Fi off. My guess is it might be your network, not your phone. Are you on a computer or a phone?
I'm on my phone right now.
Oh yeah. Maybe disable the Wi-Fi real quick and see if that fixes it. If not, we'll go back to the Wi-Fi. It's not as bad as it could be.
Okay.
So we'll see if that takes care of it. I don't hear any gurgling or anything yet.
Okay.
I think we're okay.
Is that at all better?
Yeah, I think we're good.
Okay. All right. Fantastic. Okay. So I am over whatever age is necessary. I'm in my 40s or whatever, and I'm gonna give you the honest. I'll be honest with you. I am not a believer. However, I've been listening to you for the last 3 or 4 months, and I've been very disappointed by the repeat garbage arguments that I am continually hearing from theists. So much so that my brain set on its idle during its idle time, trying to anyway, with an argument from a theistic perspective that accounts for all of the inconsistencies, internal inconsistency in the Bible, historical inaccuracies, scientific problems at all within the Bible, but still allowing for the Bible to be the inspired word of God. Now, I think this argument may be stupid, and if it is stupid, please just kick me, and I'll move on with my life and happily be just a satisfied viewer of your content. However, it might be interesting or fun to go through this. I'll leave it up to you. And if you have any people that have usernames that are obviously Jew for Jesus or something like that, that scream for a cooking, move on to them first, because this is, again, I'm an atheist, but I have a theistic argument. Do you want to hear it?
I actually want to hear your argument, but we want to hear it on a good connection, because all the burping came back. Maybe you can drop and come back, because I'd be interested to hear the argument. We already know Christians don't have any good arguments, so I could only assume that your argument's going to be better than theirs.
Okay, let me drop, and then I'll rejoin, okay?
All right, thanks, Chris.
Yeah.
I'm actually intrigued to hear the argument. I know he's not a believer, but I'm actually curious to see what he came up with.
On that note, I gotta go to bed.
Bert, thanks for hanging out with everybody.
Take it easy. Thank you, Justin. Keep up the great work.
Cheers, brother. I put Bert to sleep, guys. He just woke up. Sorry, Bert. Oh my goodness. Big W for Bert, guys. Big W for Bert. All right, give me a second. Archthinker, thank you so much. I'm sorry, Nick Trail, thank you so much for the super chat. You said Archthinker, love her and love you too, Justin. Well, we love you, Nick, and I agree. Archthinker is amazing. If you're not following thinker on TikTok and YouTube. I definitely recommend you do. And she's also doing a podcast with Sebastian, which is amazing. All right, Chris, we'll see if this is any better.
Okay. Fingers crossed. Any better at all?
Yeah, you just got bullfrogs in your connection.
Good Lord. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to do about that, man.
I'm sorry.
What a disappointment. I'll tell you what. I will work on maybe like hooking up my like actual hardwired computer connection or something and seeing if we can make that work.
Sure.
Okay. All right. Get back to cooking Christians.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
All right, bye.
God was so afraid that he was going to put down a better argument than the Christians that God had to take his connection. That's what happened. All right, we'll get our next guest in here. Skeptics asks, so think Doug causes kidney stones? Definitely not. Doug would never cause kidney stones. Those are demonic stones pretending to be Doug. DJ, welcome in. DJ?
Oh, hey, how's it going?
Good, how are you doing?
Great.
DJ, are you at least
My name is Patrick, and
oh, your name's not DJ.
I go by DJ, and I'm from Las Vegas, and I'm Roman Catholic.
Welcome in, DJ. So you're at least 18, you are a Christian, so the next question is, why would I want to trust the Bible?
That's a good question. I really didn't call to debate the Bible as much as the love of God. But I was going to ask you a question.
Did you read the background?
A little bit. Yeah, I did.
What's the background say?
But I had a question. I had a question for you. I just was hoping you could answer it for me.
Whatever you want. This is your live now, apparently.
All right, thanks. I sure appreciate it. Know some people that are big fans of the show as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, the Roman Catholics have the Eucharist.
I'm aware.
And there's been several miracles that coincide with the Eucharist.
No, there haven't.
The blood of Jesus. Are you suggesting they're fake, or?
Yep.
Is that your response to it, then?
Yeah,
fake?
Is that your response to the miracles that were observed by the 11 witnesses of Joseph Smith?
Well, I didn't call you Joseph Smith's miracles, but
right. But
if that's your answer,
what I'm suggesting is that your miracles are equally as fake as any other fake miracles.
Okay, so what you're saying is all miracles are fake.
That's actually my position.
Do you believe in the spiritual realm?
No.
The spiritual world?
No.
Not at all?
No.
Okay, very interesting. Do you know that there's been a lot of scientific study and a lot of folks, even as far as the CIA, who have studied it and have tried to reach a place that is considered the same as a spiritual.
Yet they failed every time. What about that?
Have you heard of like the remote viewing and things of that nature?
Yeah, I've actually read the studies on the out-of-body experiences and the near-death experiences where they've actually tried to validate that these aren't hallucinations, and all of the studies we have indicate that they actually are just hallucinations.
So they all end up being hallucinations,
yeah.
Each and every one of them?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, cool. So we've got the fact that all miracles are fake, and
nailed it.
These spiritual endeavors are hallucinations.
Got it. We finally
agree. That makes it very easy. Well, that makes it very easy.
It makes it matching the scientific data. Yeah. Okay.
So do you have any questions for me, good man?
I don't know. Why do you believe in a failed Messiah?
Most Christians believe that the good Lord is as close to us as closer to us than we are to each other.
I'm sure you believe that. I asked you, why do you believe in a failed Messiah?
I don't know if calling him a failed Messiah is a joke or what, but
no, it's the truth. He didn't do anything the Messiah was supposed to do.
Okay, but well, very good. You don't believe in miracles either, so I mean, I understand where you're coming from.
So you're not even going to debate me on whether or not he was a Messiah? Have you read the book? Do you know what your church teaches?
Well, it's interesting to me that the Messiah was to be the King of the Jews.
Yeah, was he ever a king?
It's very interesting. Yes.
Oh,
it's
sure.
Very interesting.
Oh,
to
show me that Bible passage where he was the king of the Jews.
Cool. Well, it's very interesting to me that
so you
the
can't do
Jews, they were, well, give me a chance. The Jews always wanted a leader, and they begged God for their leader.
That's what the prophet
and they,
said.
At the time of
the prophet said he would be
judges, a king. And they had time with judges, and
so
then they asked the Lord for
respond to anything that I say. DJ, are you aware that the Old Testament prophets said that the Messiah would be a king?
Absolutely.
Okay.
What I'm saying to you is,
demonstrate that Jesus was ever a king over Israel?
What I'm saying to you is,
it's a yes or no.
In the Old Testament, well, you got to work with me too. In the Old Testament,
I don't know if you know how this works. This isn't your live. You don't just get to come in here and evade questions. Very easy. You already said that the Old Testament says the Messiah is going to be a king. And then I asked you, can you demonstrate that Jesus was ever a king? And then you evaded the question. So I'll just ask you the same question again. Can you demonstrate or show me evidence that Jesus was ever a king in Israel?
Or a king.
No one heard what you said because you're muted. What was the answer to my question? Can you demonstrate that Jesus was ever a king in Israel?
Pontius Pilate called him a king.
No, he didn't. Pontius Pilate made fun of him. They put a crown of thorns on his head, mocking him for not being a king.
You know why they put a crown of thorns on his head, don't you?
Because they were mocking him because he was never actually a king.
Imagine if you were a Jew back in the day and you asked God for a king. And it would surprise you very much if on that day in Rome, Pontius Pilate says, "Here is your king," and he comes out with a crown of thorns as opposed to a crown of jewels.
Yeah, they're mocking him.
And he comes out tattered.
That's what it means.
Of course,
they're
mocking him.
Yes. Okay. So
they're mocking.
I didn't ask if they mocked him for not being a king. I said, can you demonstrate he ever was a king? Did he ever rule as king? Did he ever sit on the throne of the king? Did he have the crown or the scepter of a king? Or did they just make fun of him for not being a king? Because as it turns out, being made fun of for not being a king is not the same as being a king. Hoodie theology, you've been crashing out in my comments for like the last hour and a half. Either get in the box or just stop shouting into the void. You're an embarrassment to your people. All right. Well, he's done. He's cooked. All right. Get your flip-flop situation figured out next time you call in. I don't want to hear you flipping around on your tile floor the whole time. All right, we're going to get Wandering in here. Welcome in, Wandering.
Oh, hello.
Whoa, Wandering, are you at least 18?
Yes.
What year were you born?
91.
91?
Yes.
You liar.
No, not a liar.
How old are you?
I'm 33.
Oh. Well, that's still wrong.
No, it's not.
What month were you born in?
September.
That doesn't add up.
It does. It does.
It doesn't. Come on.
Dude, it does. It really does. Okay, my point is,
All right, wait,
I've been
wait.
listening.
You said September?
Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, fair enough. You'll be 34 this September, so you are 33. There you go.
Yes.
You haven't had your birthday yet. I'll let it pass. Cool. All right. So, that being the case, right. You said you're a Christian, right?
Well, I used to be. I was before I listened to everything that's been going on in the States and Canada and whatever. And so now I'm just trying to figure out what's like who's being truthful and who's being not truthful
About what?
about I don't know. I guess about their beliefs.
What do you mean? I'm not sure who you're talking about, like being truthful, like individual person.
Mostly about the oh, sorry. Republicans, sorry. That's what
Oh,
I
they're
meant.
definitely not telling the truth.
Yeah.
They're not.
And so I was just wondering about thoughts.
I'm not sure what to tell you. I mean, I don't really do a lot of politics. I used to follow politics pretty closely, but to be honest,
Mm-hmm.
it's a headache, and I've already got too many headaches, so I stopped following politics. But I know this: the Republicans are lying to you, and the Democrats to some extent are as well, but not to the same level.
Right. Yeah. Also, I'm a teacher, and so I'm trying to figure out like the best way to teach my future students the best way to move forward.
Well,
In terms of what's going on in the world and
Well, I
all
mean,
that.
you're not allowed to teach about religion, which is the first part.
Yeah.
If you're a school teacher, that's kind of a no-no topic for you. So I think you're safe there. But in terms of like the geopolitical situation, I would do what my teachers
Mhm.
did and stick to the policies. Don't talk about
Mhm.
personalities. Don't talk about party. Talk about policies.
Right.
Right. Because we
That's
have
where
data.
it gets hard.
Right. Like, so when we talk about policies, let's take a policy like minimum wage. We've been collecting
Mhm.
data on minimum wage for many decades. We have the information. We know exactly what happens when minimum wage goes up. That's not a partisan issue to talk about. You just say, here is the data, and you display the data,
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you-
Don't get caught up in
May I-
politics in the classroom. You'll lose your job.
Well, yes, I'm sure of that. Yeah. Is it okay if I send you a private message after?
That's fine.
Or
Yep.
okay. Thank you very much for your time.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate you being a teacher and teaching the young people. So we need teachers because none of us would be here without our teachers. So big W for that.
Thanks. Take care.
Cheers. Aaron, good to see you tonight, friend. Aaron says, thank you for the super chat, by the way. It says, hey, brother, in your view, what is the strongest argument that the Jesus we read in the Gospels actually existed, and what are your thoughts on that topic? So I am a historicist. I believe that the historical Jesus was real. I just think that most of what we read about him, like a lot of what we read about him in the Bible, is made up, right? So like the healings and the miracles and, feeding 5,000, I don't think none of that stuff's real. There would be actual evidence of that if that was real. But was there a guy living in, ancient Israel, specifically in the Galilee, that had disciples and thought that he could have been the Messiah? Sure, there's a bunch of people already doing that. it's not a problem for me to admit that that was the case. And we have Jewish writings talking about how they executed him. Like, why would the Jews write in the Talmud that they executed Jesus the Nazarene along with 5 of his disciples, and even talk about his mother and brother and John the Baptist? Why wouldn't they write all of that if they're just like, none of it happened? Like, it doesn't make sense that they would do that, right? So I'm inclined to believe that the Jesus of the Bible was a real historical figure. I just don't think like what we know about him is hard to like partition out. It's hard to know like what we've been told about him, if any of it is accurate, other than he existed and it appeared that he had followers and it appeared that he was executed by the state. I think that much is true. All right, but let me move on to our next guest. We're going to get Trill and Heels in here. How you doing, Trill?
Hello.
How you doing, Trill?
Hey, how you doing? It was a Justin. Oh, hey.
Hey. So, Trill,
I just want to say I love your channel.
Well, thanks. I appreciate that.
I'm sorry. I just want to say I love your channel. You're the reason why I finally decided to claim atheism. I've been agnostic, I think, I pretty much for my whole life. But one thing you really said that stuck out to me, I was watching one of your lives and you said, how can there be a God that exists out of space and time when there's nothing out of space and time? And for that just clicked in my head like, oh,
right, yeah.
that makes so much sense to me.
If you exist,
and talking with, yeah,
let's say if you exist for no amount of time and nowhere, then you don't exist. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, and just with all my conversations with other theists, and I'm just like, nothing that they say make any sense.
No, this is all coping.
It's like these same people will believe in flat Earth and the Earth is only 6,000 years old or whatever, and they'll believe evolution doesn't exist, even though we have all this evidence for it. But you'll believe in God, that you basically have like nothing to back it up.
Right, they got nothing. They got nothing but hopes and dreams. That's it. There's no actual evidence.
Exactly. So I won't take up too much of your time. That's all I wanted to say. I love you. I think you're so cute. I think you're so handsome. I want to have your babies. And
I'm too old. I'm not having any more babies. I'm getting picked. I'm too old. I'm a boomer. Okay.
You're not a boomer. You're not that old.
Nah, I'm pretty old.
No, you're not.
Pretty old. I got gray hair. Think so. Just can't see it. But listen, Trill, I appreciate the kind words. And big W for
all right. Well, thank you.
Coming to atheism.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. See you later.
All right. Cheers. Good to hear from you.
All right. Bye.
Not a boomer. I'm not quite a boomer. That's what the young kids say. You know what I mean? I'm at the very edge of Gen X and millennial. I'm like I'm a what they call it, a xennial, the edge of Gen X and millennial. All right, but let me get oh shit. Did the rabbi come back? Well, he went to bed. I see the rabbi is in my YouTube queue, but he went to bed. If he comes back, I'll pull him back in. I didn't realize he's been waiting in there. All right, let's get our next guest in here. And Joshua, good to see you tonight, says would love to hear you talk about the historical Yahweh being a warrior storm god and son of El. Yeah, that's a good one. I think there's sparse evidence that he was a son of El, but I think there's some evidence. For example, Deuteronomy 32, 8 and 9, the inscriptions from Kuntalet, Ajrud, and some other inscriptions seem to suggest that maybe he originated in the Midianite region as a minor deity, perhaps a deity of copper smelting, and then was later co-opted by the Judeans when they left Egypt, and then when they took power over the region, became the supreme deity. But Mike, welcome in. Mike, are you with us, friend? Mike, I know you've been waiting in the guest box for a while, so you might not realize you're on the stage, but you are on the stage right now. Can you hear me? I don't think Mike was with us. He did say something, but I don't think he realized he was talking to us. All right, Mike, come on back if you want to add to the discussion. And Pat, thank you for the super chat, buddy. Good to see you tonight. He says, why should anyone trust this book? Answer, you don't. I agree. You don't. Pat, you don't trust this book. There's nonsense in this book. All right, let's get Shay Robinson into the guest box. How you doing, Shay? Shay? Shay fell asleep on us too. Okay. Shay, sorry you waited so long, but we'll have to drop you down since you fell asleep in the box. All right. Chris came back. Chris, let's see if we're any better this time.
All right, here's hoping.
I don't hear any bullfrogs yet.
Well, that's good. I'm like a burping ventriloquist. I caught like the end of it as it was like trailing off, and it was, I mean, I've never heard anything like that before, so.
It's working right now. You're good to go.
Okay, cool. Okay, here's my stupid argument. Man is created in the image of God. Was that Genesis 1:27, somewhere around there?
Yeah, that's a Genesis creation account, yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, how specific, like is there from my reading of it, there isn't a very clear line to where the image of God ends and the image of man begins, or where exactly that separation line is. Obviously, besides like supernatural ability or something like that. Is that about right?
Well, so my interpretation of mankind being created in the image of God is maybe not the same as the Christian. So Zelem or Tselem in Hebrew is like in the likeness of something, or in the representation of something, or it looks the same. In fact, we find the same thing in Genesis chapter 5 when it talks about Adam's children. In Genesis 5, it says that Adam had children in his own image. So there seems to be this idea that mankind is created similar to God in that we look like God, which is why God has hands and feet and a nose, and he's got a mouth and he's got eyeballs.
Right. But it seems like it would follow that we would also be imbued with some of his other traits beyond, like personality traits, or
sure, yeah, I
things
agree.
like that. Okay, so that's kind of like the starting point of this particular argument. So, as created in the image of God, from what my experience of reading the Bible and listening to your stream, for example, God is insistent on being right, on showing that he is correct and making the people believe that he is. Everybody needs to know that he's right. Human beings, I think, have a similar trait where we will expend inordinate amount of energy, seemingly with very little return on the investment, simply to prove somebody wrong. We'll go to extraordinary lengths just to be able to go, you're wrong, I'm right.
Eat it.
Yeah, exactly. So that kind of like being the starting point. It seems to me like if I was a creator and I wanted to give my creations a something to rally around or to drive that instinct, I would create a book, give it to them as the Word of God, inspire it intentionally, allow for or intentionally create inaccuracies, inconsistencies, all that stuff. But I would give them a holy book and say, not only is this the inspired Word of God, but that it is perfect, it is flawless. And then watch them struggle to reconcile all of those problems. I mean, here we are in 2020. Oh, geez, what is it, 25? That hurts. 2025, and we're still arguing about this book. That seems to be what his intention was. If his intention was for everybody to just buy it and believe it, then we already would. But it seems like if he did inspire this, then his intention must have been something completely different.
Right.
And
So
what the outcome seems to be is that we're arguing about it now.
have you heard of the evil God hypothesis?
Maybe refresh my memory.
Okay. First of all, before we start, there's a bunch of people in the comments shouting that you want to get into the discussion. I can't draw you into the discussion. You have to hit the guest request. There's a guest request on TikTok if you know how to use TikTok, and in the description of the YouTube video, there's a guest request link. So the evil God hypothesis is basically what you said, where there actually is a God, but the God is actually evil, and he's evil because the Bible is basically the evidence that he exists and that he's evil, because he's tricked humanity. And my favorite edition of the evil God hypothesis is done by Sebastian Cole, a friend of mine on TikTok. But the general idea is that the God of the Bible is so evil, he has tricked you so severely that you don't know even what right and wrong is, where you think that it's okay to murder an innocent human being. So the evil God wants to murder people, wants to harm people, and has convinced you that this is actually a good thing, which is exactly what an evil God would do, is convince you that harming innocent people is good.
Okay. I can see the similarity in the arguments. However, my contention is that God did this not as an evil God, but as a God of love, because his goal for us is different than what is stated in the Bible. His goal for us is to pick apart this narrative, to pick apart these scriptures, and to arrive at a truth. If you look at oftentimes God is referred to as the Father, and we are children. As a father myself, my goal for my children is not to raise big babies, but I want adults. I want grown-ups that I can have honestly, it's the perfect opportunity to make people that you like.
So the Bible's a test.
Kind of. It's more like it's the tool that is to kind of put us on the journey, on the path. It still is about truth. It's just that his tool for it is by giving us a lie, knowing that we hate lies. You don't have to teach somebody to not like to be lied to. And as soon as you tell somebody this is the truth and there's nothing wrong with it, is infallible, the first thing that almost everybody wants to do is start looking for problems. Let me find the inaccuracies. Where are you wrong? It can't possibly be perfect. It's instinctual. And honestly, in terms of objective or subjective morality, I think that that's one of the only objectively, that's not really a moral, but it's kind of an objective truth about people, is that they'll look to find where you're wrong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
I think one of the flaws in the theory is it has the same problem that the Christians fall prey to, which is that the book is acting as evidence.
Oh, it's circular, 100%.
Right, exactly. It's still a circular argument. Yeah. But
yeah.
I think your hypothesis, given the data that we have, is more supported than the Christian hypothesis, which says we have this book which describes a vile God, but God is all loving and he wants to have a relationship with you.
100%, and that's why I said, from my preamble on the crappy connection call, is that I had an argument that was from a theistic perspective that accounted for all of the problems in the Bible, but was still this is real.
Right.
And it to me it seems like it's the only, semi-coherent argument that is okay with the God that still says the God of the Bible loves us and cares about us, or is at least semi-interested in our existence, but at the same time is provided us this text for some reason.
Right. Yeah. And
Yeah.
the reason is because he's an evil God.
Well, I don't have a great argument against that, sir.
That's a really good hypothesis. I actually really enjoy the many variants of the evil God hypothesis, so I appreciate that.
Okay, cool. Well, thank you very much for your time. I'm a huge fan. I was doing some DIY stuff in the garage one day, and YouTube was like, check out this guy, and I was like, all right, well, we'll see. And here I am months later and still listening. So I guess YouTube was right on this particular instance.
Hey, thanks, Chris. I really appreciate watching and supporting.
All right, man. Well, have a great night, and I'll be here till the the second coming or whatever.
It might be a while, but thank you so much.
Hey, I'm patient.
All right, cheers, Chris. Big W for Chris, guys. Big W for Chris. I'm glad he actually got his connection worked out. All right, we've got a guest waiting to get in on the YouTube queue. Let me grab our guest here. How you doing, EP?
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
Not too bad. AP, do you have any headphones you can put in? Because you got a really bad echo on your phone.
Headphones. No. Is it really, really bad?
Yeah, everything I say is coming out of your speaker and echoing back into your microphone.
Let me try it. Yeah, I have some headphones. Hold on. Yeah, 1 second.
While he's getting his headphones, guys, if you're watching on YouTube, there's a link in the description of the video for you to join the conversation. If you're watching on TikTok, you already know how to join. You hit that guest request button in the bottom of the screen, and you'll be able to enter the conversation. All right, let's see if EP's got it figured out.
What about now? Can you hear me now?
Well, I can hear you the whole time. The problem is I can hear me as well.
Okay, hold on. I got them in now. Let's see.
All right, you get them connected? Your audio's working, but your connection seems to be slowed down real quick. You're frozen now. I think your connection died.
Is that there now?
Well, okay. I think your connection's back, but the echo is still there. It's weird.
I'm trying to connect to my headbuds right now, but
they won't connect.
Yeah, they said they're connecting, but how's that? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you the whole time. Actually, whatever you just did fixed it.
Is that better?
Yeah, the headphones are working now.
Okay, so that's better.
We're good.
Okay.
All right, so
yeah.
EP, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I'm 35 and I'm a faithful believer. Yes, sir.
Okay. And why should I or anyone else trust the Bible?
Well, why? Well, there are plenty of reasons why you can trust the Bible. I'll just give you one as far as the unity and the inspiration that it itself claims.
What do you mean by unity?
Unity of the Bible. So from beginning to end, and I'm sure you've heard these arguments. You have 66 books. Actually, the Bible isn't just one book. It's a compilation. It's a library, right? And so it's a library. It's a compilation of 66 books written over 1,500 years. And from beginning to end, from book cover, from book end, you have authors who never met each other. Have over 40 authors never met each other.
Not even close to true.
No, it's not. You got over 40 authors.
They literally quote each other. Are you aware that some of the major prophets quote each other, and the New Testament authors talk about how they met? In Acts chapter 15, there was a council between Paul and all of the disciples.
The Jerusalem council.
So they all knew each other, and the Old Testament prophets knew each other as well quite often.
Yeah, Acts 15 is talking about the Jerusalem council. Yes, now prophets did. Paul recommends. He harkens back to the Old Testament all the time. He in fact says those things which were written aforetime were written for our learning. So obviously he's going to. But it's the old proverb. That's why, or the old truth is that the Old Testament is the New Testament concealed, and the New Testament is the Old Testament revealed.
Yeah, I disagree.
So of course you're going to have that overlap.
The New Testament is the Old Testament contradicted.
No, it's not. It's a complete harmonization.
Not even close.
And so, in order for you to say disagree, well, show me why this disagreement is the case, because I can show you the unity of the scriptures. I can show it's like this. So inspiration has three ways, right? You have either inspiration is going to come in three ways. Everybody knows this. All the scholars know this, right?
No,
It's
they
either going
don't.
to be mechanical dictation, thought inspiration, or plenary verbal inspiration. And so I'm under the conviction and the impression that the Bible is plenary verbal inspired, which means 2 Timothy 3:16-17, right? All scripture is given by God. That's theopneustos, which means God breathed. And so the Bible itself even claims inspiration.
Cool. So
1
do
Peter chapter
Gentiles need to
1.
be circumcised?
No.
What about what the Old Testament says?
Have you read Acts? Have you read
I've
Acts
read
15?
every
It says that
word of
the
the
Gentiles
Bible. I'm
don't
asking
have to be
you,
circumcised.
according to the Old Testament, do the Gentiles need to be circumcised in the New Jerusalem?
No, they don't.
Okay. Have you bothered to read Ezekiel 44?
Yeah, but that's the Old Testament, and
Ezekiel
you're talking about the
44
New
talks
Testament.
about the New Jerusalem. It says, "Thus saith the Lord God, no foreigner uncircumcised in heart and flesh of all the foreigners who are among the people of Israel shall enter my sanctuary," in the New Jerusalem.
Okay, so now you're going to go to Ezekiel 44, and you're taking that out of context to try to prove a point.
I didn't take it out of
So,
context. What's the context?
Any text taken out of context
What's
is
the context
what?
of Ezekiel 44?
Is a pretext.
What's the context
So
of
the con-
Ezekiel 44?
Okay.
Stop getting up here and lying.
I'm not lying. I have no reason to lie about anything, man.
What's the
You
context
can
of
say
Ezekiel
that I'm lying. That's
44?
fine. I'm fixing to tell you right now, but let me just turn over there in my Bible right now.
So you don't know it. So how do you know I'm missing the context if you don't even know what the
No,
passage is about?
it's not that I don't know it.
You said
It's
I'm
not
taking
that
it
I
out
don't
of
know.
context, but you don't know what the context is.
I know what the context
That's called
is.
lying.
And that's fine. No, it's not.
You're
It's
breaking
not.
one
You're
of the
trying to-
big
you're
10
trying to go
commandments
to it.
now. You know that liars go to
well,
the lake
I
of
don't
fire?
believe. Right, and you're going to do all this because all you're trying to do is confuse people that are listening.
I'm not confusing
if you
people.
Can sit down and
You're
have
the
a-
one that's confused, not
If you
me.
can sit down and have a good conversation, I can tell you what that actually is. Okay, the context of Ezekiel 44. But you're trying to go to the rules for the Levitical priesthood,
It's not
which
for
we're no
Levitical
longer
priests.
under Levitical priesthood.
This is not rules
Yes,
for
it
Levitical
is. Ezekiel
priests.
44.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's
Ezekiel
not.
44:15 says, "But the priests, the Levites, the sons of Zadok, that kept the charge of my
Yep.
sanctuary when the children of Israel went astray from me, they shall come near to me to minister unto me."
Yes,
Okay, and they
I'm
shall
aware.
stand before me to
And
offer
this
unto
is-
the fat and the
this
blood,
is
saith the
when?
Lord God.
This is when?
Okay, that's under the Levitical priesthood.
When? What time period is this referring to?
Okay, the Levitical priesthood is all the way from the law of Moses all the way to the cross of Christ.
No, it's not. The Levitical priesthood is
Yes, it
forever,
is.
according to Ezekiel 44 and according to
No, it's
Isaiah
not.
chapter 66. It is
Negative.
So in
Negative.
Ezekiel
Go to
40
Hebrews chapter
in
7.
Ezekiel, I don't
Go to
care about-
Hebrews chapter 7.
I don't care about the book of Hebrews. I'm reading you
Right.
what
Well, that's the thing.
I'm reading you what the Old Testament has to say. So the New Jerusalem starts in the book of Ezekiel, and we get measurements for the temple in the New Jerusalem. It says the temple instructions: in the 25th year of our exile, at the beginning of the year, on the 10th day of the month, in the 14th year after the city was struck down, upon that very day, the hand of the Lord was upon me and brought me there. And he brought me in a vision of God, the hand of Israel, and set me down upon a very high mountain on which was a structure like a city to the south. So he's showing them now the beginning of the New Jerusalem. And he brought me there, and a man was there whose appearance was shown like bronze, and so on and so forth. And then he gives them all the measurements for the new temple that's going to be in the New Jerusalem. And this goes on. In fact, he even goes on to talk about the throne that is going to be placed there. There's going to be an outer court that's placed there. It says there's going to be a sanctuary which has faces, and says, the Lord said to me, this gate shall remain shut. It shall not be open. No one shall enter it, for the Lord, the God of Israel, has entered by it. That's the final promise when it says that Yahweh will be with his people. He will be his God. I'm sorry. He will be their God, and they will be his people. This is the New Jerusalem that's being talked about in the book of Ezekiel. Have you read all of Ezekiel?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know?
And what you're talking
that
about is apocalyptic language. You can go to Revelation.
And do you know that the second half of Ezekiel, when it talks about the new temple and the New Jerusalem, that this is something for the eschatological period for the distant future, the very end of things. Is this your understanding?
Oh no, because that's premillennialism, and I'm not a premillennialist.
This is not about premillennialism. This is about what the Old
Yes, it
Testament
is.
text says.
No, it's not. It's premillennialism, and it's figurative language in Ezekiel 44.
It talks about
it's figurative. It's apocryphal.
It's not figurative, and it's not apocryphal. You don't even know what these words mean.
Then why is it that? Yes, I don't know what that means.
You don't know
apocryphal means hidden.
The apocrypha refers to a specific type of text, which this is not.
Right, apocalyptic.
You didn't say apocalyptic. You said apocryphal.
Right, apocalyptic is. You're right. I misspoke. It's apocalyptic. That's what I meant.
There you
apocalyptic.
go. Okay,
right.
So the second half of the book of Ezekiel talks about the New Jerusalem, and what is the New Jerusalem according to the Bible?
What is the New Jerusalem according to the Bible?
Yep.
Well, I thought you didn't believe the Bible.
I'm asking you.
I can tell you what the New Jerusalem is.
According to the Bible, what is the New Jerusalem?
The New Jerusalem is going to be obviously heaven or the church. I believe it's the church.
No, the New Jerusalem, according to Ezekiel, it has measurements, and there are people that live there. And
that's why it's figurative language. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's apocalyptic.
So
it's figurative language.
It's all figurative.
No.
Okay, so
Ezekiel, you're trying to do that.
So Ezekiel 37 is all figurative when it talks about the Messiah in Ezekiel 37.
No. What principles do you use for hermeneutics? What hermeneutical principles?
My
do you
hermeneutical
use?
principle is that the stuff that you don't like is not just metaphor because you don't like what it says. You actually have to take the context
you have to understand
of the actual passage, and I'll help you out here, EP. I'm already ahead of you. I've got a bachelor's degree and a master's degree in biblical studies. You're in the wrong place to pretend like I'm a dullard here. So if you want to have an adult conversation,
well, I can show you my credentials as well too, but it's not. I'm not.
If you want to have an adult conversation, we can have an adult conversation. But if you get up here and start insinuating that somehow I'm stupid, I'm going to clown you in front of all these people, and then I'm going to make fun of you and embarrass you to your mother's face. So I'll just warn you now, do you want to have an adult conversation, or do you want to get clowned on?
We're stupid. You're the one who's hurling attacks. I don't know why you're getting so offensive for.
I'm not offensive. I'm letting you right now I'm letting you know right now how this conversation is going to go. It's up to you which way you want the conversation to go. I don't know. He keeps talking while I'm talking. Here's the other thing, EP. If you keep talking while I'm talking, I have to mute you. I would prefer not to do that. I don't want to mute you. What I want you to do is to have an adult conversation where you don't talk over me. Are you capable of doing that?
Yes, sure.
Okay,
yeah.
Fantastic. Okay, so are you aware in Ezekiel 37, there is in fact a Messianic prophecy?
What specific verse I can pull it up?
Ezekiel 37 starts in 24.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Neither shall they defile themselves any more with their idols, nor with their detestable things, nor with any of their transgressions, but I will save them all their dwelling places, wherein they have sinned, and I will cleanse them, so they shall be my people, and I will be their God.
That's right. Keep reading.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, and David, my servant, right? That's talking to the reference to the Christ. David, my servant, shall be king over them. That's right.
Yep.
That's a reference to the Christ.
What's he going to do?
Prophecy. Right. And they shall have one shepherd, and they shall also walk in my judgment, observe my statutes, and do them. Exactly right.
Factly. Okay. It says, they shall follow my ordinances, be careful to observe my statutes. They will live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived. Is this a physical land?
Yeah, no, that's physical land. Yeah, sure.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. So how is this not a metaphor?
Because, well, I mean, you have to look at certain language, right? You have to look at certain terms in certain languages, right? And so, obviously, there are some times where the Bible is going to use figurative language to describe certain things. They're going to use literal language, right? And so that's why I said the context will determine what language is being used. And so I'm not. You're right. I mean, there is a messianic prophecy there, right? And that's obviously the land that is dwelling is because, well, the exiles, right? The Jews were both carried away into Assyrian captivity in 722, and then Judah was carried away in Babylonian captivity in 586, and the temple was destroyed. So I get all that. So God is talking about he's going to bring his people back, and obviously his people will join. You know, the Messiah would lead his people.
That's right. And what's the Messiah going to do when he gets there? He tells you in the passage. He's going
Right. He's going to give statutes. Right.
And he's going to bring the people back to the physical land that was promised to their ancestor, and he's going to be king over them forever. It says, I'll make a covenant of peace with them. It'll be an everlasting covenant with them, and I will bless them and multiply them, and I will set my sanctuary among them forever. This is in line with the other prophetic utterances that the actual temple is going to be in the physical land with the people.
Right. But you said, but see, notice David, right? Is it literally David? David's been long and dead already by this time, right? So that's how we know, right?
Well,
so this was that idea of talking about, right? It's not literally David, right? That's why I said the context has to determine who's being talked. Well, it's going to be the son of David, which would be the Christ, the Messiah, right? And yes, obviously, when Jesus came, I believe it's Jesus, right? He will literally be King of Kings and Lord of Lords.
When was he ever king?
Jesus would also say, Jesus says, my kingdom is not of this world, for if it was of this world, my servants would fight.
Yeah, that's exactly what I would say if I was not the real king too. If I was not the king and the prophecy said I would be a king, I would make up some bullshit excuse about how I've got a kingdom far away. Jesus is just your junior high Canadian girlfriend.
Can you give me any evidence for that? Why you don't think Jesus was the king of the Jews?
Because he never was.
In fact, Pilate even wrote it above his inscription, right?
He was mocking him.
Yeah, I get that. But
was there
in turn, was he was mocking?
Was there an actual king in Israel when Jesus was alive?
Yeah, there were. Yeah, I mean, you had Herod, right? And then you had, you had Rome. The Roman emperor was actually king, right? So you got Augustus that was around that time, and then was it Tiberius? Well, it's the same person, right? Tiberius Augustus.
Tiberius, well, yeah, he was a Roman emperor, yeah.
Yeah, he was the same. Yeah, Roman emperor.
Okay, so Jesus was never actually a king. He was made fun of by the Romans for not being a king. They mocked him.
Well, Jesus is king, right? And so,
he's not though.
Like Revelation 19:16 talks about King of Kings, right? Jesus being King of Kings, Lord of Lords.
But that's not true because he's not a king. Saying he'll be a king when he comes back.
Well, just because you say it's not true, because you say it's not true doesn't mean it's not true.
Well, give me the evidence that it's true.
Well, he says it. He says in Matthew 16:18, right?
Why do I give a fuck what he said?
18, if you will. Wow. Okay. Well, I mean, why? That's the thing. So you don't care what he says, and that's the problem, right? So you're saying,
the problem is I don't believe his words. Why should?
Here's the prophecy uttered by Ezekiel. Jesus is the fulfillment.
Why
of that
should
prophecy,
I believe his words?
You don't care.
Why? Give me the reason why I should care.
Okay, so it's like this. It's like this. Either Jesus is Lord, lunatic, or liar, right?
He's a liar, and he's a lunatic.
All right. So you're going to say he's a liar, right? And so if Jesus fulfills the prophecies, right, which he did,
he didn't fulfill
and then
one.
you have, yes, he did.
0 prophecies.
No, it's not. Micah 5:2, right?
Micah 5:2 didn't get fulfilled.
Isaiah 7:14.
Isaiah 7 is not even
he was
about
born
Jesus.
in Bethlehem. Isaiah 7:14.
How many
you
people?
say that?
How many people were born in Bethlehem?
How many people were born in Bethlehem?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. The prophecy was about the Messiah being born in Bethlehem.
Well, it actually didn't necessarily say that he would be the Messiah, but it does talk about someone who's going to be a king. It says, "But you, O Bethlehem of Ephrathah, who are of the little clans of Judah, from you shall come forth." Ephrathah. It's Ephrathah. "From you shall come forth for me one who is to rule in Israel, whose origin is from old, from ancient days." Did Jesus rule in Israel?
Right. Yes.
Wrong.
Yes. No, he did. He did rule in Israel.
Oh, cool.
Right?
Show me the passage where he was on the throne.
Not physically. Not physically.
Oh, not physically. Oh,
spiritually.
yeah. Oh, I'm the spiritual king of Israel. Prove me wrong.
See, that's fine. You can sit there and mock all you want, right?
I'm not mocking you. I'm demonstrating the stupidity of your claim.
No, you're not. It's not mocking me.
I'm the king of Israel.
I don't care if you
Prove
mock
me
me one
wrong.
iota. Here's the thing. Go back to the prophecies, right? Yeah, let's go to Isaiah 2. I can prove it.
You're not until you respond to what I said. We're not moving on. I am the king of Israel right now. Prove me wrong.
Okay. You first of all, you can't even trace your lineage back to the tribe of David, right? So it's like, or the tribe of Judah.
Yep.
You can't prove that you're a son of David.
David is my ancestor.
No, you can't prove it. Show me your genealogy. That's the reason why you go to Matthew 1, you can see the genealogy of Jesus. You go to Luke 3, you can see the genealogy of Jesus.
Goes to Joseph. Joseph wasn't the father of Jesus.
Listen, Mary,
prove that I'm not
is
from the.
still in that genealogy in Matthew 1.
Mary's
That's
not.
the reason why.
Mary's
There's the
not.
reason why you have 5
Mary's
women
not.
mentioned.
Mary is not.
Mary is.
No, she's not. She's not part of that genealogy.
You can go to Matthew 1 and look up Luke 3 and find that they both have the same.
They both
I can
go to
take you there
Joseph.
right now if you want. Listen, Mary and Joseph had the same family members in their genealogies.
Mary was a Levite.
You want to look at the scriptures or no?
I've got it open right now. Well, you're ready.
Okay. So let's go to Luke.
This is gonna be a painful lesson. Luke chapter 3.
Okay. So when you look at let me pull up.
It's Luke chapter 3.
So you look at the son of Judah. Yeah, Judah, starting at verse 23 is where the genealogy starts.
Mm-hmm.
And so you see how he's going to go all the way back to Adam, right? He starts with Adam at verse 38, and then he's working his way all the way up. He goes to Abraham, Isaac, obviously goes to Jesse, Boaz, and then you're going to have, that's David right there, right? David is verse 31. And then you come all the way up to Joseph, right?
To Joseph, not Mary.
Right, but if you go back to Joseph, go back all the way to the son of Heli. Now you got to go to Matthew chapter 1, and you're going to see the same names.
You said Luke chapter 3.
Right, and you got to compare it with Matthew
And
1
Luke
as well. Because
Luke chapter 3
Matthew,
goes to which individual? Mary or Joseph?
Right, I'm trying to show you.
Just stay
I'm trying
focused.
to show you that Mary.
Does it go to Joseph or Mary?
See, you saying, "Oh, I can't talk over you," but yet you get to talk over me.
I'm not going to let you.
Somehow that's okay.
I'm not going to let you evade the conversation. So this is how conversations work. If I ask you easy questions, all you have to do is answer the question. If you ask me a question, I'll answer your question. So if I ask you a question and then you run away from it, yes, I will interrupt you.
I'm not running away. I'm not running away from nothing.
In Luke, the passage you wanted to read, does the genealogy go to Mary or does it go to Joseph?
And before we went to Luke, I told you have to look at Matthew.
I promise we will look at Matthew next. In Luke, where does the genealogy terminate?
It starts at verse 38 and it terminates at verse 23.
With what?
So 23
person?
It takes you all the way. Right. Look, Jesus, when he began his ministry, was about 30 years of age, being the son, as was supposed, of Joseph, the son of Heli.
Joseph, there we go. Okay, so in Matthew, right? the genealogy terminates in Joseph as the parent, right?
Okay, but look at who was Joseph's father.
It's just a yes or
and
no.
That's what I'm saying.
Is the lineage going to Joseph in the book of Luke?
Yes. Now go back like you said.
Okay, now show me where it goes to
you
Mary.
Said, but you
Matthew.
said it yourself. You said it yourself. Mary was a Levite, and if you look at, that's the reason why I had you go to Luke 3, because son of Mattathias, the son of Levi, verse 24.
But that's not a parent of Mary.
You're not understanding that they had the same fathers in both the lineage. So if you trace their lineage far back enough, yes, that they were related.
Joseph and Mary,
back in your lineage, you're going to have the same family members.
Do not have the same family members. Mary's lineage,
they come from the same tribes.
Mary's lineage is not given in the Bible anywhere. The only thing we know about her lineage is that her sister was from the tribe of Levi. That's it. That's all we know.
So we came. That's why you have to go to Matthew. Go to Matthew's.
All right, let's go to Matthew,
and
I'll prove you wrong.
Mary
on that.
is mentioned there. Mary is mentioned.
Mary's not mentioned in the lineage.
Okay.
Matthew chapter 1. Show me where the lineage goes to Mary.
That's what I'm reading right now. And Jacob, verse 16, right?
Yep.
Right? And so she's not mentioned in the lineage, right?
Nope.
Notice that. Yeah, look at verse 16. And Jacob, the father of Joseph, the husband of Mary,
that's right,
of whom Jesus was born, who is called Christ.
Jacob
it's not saying that Jesus was from
Jacob
Joseph.
Is the
Jesus
father of
is from
who?
Mary.
Jacob is the father of who?
Notice the father of Joseph.
Okay,
right? The husband of Mary.
Okay,
so
Jacob is the father of Joseph. Who's the father of Mary?
Listen, Jesus is from. That's the reason why I had you
the
go to
father
Mary.
of Mary?
It doesn't say it there. What I'm
Okay, so
saying
then
is
you don't
Jesus
know.
is directly coming from Mary. That's the whole point of going to Matthew
We
1:16.
know that Jesus came from Mary. That's evident that they're parents. What we don't know is who Mary's lineage goes to. Her parents are never listed.
I get that. I get that.
Okay, so Mary's irrelevant.
But no, she's not irrelevant because
Okay,
she's not irrelevant
then
because obviously
find me her genealogy then.
it's not. I'm saying she was mentioned in the genealogy to prove that Jesus comes from Mary and that Joseph didn't have the son. So obviously this fulfills the prophecy that I mentioned back in Isaiah
Jesus was born
7:14.
to Mary. Everyone agrees that Mary was the
And
father.
not Joseph. Everyone
agrees that Mary was the mother of Jesus. There's no question there. The question that we're trying to
The
talk
virgin.
about, she wasn't a virgin, but the question we're answering right
Yes, she
now,
was.
she wasn't. The question that we're answering
She
right
was.
She wasn't. The questions that we're answering right now.
It's the Hebrew word alma.
Alma doesn't mean virgin. The Hebrew word alma means a young woman, and I promise.
No, that's one of the.
I promise we can go there next when you stop talking and pivoting. I will not let you run from this topic until we complete it. So you said that the genealogy goes back to David for Jesus, and you said it went through Mary. Now we're reading the genealogies, and neither one of them go through Mary. Would you like to revise your previous claim, or can you find me a genealogy of Mary somewhere?
Listen, you might have mistaken what I said was Mary was mentioned in the genealogy. I said there were 5 women mentioned in Matthew's genealogy of Jesus.
So
what? There were 5 women.
I don't care.
Mary was mentioned.
Everyone knows that Mary was the mother of Jesus. The question is whether or not Mary goes back to David.
The whole point of that was to prove that Jesus.
You brought up the talking point that the lineage of Jesus goes back to King David. And then I showed you that in Luke, it goes through Joseph, which wasn't the father of Jesus. And you said that Matthew goes through Mary, which is commonly held a saying, but it's not true. So then we went to Matthew. I made you read Matthew, and it turned out that Matthew didn't give a genealogy of Mary. So, AP, I don't know why you're talking. Your screen tells you that you're muted when you're muted. You should know that you're muted. This is not difficult. So in the conversation that we're having is whether or not Jesus's genealogy goes back to David. Does it go back to David through Mary, or does it go back to David through Joseph?
Well, obviously it goes back through Joseph.
Okay, so then your previous claim is false. Was Joseph the father of Jesus?
No, he wasn't.
Okay,
he was a stepfather.
Okay,
yes.
So he's got an adopted father that may or may not actually have a lineage that goes back to David. And we've got other problems with the lineage as well. For example, in Matthew, since we're already there, it traces the lineage through who? Do you know the king that it traces the lineage through that was cursed in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 22, said that none of his descendants will sit on the throne of King David?
Yeah, Jeconiah. Yes, Jeconiah. Yes.
Okay, so that's your first problem, is that none of Jeconiah's descendants are allowed to sit on the kingly throne.
Exactly right.
Okay.
And so Jesus, that proves my point that Jesus would not be an earthly king.
Yeah, because he can't. It's incapable because his lineage is cursed. But the actual Messianic prophecy says he'll be a literal king. So the fact that Jesus isn't capable of being a literal king...
It doesn't say that he'll be... Go show me where it says that he'll be a literal king as far as like on earth.
We just read it.
Yeah, I know that he's a king. Literally, he is a king.
Ezekiel
but it doesn't say that he's going to be a king on earth.
Yes, it does. Ezekiel 37 says
no, it doesn't.
We just read it. I'm going to read it to you again now that you're lying on the text that we just read. My servant David will be king over them, and they shall have one shepherd. They shall follow my ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes. They will live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob. That is Israel. That is the land that was given to their servant Jacob.
Okay.
This is a physical king over a physical people in a physical land, and Jesus was not that.
Listen to what you're saying. Again, it does not say that he's going to be king on earth. Just because you say, oh, this is physical land. No, it doesn't. What is
the land that was given to Jacob?
Listen, read the verse again. My servant David shall be king over them.
We'll try this again. What is the land that was given to Jacob? What do we call it?
Oh, obviously it's the promised land, it's Palestine.
It's Israel. Okay, cool. So he says that the people that the king is leading are going to live in that land, and that land is on the earth.
Listen, read Ezekiel 37:25 once more. They shall dwell in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob. It doesn't say he's going to be a king on that land or in that land.
It says, my servant David will be their prince forever. It's wild that you think that he's going to be a king and a prince forever, and he's not going to actually be there, because if you just read the rest of Ezekiel, the prince shows up again, and the prince is giving offerings and sacrifices with the people of Israel in a renewed temple in a reapportioned land.
Again, you're taking these out of context. You're not applying them, because I can take you to Isaiah chapter 2 right now and show you.
Isaiah chapter 2 didn't come true either.
Chapter 2 to show you. Oh, yes, it did.
It did not.
But for one, I'm so taken back for one who doesn't believe the Bible. Yet you sure do use a lot of references from the Bible.
That's why I know it's false.
No, it's not. It's just you're fighting within yourself. You can tell that you do want to believe, but out of rebellion, you choose not to.
I absolutely don't, and you're not a good mind reader.
It's not about mind reading. It's just we know what the Bible says about those who rebel in their hearts.
I know that the Bible's untrue, which is why I'm not a Christian, and you don't know that yet. You're in here to get a real education.
You want to discredit it. You don't know that.
I do know that. The Bible says things that are demonstrably untrue. It contradicts itself at every turn, and Jesus fulfilled 0 prophecies.
It doesn't. Look at Isaiah 2:2 versus Isaiah chapter 2 verses.
You're not going to like
3.
Isaiah chapter 2 because none of it came true. Have you read past verse 2?
Yes, I have.
What happens in the rest of chapter 2?
All right. I'm talking about Isaiah 2 verses 2.
Well, there's more than one verse in Isaiah 2. What happens in the chapter?
Yeah, I get that. But I want to focus on verses 2 and 3. What happens in the
chapter?
Okay, judgment happens.
And what
judgment
else?
happens on. What do you mean? And what else?
And
first, you got to take it. You got to take it for what it is. There's a prophecy.
I know what it is, EP. I need you to stop pretending like I haven't read it. So, if you know the context, tell me what it is.
I'm telling you. There's a prophecy.
The context is the end of days when God rescues his people Israel and defeats all of their enemies and institutes a kingdom of world peace. That's why it says in verse 4, he shall judge between the nations and shall arbitrate for many people. They will beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore. O house of Jacob, so on and so forth. So none of this happened.
Yeah, it's a peaceful kingdom. And that's the reason why when Jesus said, my kingdom is not of this world, if it was, my servants would fight.
But none of it happened.
And that's why it's a reference to the peaceful kingdom.
But none of it happened.
Go back. Yes, it is.
Yes,
and that's why the church is shall not lift up. Go to Matthew 16.
Nation shall not lift up sword against nation. What is a nation and what is a sword?
Exactly. What is a nation and what is a sword?
Yeah, the words actually have meanings. What is a nation?
A nation is a people.
And what is a sword?
A weapon, of course. It's talking about it's going to be a peaceful kingdom.
And the prediction says that the nations will not pick up swords anymore, and they won't even learn of war anymore. Okay, which means this is world peace.
Go to Acts chapter 2, you'll see the nations.
World peace. Nations
No.
will be at peace.
No, it's talking about the kingdom. It's talking about the kingdom will be a peaceful kingdom.
Doesn't say that.
Yes, it does.
No, it
doesn't.
Go back.
Yes, it does.
We're in Isaiah chapter 2. It says, nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they, meaning there's more than one, neither shall they learn war anymore. The nations will be at peace.
What is the mountain of the house of the Lord?
That's Zion.
What are mountains? What are mountains used for?
A mountain is a physical mountain, and Mount Zion is God's holy mountain within Judea. So, but again,
what is the mountain in verse 2 of Isaiah 2?
So what I need you to do is stop dodging my very easy questions. In verse 4, it says that the nations will not do war anymore. They're not going to do it. You already said that a nation is a people group and a sword is a weapon. So I'm trying to figure out how this actually came true before you pivot to a new verse. Can you tell me how this came true?
Yes, I can tell you how it came true.
Right,
If
cool.
you go to Acts chapter 2, you're going to see nations come to Pentecost, to Jerusalem. And that's why I was
I'm
trying
sorry.
to tell you in Isaiah chapter
So those nations never went to war anymore.
2. Wait, no, see, you're asking me to answer the question, and so I'm trying to answer, but then you're going to interrupt me.
EP.
See, it doesn't work both ways.
You're lying, EP. The verse says in Isaiah 2, they shall not learn war anymore. Did the nations at Pentecost end up going to war ever?
Listen, when you look at...
It's a yes or no. Did the nations who came to the Pentecost, did they learn about war anymore?
No, so the nations is a reference to people.
We'll try this again. The nations in Isaiah, when it says the nations shall not learn war anymore, is that true of all the nations that showed up at Pentecost?
Listen, again,
it's a yes or no. In Isaiah, it says the physical nations living on the earth with physical swords won't go to war anymore. I'm asking you if that came true at the Pentecost. That's what I need to know.
Yes, it came true at Pentecost when you rightly understand what Isaiah is talking about. Yes, it came true. However,
okay, what's Isaiah talking about?
You won't accept it because the nations is a reference to people. And the people there is going to come. They're going to all come together and be a peaceful people.
The nations.
It's a reference to the church. It's a reference to the church.
The nations of the earth.
The people.
No, it doesn't say the people. There's a word for people.
Nations is a reference to, we all know this. Come on, you can play. You can play.
We don't all
crazy
know
if
this.
you want to.
You're the one up here lying, saying that words don't mean words. So
Nobody's
in
lying.
Hebrew,
All right, look, man. If you're not going to sit there, I'm not going to waste my time with you, man.
In Hebrew, the word for people is
it's
what?
It's fine. Hebrew, the word. What do you?
The Hebrew word for people
again
is Okay, and what's the Hebrew word for a nation or for nations?
Again.
Are they different words? It's goy, by the way.
Yes, they're different words.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay,
words.
And it says in verse 4, both of those words, he will judge between.
Once again, you're trying to.
Says he will judge between the nations, hagoyim, the nations. These are physical people, and he will arbitrate for many people. So these are actual people, actual nations living on the earth. And he says, of those nations living on the earth, they won't learn of war anymore. And you're trying to make a really sad equivocation. Of course, he dropped. Yeah. Trying to make a very sad equivocation saying, no, because Pentecost happened, somehow this came true. It didn't come true. There's more words don't mean words. And I would have ran if I was you too. Imagine coming in and having that amount of confidence only to get absolutely cooked. Crazy. Oh well, it is what it is. Guys, don't come in with that level of confidence if you don't have any idea of what you're talking about. If all you can do is say words don't mean words. If words don't mean words is your best argument, you're not going to do well here. All right, let's get a next super chat. Ligma, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the 666. Says, verily, words do not bear the weight of words, for lo, their essence doth slip like sand through fingers. I know. Guys, words don't mean words. Remember that. If you're a Christian, words are not allowed to have any meanings. Words mean what you need them to mean, not what they actually mean. And Big W, J Mule, thank you for the $20 super chat. I appreciate that. It says, you know that Swedish chef from the Muppets? I knew. Yeah. So what patience juice is in your glass this evening? I'd love to see you make theists double down by asking them how much of their belief is hanging on X argument. Dougstruction. Big W, I appreciate that. I love the Muppets, by the way. I really got to... Maybe I should find a way to mix the Muppets into some of these talking points. They're fantastic. My favorite was always the drummer, the crazy drummer guy. What was his name? And Beaker. I love Beaker. Yeah, listen, we're going to be cooking the Christians when they get up here and say words don't mean words. Christian Johnson, thank you for the $5 super chat. It's crazy how hard it is for them to prove something they believe their entire life. Crushed worldview in half hour. Exactly, yeah. And I was there. I get it. I understand how difficult it is to believe something wholeheartedly and then to hear all the evidence that it just simply isn't true. And Exodus Brothers, good to see you tonight, my friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says Jesus called himself Prince of Peace, but also said, didn't come to bring peace, but a sword. No wonder the Romans were so confused. I know. He said, I didn't come to bring peace, but a sword. And the term mother against daughter and father against son is crazy to me. And Cora, thank you so much for the $10 over Cash App. Big W, Cora. I appreciate the support. And last one, DL, thank you for the super chat. Good to see you tonight, friend. He says, Jesus said he came to bring a sword, not peace. Matthew 10:34, and to cast fire upon the earth. Yeah, Luke chapter 12. Big W, you're right. He wasn't the one of peace. He was not the one of peace. All right, let's get our next guest in here, guys. We've got, looks like somebody without a name on the YouTube queue waiting to come in, and then Covey. Well, I added him to the conversation, but he didn't appear on screen, and I can't hear you right now. Nameless YouTuber, give me 1 second to remove you and add you back up. Maybe the connection's not good. I don't know why it's not adding you. You might have to drop down and come back. Let me refresh my queue real quick, see if it's on my end. We'll see if that fixes it. It's still not adding you to the conversation. I don't know actually what's happening. Hold on a second. I don't know what's going on with your connection. You might have to drop down and come back up. I don't know why it's acting this way. But just drop down and come back up. I'll put you in, okay? Video Ninja has been really reliable, actually, since I've been using it. But every once in a while, it does that, where I try to add somebody to the scene on the screen, and it just like pretends like they're not even there. I'm like, but I can see them. How come you can't see them? So weird. Doesn't make any sense. But then again, the software is free. You know, what are you going to do? You can complain about free software. You don't bite the hand that feeds you. Never look a gift horse in the mouth, as they say. That's a good saying, by the way. Never look a gift horse in the mouth. I love it. If you know what the saying is about, it's actually it's pretty well thought out. My dad was old school from the South, and he had tons of sayings like that. It was fun. Travis says, I thought Justin was a biblical scholar, but clearly he's a chef. Thank you so much, Travis. I appreciate that. And we're going to try to get the guest in here if he comes back. We'll see if he's able to connect. Andy, thank you so much for the super chat. Andy says, thank you for your good work. Well, thank you so much for supporting, Andy. I really appreciate that. And thank you mucho for the $9.99 super chat. That's very generous. And Mino, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. It says, if the end of war was spiritual, then why are Christians still constantly fighting? That's actually a good point that I didn't bring up, because the nations that were at Pentecost literally went to fucking war like all the time. They're still at war right now. So it's crazy that he would use that particular topic. And Cranky, good to see you tonight, friend. Thank you for the $9.99. He says, good evening to you, Justin. Hail, Doug. I love the way you keep control of the conversation. Too bad Darth has zero self-control. Darth got nothing. He's an infant. Says also, Animal was the Animal was the drummer. Cheers, dude, and keep cooking, chef. Thank you so much for that. I knew it was like something wild. Yeah, the drummer was Animal, which is a good personification of the drummer personality. But Cranky, thank you so much for the support. I appreciate the super chat and for reminding me the name. We're gonna try to get Truth Seeker in here. I think Truth Seeker is connected this time. How you doing?
Yo, how you doing, man?
Good. How you doing, Truth?
Not much.
So, Truth, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
All right, man. Look, I'm a believer, but I'll be 18 in like a few months. So does it really count? Like,
You should have lied. You really should have lied, Truth Seeker.
come on, man. Like, come on. Let's be real. Come on.
Well, listen, you're on YouTube and not.
I know what I'm talking.
Well, you're on YouTube and
I
not.
know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about. I promise.
You're on YouTube and not on TikTok, so I can talk to you being 17. But if you're on TikTok, I absolutely cannot talk to 18-year-olds. They'll get my live banned. But here's the deal, Truth Seeker. I know you probably think you know what you're talking about, but you might want to tread lightly with whatever the conversation is. So the question for tonight is, why would I want to trust the Bible?
All right, so in my opinion, because subjective, but I think you should trust it because historical reliability.
Like what?
There's like the crucifixion.
So
the person of Jesus.
So
the followers of Jesus.
So
the prophecies.
What prophecies?
There's so much that the Messianic prophecies.
But Jesus didn't fulfill any.
Yeah, he did.
Not even one.
I can show you one right now.
I'd love to have it.
All right, let's go. Hey, I never really, I'll be honest, I never really debated before.
It's okay. Don't worry.
All right, Isaiah 53.
Sure. Have you read all of Isaiah?
Yeah, I've read the whole thing.
Sure. What's the context of Isaiah? What time period is he writing in?
What time period?
Yeah.
Thousands of years before Jesus.
Oh, a couple hundred. He's writing approximately.
Yeah. Hey, I'll be honest. I didn't really study the dates like that. I'll be honest. I became a Christian like 2 years ago.
The context is important. So Isaiah is writing in the chapters you're referring to. He's writing about the release of the captives from the Babylonian captivity because they were taken captive starting in 605 by the Babylonians. That was their first incursion into Israel. And they're now being freed. They were freed in 539 by King Cyrus. And the section of text we're talking about, chapter 40 to chapter 55, is all about them being released from that captivity. And I think that the servant that is referred to in the section of text that you're interested in is actually the nation of Israel. Would you like to hear why that is the case?
Yeah. Yeah.
The prophet tells you. So, for example, if you go to Isaiah 41, 8 through 9, he tells you on about 8 or 9 different occasions, says, "But you, Israel, my servant Jacob, whom I've chosen, the offspring of Abraham, my friend," so on and so forth. It says, "I called you from the furthest corners, saying to you that you are my servant." So in Isaiah 41, the servant is Israel. In Isaiah 43:10, he says, "You are my witnesses, says the Lord, and my servant whom I have chosen." So again, the nation of Israel is the servant. And then Isaiah 44, 1 through 2, "Hear now, O Jacob, my servant, and Israel, whom I have chosen." And then he does the same in Isaiah 44, 21. "Remember these things, O Jacob and Israel, you are my servant." And then 2 more, Isaiah 45, 4 says, "For the sake of my servant Jacob and Israel my chosen, I call you by your name." And then my favorite is Isaiah 48, 20, where he says, "Go out from Babylon, flee from Chaldea, declare this with a shout of joy, proclaim it, send it forth to the ends of the earth, and say, the Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob." So when the prophet tells me over and over again that the servant is Israel, I take him at his word.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but then how would you reconcile 53 verse 5? How would you reconcile that? It says he was pierced for our transgressions. So how could the nation of Israel be pierced for our transgressions?
Well, it doesn't say pierced. That's the first part. So that's
NIV says he was pierced he was crushed for our iniquities. The punishment that brought us peace was on him.
Yeah,
by his wounds we were healed. One question: how could a nation be referred to as he? That doesn't really make sense.
Well, we actually just covered that a second ago. Isaiah says, "You are my witnesses, Jacob and Israel, and my servant." So, like the fact that there's a singular he is meaningless here. It's a metaphor. The nation of Israel is being personified as a human being.
That sounds like Jesus, man. I'll be honest.
I know it sounds like Jesus, but it's not.
Yeah. How?
Because it's the nation of Israel. The prophet told you that the servant is Israel, and he tells you over and over again leading up to the passage why that's the case. God says, when I redeem my servant Israel from captivity, all the nations are going to know that I am the true God. I am the one true God when I restore Israel. That's why it says in chapter, let me grab it, chapter 40, actually 54, I think is what I'm looking for. 54 or 56, 1 second. 56, actually 55, I was in between. He says, the nations that you do not know shall run to you, because the Lord your God, the Holy One of Israel, has glorified you, which is in line with what the prophets say as well. In Zechariah 8 and Micah chapter 4, it talks about how when God glorifies Israel, all the nations are going to run to Israel because it's apparent that their God is the actual rightful God.
I mean, I think Israel also can be referred to as God.
How so?
Because at least that's what he's referred to in the Old Testament.
I don't know of a single occasion where that happens.
I can't really. I'll be honest. I can't really recall the verses. I'm not lying, because I'm doing a reread.
Right.
Of like the first, I'm in Joshua right now, but I just did a reread from Genesis to Deuteronomy, and I remember God being called Israel.
No, Jacob was called Israel.
But about Isaiah 53,
right?
If you keep reading, it says, yeah, it was the Lord, like in verse 10. I mean, even if you read the whole chapter,
I've read it all.
It just sounds like it sounds just like it.
Like a human being suffering?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the whole point. The whole point is to personify the nation of Israel as a human being suffering.
Even in the first in verse 3, it says he was despised and rejected by mankind.
Yeah, the nation of Israel. Yeah.
A man suffering and
I'm aware.
familiar with pain.
Yeah.
Nation being likened to a man.
Yeah.
That don't really make sense.
We just read it. Were you not listening?
Familiar with pain.
In Isaiah 43:10, he says, "You are my witnesses," which is plural, right?
Yeah.
Okay, it says, "You are my witnesses," says the Lord, "and my servant whom I have chosen." So he's saying a group of people in the plural is his servant in the singular.
What verse is that?
Isaiah 43:10. I would also point out while you're reading that real quick is when you interpret Isaiah 53 properly, like it's the nation of Israel, it matches every other prophetic book. Every other prophetic book talks about this. When you interpret it as a human being who's suffering and dying for someone's sins, it contradicts all the other messianic prophecies. Every messianic prophecy says the exact opposite of this. But listen, the New Testament cites a lot of prophecies about Jesus. Maybe there's another one.
Yeah. Hey, I'll be honest, I gotta keep studying. But I just came on just to it never really made sense to me how a lot of Jews, they call it the forbidden chapter.
I've never heard a Jew say that.
But then, yeah, I've seen videos where it's called the forbidden chapter, in the synagogues. They don't.
Not by Jews, only by Christians who say that nonsense. I'm personally friends with multiple Jewish rabbis, and they don't call it that.
All right, one more verse.
Sure, go for it.
But where is it?
I mean, I commend you on your disposition. You've got a great personality, and you're very mature for your age. I've had a bunch of adults in here come in and act like jackasses. You've acted better than all of them.
Hey, thanks, man. Well, Yeah, Isaiah 7, I think it's verse 14.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. The virgin will conceive and give birth to a son.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And will be called him Emmanuel.
Mm-hmm.
And then I remember in another verse, didn't it say he was going to be called Mighty God?
That's Isaiah.
Messiah?
That's Isaiah chapter 9, but we can get there next if you want to. So Isaiah chapter 7, we need to talk about the context again. So in Isaiah chapter 7, there's some stuff happening. The prophet Isaiah is being sent to a particular person to give a message to a particular person. Who is that person?
Is it Ahaz?
You got it. And Ahaz is the king of Judah. Right. So the two kingdoms in the north, the northern Israelites and the Arameans, made an alliance. And the king of Judah was not friendly to that alliance. So they go to war trying to replace the king of Judah, but they're not successful, right? So the prophet, the first time when he goes to them, ends his prophecy in verse 9. When he says, if you do not stand firm in your faith, you shall not stand at all. So the first prophecy ends with, you need to have faith that God is with you during your time of trial, basically. Then the second prophecy, the one that you're interested in, starts in verse 10. And he says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, so from the onset, this is a prophecy being spoken to Ahaz, right? Right.
Yeah.
So it says to Ahaz, ask a sign of the Lord your God, and let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals that you weary my God also? Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child, and shall bear a son, and shall name him Emmanuel. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse evil and choose the good. For before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose two kings you are in dread will be deserted. So the prophecy is about a child who's already been conceived. He's about to be born. And before he is old enough to know right from wrong, the two kings that are attacking King Ahaz are going to be wiped out. So it's not about a Messiah. There's no Messiah mentioned here.
All right. I said last verse, but this is actually the last one.
All right, go for it.
And I promise I'll actually get out of here.
No, listen, you're delightful. You're stay as long as you want.
Proverbs 30.
Verse 4?
Yeah, 3 through 4.
Yeah, the proverb of Agar.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So it says, I have not learned wisdom, nor have I attained to the knowledge of the Holy One. Who has gone up to heaven and come down? Whose hands have gathered up the wind? Who has wrapped up the waters in a cloak? Who has established all the ends of the earth? What is his name, and what is the name of his son? Surely you know.
Mm-hmm.
So, at least for me, when I read this, it sounds like, before it says who is his son, it's saying who has gone up to heaven and come down, whose hands have gathered up the winds, who has established all the ends of the earth. There's no prophet who can establish all the ends of the earth.
It's not about a prophet.
So who is it?
It's nobody.
If it's not God, then who is it?
No, let's listen to what's actually happening here, right? So Agar is lamenting that he lacks understanding because he's human, right? He says, surely, in verse 2, surely I am too stupid to be human. I do not have human understanding. I have not learned wisdom, nor have I knowledge of the Holy One. So he's saying, I don't have understanding, and I certainly don't have understanding of like the heavenly realm. Like the Holy Ones is a euphemism for typically the angels or the members of the divine council. And so he's saying, I don't have human understanding. I don't have any wisdom. I have no knowledge of the Holy Ones. Then he says, who has ascended to heaven and come down? He's talking about man. He's now describing why he has no knowledge of the heavenly realm. He's saying, who has ascended to heaven and come down? Who has gathered the wind in the hollow of his hand? Who has wrapped up the waters in a garment? Who has established all the ends of the earth? He's now comparing humans to God. He's saying humans have not done this. That's why he says, what is that person's name and what is the name of that person's child? Actually, your translation says son, mine says child, but it does say son. It says b'nai in the original Hebrew, except for some of the textual variants. We've got a couple textual variants in Greek and Aramaic that say children instead of child or son. But the translators that translated it into Aramaic and Greek understood that this is not about a single son of God. This is about human descendants. He's saying no human's ever done this. And if a human's ever done it, show me who it is. I want to know. Right? I don't read this as talking about a son of God.
That's interesting. But yeah, that's pretty much it for me. I just wanted to see how you interpret those verses, but
sure.
Yeah, that's really it.
Well,
right, man.
True Circuit, thanks for coming through and having such a kind disposition, even though obviously we disagree. I think you're a good example of what other callers, what kind of conversation can be had if you don't come in all hostile.
Yeah.
All right. Cheers.
All right, man. See you.
A big W for Truth Seeker. Evidence that you can disagree with somebody without being disagreeable. In fact, that was one of my favorite sayings. My old pastor used to say that. My pastor would say, you can disagree without being disagreeable. But I would add to that if somebody disagrees with you while being disagreeable, I will disagree squared. I'll be disagreeable and I'll disagree with you. Good question. Eli says, Messiah through David's bloodline, Ephraim or Manasseh, the true Messiah confirmed. I may not fully understand your question, Eli, but we talked about the bloodline of Jesus a while ago on the live, and he doesn't appear to be a descendant from David. You know what I mean? He just wasn't. And I am big W. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. It's very generous. And you start your comment with Simon Bar Yakai or Bar Kokva, as some would say. Says Shimon Bar Yochai does way more impressive miracles than Jesus. I agree. Shooting energy blasts at people, breaking Sabbath, exorcising demons from Roman emperor's daughter, serving and being buried alive in a tomb underground for 10 years, surviving. And there's another thing. If you read the Talmudic writings, it's also said that he was able to pull entire trees up, completely uproot them out of the ground. And then it says that he transferred this ability to some of his followers. So even some of his followers were able to have this like godlike power of ripping trees out of the ground. And he was actually a ruler in Israel. We actually have coins from the Bar Kokhba rebellion with his name on it. We know that he was a Mashiach, and Rabbi Akiva actually said before, things went down that he found the Messiah. So some of the Jewish rabbis even believed publicly that he was the Messiah. If anybody fulfilled the prophecies in the Old Testament, Simon Bar Kokhba got closer than anybody I've ever heard of. Eric, thank you for the super chat. Says, when a theist starts with, in my opinion, to discuss truth, it's not going to end well. Put your feet on the rock named Doug. Yes, absolutely. Guys, put your faith in the rock of salvation, Doug and Sharon Stone. Doug has never let you down. Doug is not slippery. There's no moss that grows on Doug and Sharon Stone. They'll never slip. You'll never slip from their grip, guys. It is rock solid. And, Doug's workload is light. He is heavy so that you are light. Eric Smith, great point on Isaiah 53. In Hosea 11:1, it refers to Israel as a him as well. It does. It actually refers to him as the firstborn son. It says, Israel is my firstborn son. That's Exodus chapter 4, verse 22. And Marilyn, welcome back, Marilyn. You're in the chat. It says public apology first and foremost to the Jews for using their name in vain. If I offended Jews, I was wrong, and I won't use the word out of respect. I want to apologize to the mods for being inappropriate as well as to chat. Well, holy shit, Marilyn. That is a sincere, full-throated apology, and obviously we would accept the apology. I believed that you were sincere from the start. So big W, Marilyn. I know it's difficult to look back at some of the things you said and realize that maybe they meant things you didn't intend them to mean. So big W, Marilyn. We really appreciate that. And so if you're a mod in here, guys, make sure you give Marilyn access to the chat and, to the Discord. It takes a lot to come in and apologize. That's very difficult to do. I've had to do it myself on occasion, and I don't like it. I don't like it any more than the next person. So thanks, Marilyn. We appreciate that. And Chris, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Big W. I appreciate the support. It says, always loved your work. Tithes to you, sir. LL. Well, I will accept your tithes and offerings, and you don't even have to give me mint, dill, cumin, or any type of sap from tree like frankincense or myrrh. But thank you so much for the tithe, Chris. I really appreciate that. Big W, Chris. All right, let's get our next guest in here. And I think I accidentally closed the TikTok queue. Let me see if it's still open. There we go. I don't see any Christians in the TikTok queue, so let's grab our next guest from the YouTube queue. Covey has been waiting for a while, so we'll get Covey in here. How you doing, Covey?
Hey man, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing?
Yeah, real good. Cheers for having me on.
Cheers, thanks for being here. Covey, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I am at least 18. Believer might be more complicated.
Agnostic?
I would argue I'm not quite. I would say that I practice some form of Christianity without really believing in a God.
Okay. So secular
and-
Christian.
Yeah, if that's a thing, I'm not too sure of the terms or whatever, but yeah, I've sort of had a pretty close relationship with a monastery where I'm from, and yeah, I really like a lot of the stuff that they do, I guess.
I get that.
I actually had, oh yeah, good, yeah, because I was actually curious if you were, I suppose, I've only recently discovered you, like probably in the last week or so. I've been binging a lot of your stuff. I think I actually found you through Planet Peterson, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, who I've been watching for a little bit too. So
He's awesome.
I'm familiar with a lot of those. Yeah, oh man, it's really good to like learn some of that sort of biology stuff too from him.
And he knows the
physics
Bible
from
pretty
Dr.
well.
Blitz and all those like, yeah.
I've had discussions with him before where we've been on the same panel, and like people ask Bible questions. He's got the answer. I'm like, shit, what do you need me here for? You already know the Bible.
Oh yeah, but I mean, somebody who can read it in the Hebrew and Greek too. I mean, that's pretty invaluable, I think.
It helps.
I do understand though the frustration that you must feel whenever whenever people come on and say, "Oh, but if you had just read it, you would understand and agree with me." Like, I do find that very frustrating.
And they say, I don't know the context. Yeah, I'm sure I don't know the context. That's why I can tell you like what year they were writing, who they were writing to, what was happening at the time.
Nah, but if you knew the context, then you'd be a Christian. I mean, it's obvious.
Obvious. Yeah.
I actually came up with like two questions. So one, I think you kind of already answered with, I suppose, maybe your tone, but I wanted to know if I suppose you were a bit more of an anti-theist, I suppose is the term. Like, do you feel that Christianity or you can broaden it to Islam and Judaism too, have had like a detrimental effect on society overall? Or, yeah, like just, does that make sense, I guess? Like, do you think that it was worth it even if it's not true or if it's damaging?
So I don't think that the belief in these deities are inherently bad. So for example, I know Christians and their belief in Jesus, or I know Jews as well, their belief in Yahweh, I think is, for them, I think it helps them to be a better person sometimes. But the problem I have is that religion itself, I think, is dangerous. So I think when you get hooked into like dogmas, and those dogmas are inextricably tied to the book, then you got big problems, because the books of Christianity, the books of Islam, they're actually pretty dangerous books when you actually sit down and read them. And so, for example, like your average cafeteria Christian, like they go to mass, they take the Eucharist, or they go to Protestant church and they pray and sing songs. They're not likely to do dangerous things. The problem is, though, a lot of people who believe these religions will do dangerous things, and that's my biggest problem. That's why, like, I hardly ever talk about like Hinduism. Hinduism is not typically, or Buddhism too, not religions that are like hell-bent on converting everybody else to your religion by hook or crook. So they tend to not be violent. But like Christianity, the goal of Christianity is to convert the entire world. The goal of Islam is to convert the entire world. Well, that's like inherently a dangerous concept.
Yeah, no, definitely. Like I would agree with that. I mean, listening to some of your debates and stuff, and people coming up with saying things like, yeah, I'd drown my children if God told me to.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, how can I deny that that sounds incredibly detrimental to society, to families, to all this? So and yeah, I think just from my experience with churches, I didn't meet a lot of people like that, I guess, like I think modern Christianity, at least where I'm from, sort of interprets it a bit more metaphorically. And, I mean, obviously the value of that is quite limited as a truth claim. If we're just going to say, oh, I don't like this bit anymore, cultures change, we should probably not keep practicing that. But
Right.
yeah, I don't know if I don't think I'd argue with anything you said. Like, I'd agree with that probably fully. Like, I'm curious, does Judaism sort of have that, it doesn't have a sort of evangelism side? I mean, I guess the Old Testament is very Israel's, and the Jews are God's chosen people, so it wouldn't really make sense to be evangelizing Gentiles. I don't know, like.
Yeah, the Jews don't really proselytize because they don't believe that you're going to go to hell for not believing in Yahweh.
Right. Okay. So there's no
motivation.
None of that sort of Christian, someone's falling off a cliff, I need to save them even if they don't want me to sort of idea.
Because
okay,
in Judaism, like the afterlife is merit based. If you're a good person, you end up in heaven. If you're a bad person, you end up in hell. Obviously, they do believe if you believe in Yahweh and you follow the mitzvot, then they believe that does increase like your level of righteousness, and therefore you're likely to be resurrected with the righteous. But just because you don't believe in the God doesn't automatically make you unrighteous, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, that definitely sounds. It's quite interesting that I think, like Christians, when you get converted to Christianity or experience church, it's very, you start at the New Testament and you work backwards. And I've always found that a really interesting. I think that's why so many people, like you probably know and stuff, believing that there's prophecies to Jesus in every nook and cranny in the Bible,
right.
And everything.
And there's not.
What is it, Christophany, or they talk about? Like,
yeah,
exactly. Like it's just purely revisionist. Like you're ad hoc looking back and saying, oh, there was Jesus all along.
Right.
No, okay, yeah, awesome. The other thing I wanted to ask was actually about a debate I think you were doing a couple of days ago. And I don't want to. The guy was a dick, I'll admit that, but I couldn't quite understand what you were getting at. So I think by the end of it, I mean, he was rambling for most of it, but by the end of it, I think you were getting into a discussion about time being eternal, or time. Could time exist without physical matter, or could time exist if nothing material existed? And I think you were saying that time could exist, but we just wouldn't be able to measure it because there would be nothing to distinguish two moments in time.
Well,
but
I think it depends on your notion of time. There are like two different notions of time, and there's two different theories of time too. There's A theory and B theory. But I don't know if I'm on board with B theory, but I do believe in A theory. And I talked to a physicist probably a year ago now about this, and I said, what's the evidence? Like the simple, explain it to me like I'm 5. What is the evidence that time actually exists? Because I read a number of physicists' papers. There's a popular theory that's emerged in cosmology, positing that time doesn't actually exist; it's an illusion. And so I asked this physicist, "What would be the good reason for me to believe that time fundamentally exists?" And he says, "Well, if time didn't fundamentally exist, everything would be happening all at once. There would be no separation between any one moment." And I actually thought that was a pretty good answer. And so if you understand time as like a necessary component so that things aren't all happening at once, then it's hard to conceive that there could ever be a reality without time.
I guess that makes sense. I suppose from my understanding of time from a like layman who occasionally Googles physics or whatever, my understanding was that time was, because I suppose like if we go back to like if there was nothing, if there was no matter or universe, would we be able to say that time existed? And I suppose going off what you said, we'd have to conclude that we'd look at if everything was happening all at once, but how would we know that everything's happening all at once if there's nothing to happen?
Right.
If that makes sense.
So when it comes to whether or not it's tied to matter, it's kind of, it gets a little bit tricky. So here's my current position. I think time and what we're going to call matter, I don't know, stuff in the universe. I think it's a continuum. Like the space-time web is a continuum, right? So if time ceased to exist, so would everything else in the continuum, which means
okay,
time and matter must exist together forever.
Yep. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah. Okay. No, it was just something I suppose I wanted to get. I knew you weren't going to be able to share any opinion on it with that guy anyway. So
Right.
I was yeah, I just wanted to suppose hear it from your perspective. So
well, let me say one more thing about that too. So there's been this idea that, well, before matter existed, there was no time either. There's no time or matter, right? But if that were the case, if there was ever a point in which there was no time and there was no matter, there was complete nothingness, then there could never be something, because that means
something would have to change.
There's no ability to change at that point.
Yeah, because there would have to be a before that something and an after that something, which would be okay. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, maybe that's a limitation on our own language and perception, but yeah,
Could be.
time's funky, so
It is funky.
It's funky as, man. And the last question, because I got to leave you because I'm technically on a lunch break. So, I think I've heard you mention that you really like the NRSV, or that's at least the Bible that you sort of, you said at seminary school, you were sort of, that's the one that you get given. Is that fair? Like that you would say if you're reading the Bible, that's probably the one with the most accuracy as a translation compared to the original Hebrew and Greek? Or
well, that's
what I suppose from my perspective, when I was in the church, for example, the NRSV I'd never heard of. When I'd Googled like what Bible should I read and looked at these charts or scales where they put thought for thought and word for word or whatever, it just never seemed to come up. And so I was curious as if it was so, important, I suppose, or such a key, that's not the right word. If it's a Bible that's used by people studying this stuff, I guess, yeah, if I'd never heard of it, I just wanted to double check.
Sure. So there's really no such thing as a word for word translation, because Hebrew and Greek don't translate word for word into English. And there are even bigger problems with Greek. So for example, if you translated the Greek and the English word for word, everything would be out of order. So like you can have like the subject of a verb at the beginning of a sentence and have the object 15 words away at the end of the sentence. It's crazy how Greek works. So they have to reorder something and they have to rephrase some things. And there's lots of idioms that they have to translate into. Like when it talks about God's hot nose, this is a Hebrew idiom for being angry. But like, you're not going to find a translation that talks about God's hot nose in English. It's not going to exist. So there's just like a lot of stuff that they have to translate over. And the question is, are they adequately translating the concept over? And I think the NRSV does a good job of it. Now, here's a caveat. If you want something that's very wooden, that tries to stick as close to word for word as possible, I think the best you're going to get is probably in modern English, the New King James Version. But the problem that I have with the New King James Version is they go out of their way to translate stuff wrong on purpose. there are quite a few passages in the New King James Bible where they translate it on purpose, knowing that that's not actually what is in there. And they try to preserve like some messianic overtones as to convince you that Christ is in the Old Testament. So I'll give you an example. I think Daniel chapter 9 was the one that came to mind last time I was doing this. If you go to Daniel chapter 9.
Yep, I'm bringing it up.
There we go. I think 25 is where it starts.
Yep, okay.
All right.
Know therefore and understand, that one?
Yeah, go to 25. And it says, it's really interesting. It says, know therefore and understand that from the going forth of the command to restore and rebuild Jerusalem until, and it says Messiah in capital. And trying to make you think that it's about the Messiah, Jesus, but it didn't say anything about the Messiah. And this is something that a bunch of translations will do because they really want Daniel 9 to be about the Messiah, even though there are actually two Messiahs mentioned there. And you'll get the same thing, I believe, if you go to, especially in the ESV. The ESV does this, if I remember correctly. It actually, I think in the ESV and the King James, it literally says the Messiah.
Right, okay, yeah. ESV was one I probably read quite a lot. That was sort of what my church told me was most accurate.
Oh, they've got it updated. Okay, so the newest iteration of the ESV changed it. It doesn't say the Messiah. It says an anointed one, which is actually accurate. That's what it really says in the text. So good for them for changing that. Let me see who else does this. Let's grab the... Actually, I'm curious to know what the NASB did with this. I mean, there we go. Make it shorter. This one capitalizes Messiah too, until Messiah the Prince. Now, I think the worst offender everyone already knows, which is the King James, where it says unto the Messiah. It doesn't say the Messiah in Hebrew. It just says an anointed one. But anyways, so there's a couple litmus tests that I use for new translations to determine whether or not they're being faithful with what the text actually says, or if they're trying to like write in their own dogmas into the text. And I think the NIV does it too. Let me check the NIV. Oh, this is interesting. They go halfway. The NIV says, rebuild Jerusalem until the anointed one in capital letters.
Okay. Yep. All right. They're definitely trying something there.
They're trying. They really want to. Yeah, they really want to put a Messiah, Jesus, in there. So, but anyways, so that's kind of one of the litmus tests. There's a couple translations I really like though. The NRSV is really good. The New American Bible Revised Edition is just as good. It's an amazing translation. It was done by a scholarly committee of Catholic scholars. Most of them Catholic, not all of them. And so that's a really good translation. And the newest iteration of the New King James Version is not bad. Don't get rid of your NIV. That's trash. Get rid of your King James. It's trash. Don't get your ESV. The ESV is biased. The reason why the NRSV is so well respected in academia is because it started out as, at least the revised edition, started out as like a pet project of Bruce Metzger. Bruce Metzger is a Princeton alum and professor. He used to teach there. In fact, he was one of the professors that taught Bart Ehrman at one point. But he was known, his nickname was the Godfather of Biblical Greek. Everyone went to him for biblical Greek, academia. So he really pioneered the revision of the New Revised Standard Version, the one that we find all throughout like the 90s and 2000s. And their team, because they weren't a bunch of Christians trying to preserve Christianity, the team of translators were dedicated to just figuring out what is the proper translation. And then after you get the translation, you can let all the theologians fight over it. And so
Yeah,
that's why
yeah.
the NRSV is so well trusted in academia, because they have no axe to grind.
Yeah, yeah. They don't have that horse in the game, or whatever the
Yeah.
saying is. Yep.
And that's why so many of the academic study Bibles are from the NRSV. For example, the SBL Study Bible is NRSV. The New Oxford Annotated Study Bibles is going to be in the NRSV. The newest iteration that came out in 2024 of the Westminster Study Bible is in the NRSV. So like all these academic institutions are telling you, they're showing their cards on the table. The NRSV is the one that the academics go to.
Awesome. That's good to know anyway, because, I mean, yeah, I can't read Greek and Hebrew, so definitely
it.
something that at least people who can believe in, I think is a good place to start. So
right.
Anyway, I'm going to have to hop off because I'm going to get fired. So
all right,
thanks so much for having me.
Get back to Reddit. Have a good one, Covey. Cheers.
I appreciate it. Cheers, man.
What a nice guy. I love the accent, by the way. All right, let me grab these last super chats, guys. And then somebody on TikTok, let me know who's live right now. I can't stay till midnight. I've got an early morning work. I've got a lot of work business all week. Next week I can have a little more late night fun, but this week it's all business. So someone grab me someone that we can raid. Is Joel live? All right. The Toaster Pirate, thank you for the $5 super chat, says there are a lot of problems with violence, misogyny, anti-intellectualism, classism, and more with Hinduism. I wouldn't consider it relatively harmless. Well, you're not completely wrong. And we've talked about this before, where in the Hindu faith, because of the reincarnation situation, they believe a lot of people that are in poor and dire situations is because of their past life. They did something bad in their past life. And so they justify bad behavior based on that. Like, you can treat people less than because of what they did in their past life. So I get you. I hear you on that. But there's a lot of misogyny in the culture as well. But what I'm saying is, other than like this whole caste system that was developed out of the Hindu faith, I'm not aware of anything in the actual faith, like in their writings or in their teachings, that I think are paralleled in the Abrahamic faiths. I hope that helps. Skeptics and Sound Angels, thank you for the super chat. It says matter is solidified energy known as energon. Well, listen, you might be right, skeptics. I don't know anything about that, but I'm willing to learn. And Total Spoof, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Big W says, can you go a little bit deeper into why Simon Bar blah blah did more than Jesus? I don't know much about him. Well, you just go ahead and Google tonight the Bar Kokhba rebellion, and you'll find out a lot. In fact, there's a lot written on the time period, more than what we can cover tonight. But Google the Bar Kokhba rebellion, and you'll probably get about as much information as you can get. I think Cassius Dio is the Roman source that covers a lot of the rebellion. So if you've got a PDF or a book of Cassius Dio, you can see a lot of what he says. And last one from Mike. Thank you so much for the super chat. It says, praise Doug. Doug be praised. Hail Doug, etc. It reminds me of the Monty Python. The Monty Python quotes, how they say that. Thank you so much, Mike. I appreciate that. And Doug appreciates that. Never take Doug for granted, guys. All right, now I'm told that Joel and Mezzo are currently live. Let me see real quick. Are they live on Joel's TikTok or on Mezzo's TikTok? Because if they're live on Joel, I'm going to direct people to Joel's YouTube page.
Did you see Selena Gomez?
On Joel's? All right, listen, guys, we're going to direct a bunch of people over to Joel Reed's Bible on YouTube. 1 second. Also, now's a good time to advertise Saturday, guys. On Saturday, I'm going to be doing a live stream with Dr. Kip Davis and Dr. Joshua Bowen, and we're going to be absolutely obliterating Wes Huff on his nonsense talking points about biblical slavery. He's getting literally roasted alive. It's going to be wild. Like, I haven't been more excited for something in a while. So pack a lunch. We're going to be live for quite some time, and we're going to be cooking. All right, let me see if we can get his screen up here. This is Joel Reads Bible on YouTube, guys. I want to see his chat get absolutely flooded with comments, people saying that they came from my live. Let's light up the chat, guys. That's his screen name right here at the bottom where it says Joel Reads Bible right here. Joel Reads Bible. That's where you want to go, guys. And currently he's got 53 people watching on YouTube. See this number, 53 people watching on YouTube? We got to get that up, guys. We got to get this number way up. We need to get this way over 100. Let's see if we can pop Joel's live well over 100 and get this party started. I want to see Joel's live stream pop off. Joel is an amazing creator. I promise you will not regret following Joel. If you follow me and you like what I have to do, you're going to love Joel. We're at 78 now, guys. Let's get this thing up over 100. I'll meet you over there since we get over 100. We're at 84. Let's pop it off, guys. Let's pop it off. Let's get this party started over at Joel's place. Let's get this raid going. I see 84. I don't see it budging. Is anyone there? Is anyone going over? I need to see this thing come up past 84. Let me refresh it. Where are we at? Where are we at? All right, 103. Very good. All right, guys. I'll see you over there in just a minute, guys. Thank you so much for all the likes and the comments and the shares and the super chats. Big W. Thank you so much for supporting, guys. I'll see you again Friday night, and we'll be having a special stream Saturday, and